sit on the 5 pad. The ball bounces out to backward point, and there is no run. So good news, we're going out around the ground. Good news. I know we've got a few issues on the stream at the moment, which is the live stream, but fingers crossed they'll get sorted out during the day as Laws turns literally in front of us, number 30 on the back of his black shirt, and comes running into bowl to Ward, and Ward is forward and plays to good wicket, and there is no run. So just to reiterate, Surrey winning the toss, electing to bowl first, and I think Church is absolutely right. I think both sides need to win today. I think you're going to need 5 wins and a very good run rate may get you to the quarterfinals. I think you really need 6 wins, to be honest.
Yeah, but I think from a Surrey perspective, this is more about the performance of these 11 young lads out there.
Laws in bowls, and Ward is struck, and that, from where we're watching from, in fact, Ali Orr, who's at the non-striker's end, is directly in a line of vision, but it didn't look to me as if Harrison Ward was that far forward, actually. He sit on the pad, and Tom Laws just has a word to the umpire.
Well, he's got one of the most experienced men at this end with him, Tom Laws. Rob Bailey stood there at this C end of the ground, and there is a man who knows all about LBW decisions.
Just the one slip as in comes balls and bowls, and Ward pulls this away onto the leg side, and he's not far off being caught, actually. He pulled it away to deep backward square, and the ball just bounced. So you're going to have to guide me through some of these Surrey lads.
Well, Ryan Patel is out there at deep backward square at the moment. So you've got Ryan Patel at deep backward square. You've got the captain Ben Geddes at mid-off. Sheridan Gums is at short mid-wicket. Amar Verdi at short fine leg. Josh Blake the keeper. Conor McCurr is at slip. Nico Reefer is away at backward point. Nathan Barnwell's at cover. And who am I missing there down at third man? I was doing pretty well up to that point. Yusuf Majid, Yusuf Majid, left arm spinner from the academy as well, is down there at third man.
This conveyor belt of talent that comes out of Surrey. In comes Laws, bowls to Orr and Ali Orr, who batted really well at Edgbaston on Friday, making a very good 81 actually, denied him a run. Lets that go through to keeper Blake, and there is no run. So one without loss, a little bit of high level cloud around, but the weather forecast is good, and it's going to be a lovely hot sunny day and a decent crowd in as well. And in fact, that's been a feature, I think, of the 50 over matches. Churches, there's some good crowds up and down the country as Laws is on his way. Bowls and Orr plays into the offside. There is no run. Good opening over by Tom Laws, and the Sharks are one without loss at the end of the opening over here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. If you're watching on the stream or listening on the headsets around the ground, a very good morning to you.
Yes, indeed. And lovely to come here. I got here quite early this morning and went down and had a coffee on the seafront and watched the world go by, so that was very, very nice. But always love coming to this ground, and on a day like today there's actually nowhere better really. It's a gorgeous ground to be at when the weather's good. The atmosphere is always terrific. You get a good view of everything wherever you're situated in the ground. It's going to be Matthew Dunn with the second over. He's coming down the slope is Matthew Dunn. Harrison Ward will be on strike. They've got the slip in there. That's Conor McCurr again as the slip. As Matthew Dunn, right arm over the wicket, he comes to Ward, and Ward just pushes off the back foot, the left-hander, out there towards extra cover. Ryan Patel comes up to do the fielding, and there is no run. But there's a lovely buzz about the place this morning. There really is. Good crowd in. And as you say, all the 50 over games this season have had good crowds. I think Surrey had 5,000 for the game. The Warwickshire Tide game, I think that was 5,000.
They were talking about that up at Edgbaston on Friday. It's like what a good game it was, how well attended it was.
Dunn is in to Ward. There's a swing and a miss. A bit of movement there from Matthew Dunn. That's beaten the inside edge of Harrison Ward's bat. Sort of drove outside the line of that a touch, and taken by Blake, moving away to his right hand side. Very much looking forward to watching Yusuf Majid bowl again. His left arm spin, he's been very impressive in this competition. Conor McCurr was outstanding at Radlett. Wonderful 9 overs from Conor McCurr. They just came across Steve Eskenazi, who is in the form of his life at the moment in terms of 50 over cricket, as Matthew Dunn is in, and Ward drives again. That goes the other way, beats the outside edge. There's a bit of movement there for Matthew Dunn this morning. He won't mind seeing that. From this Cromwell Road end, coming down the slope, good length.
He's quite sharp as well, isn't he?
Yeah, Matthew Dunn it's so good to see him back playing. He's still got so much cricket in him. He's only 30, Matthew Dunn. He's had a few injury problems, but he's still got an awful lot of cricket in him. And it's a bit like a new signing in many ways for Surrey, having done fit and firing. And there he's gone past the inside edge, and now he's gone past the outside edge of Harrison Ward as Ward waits again with that bat raise. Dunn is into him, and Ward's gone past the inside edge. Well, Harrison Ward keeps playing this shot. Matthew Dunn's wondering whether he's ever going to hit one from the looks of things, but he's gone past his inside edge twice now and past his outside edge. And Harrison Ward is determined to smash one of these through the covers. I think Matthew Dunn was just having a slightly quizzical look there at Harrison Ward, who's got one. If you're just joining us, Surrey winning the toss, bowling first. And in this second over, one without loss, Sussex, but Matthew Dunn's gone past Harrison Ward's inside edge twice and his outside edge once in this over. As Dunn is in again to Ward, and Ward lets it go this time. Outside is off stump, a little bit more respectful there from Harrison Ward to Matthew Dunn, and that's taken by Josh Blake moving away to his left. Nathan Barnwell, his second game. Didn't bowl at Radlett. Nathan Barnwell batted, didn't bowl, so might be good to see him have a bowl today. And if you're just joining us, Sheridan Gums makes a debut for Surrey. Surrey Academy player, 18 years of age. He's in good nick for the Academy in the second team as Harrison Ward makes contact this time and drives away through cover point. You can't really blame Matthew Dunn for that, just pushed it a little bit wider, and Harrison Ward's thrown his hands at that. So fourth time lucky in that over for Harrison Ward. 2 overs gone, and the Sussex Sharks are 5 without loss.
And the good news is, Churchy, that the live stream is fixed.
Hooray!
So we are going out on the BBC website, we're going out around the ground, as we know from our friends who are waving at the top of the Spen Carter.
Yes, you've got a lot of friends up there.
I have, and they've had a sporty weekend because, yes, many of them were at the Annex yesterday for the football.
Yes.
And then so it was a weekend of sport.
Excellent.
Brighton against Newcastle, and then the cricket today.
Nothing like a sporty weekend, Adrian Harms.
So it's been busy. Tom Laws running away from us to bowl to the left-handed Alistair. He's in a bowls and all pulls, and he's going to get 4 runs. It wasn't that far away. Is that Verdi down there at short?
It is, yeah.
But Orr gets on his way with a boundary. Plays very nicely Ali Orr up at Edgbaston on Friday and all that. He made 81. Pujara with a masterclass of an innings of 107. He very nearly got Sussex over the line. Not quite, but it was a terrific game of cricket. I've loved the 50 over. It's been good fun to watch, and there've been some good games as well. As away from us comes Laws, right arm over the wicket, bowls and Orr plays firmly to mid-wicket. And there is, on this occasion, no run. I was thinking, Churchy, and in fact I should just say, if you'd like to get in touch with us throughout the day, the emails are working, which is wonderful. So sussexcricket at bbc.co.uk. So if you're a Surrey fan, a Sussex fan, any fan, in fact anybody who's listening, please get in touch with Churchy and I during the day. Sussexcricket at bbc.co.uk. As in comes Laws and Bowls, driven by Orr, straight back down the track. And there is no run, fielded by the Surrey skipper, Ben Geddes, who's 21. He's only a young man, isn't he?
Yeah, very much so. And he's captained very well in this competition, I think.
He's made a championship 100.
Has this season as well, yeah. He's a very talented boy. And a big thing for him, being made captain of this 50 over, but he's settled into it very nicely.
Laws bowls, and Orr is and he's caught behind. And Ali Orr is on his way, and I have to say he'll be very disappointed with that shot. With Ali Orr, it was a shortish delivery, and he was looking to hammer that one away over mid-wicket. He's got an edge through to keeper Blake, and the first Sussex wicket goes down with 9 on the board. And Ali Orr, who's been in really good nick for Sussex this season, wanders off his throwing his bat into the air, tossing his bat in the air. He knows that was a poor shot.
Yeah, I think it hit his bottom edge. I don't think it bounced as much as he was expecting, but that was the shot of a man who obviously knows he's in good form as well, because he hasn't really had a look there at Tom Laws. So he's seen it, sort of back of a length, rocks onto the back foot, then hasn't bounced as much as he expected. Good low catch from Blake. And, well, Surrey will be delighted with that. Tom Laws, sort of, it's a bit like a broken record, really, this at the moment, but he's impressed everybody this season as Tom Laws. And Surrey will be very pleased to see the back of Ali Orr. But as I say, that just to me looked like a guy who knows he's in good nick, sees it back of a length, just didn't bounce as much as he was expecting. Little bottom edge and a good low catch from Josh Blake.
Julian has been in touch from the top of the Sven Kammer. He says, "Good morning, gentlemen."
Good morning,
better
Julian.
than the normal sort of salutation that he gives. He says, "Good morning, gentlemen. Adrian, you obviously have a lot of influence as once again the wicket is in front of you." Yes, every wicket we've had has been on this side of the square. So for those sitting in the top deck of the Sven Kammer, they're a long way from the action. But I don't have any influence. Is this the same wicket as used for the Gloucestershire and Leicestershire games? I will find out, Julian. I don't think it is. I think it's the next one over. I didn't go out for the toss because we had a few technical issues in here, so I didn't get a chance to ask. But I will find out during the commentary. Tom Clark is the new man. Tom Laws bowls to him, and Clark works that to backward point, and there is no run. So it's Julian who's been in touch. And John Malone has been in touch, and he says, "Live stream working well done the IT team." Yes, well done IT team, Jack and all the boys over there. A lovely day for cricket. Question for your brains to ponder. Oh dear,
It's a bit early for that.
not great. Well, we'll see about the question from John in a moment, as in comes Laws over the wicket bowls. Clark with a play and a miss. He could have very easily got an outside edge to that. And a very fine over by Tom Laws, just the one boundary coming off of it. But importantly, the wicket of Alistair Orr, who's gone for 4. And the Sharks are 9 for 1 at the end of the third. And John says, "Has a cricket game ever been postponed due to excessive heat and high temperature in this country? Good luck, and let's hope for an exciting day of cricket. Regards, John Malone." I don't know.
I don't think it's ever been postponed due to the heat. I've been at games where the sun has caused all sorts of problems reflecting, and there's been a long old delay. I remember one at New Road years ago where they had to go to the ground next door to New Road to get more sight screens and wheel them across the road because the sun was reflecting off the plastic sheets. Here is Matthew Dunn then, and he's coming in over the wicket to Harrison Ward to start the 4th over. Plays this one into the leg side as Harrison Ward, and Sheridan Gums gets across to do the fielding. But yes, I remember that, and it ironically had been raining. Then the sun came out, the players finally got out there, and we had about a 45-minute delay while they had to go and get some sight screens from across the road because the sun was reflecting off the big white sheet that was covering the seats in the ground. But I don't think it's ever been postponed due to heat. As in over the wicket comes Matthew Dunn. Oh, Ward's gone! Inside edge, knocks his off stump out the ground, and I think Matthew Dunn is just quietly saying to Harrison Ward they have a bit of respect in the fact that he tried him in the first over, got away with it, and there he hasn't even had a look at Matthew Dunn here, Harrison Ward, and that's a big inside edge back onto his off stump. And Harrison Ward goes frenetic innings that from Harrison Ward. 9 for 2, the Sussex Sharks. But in that first over, Matthew Dunn beat Harrison Ward on the inside edge twice, beat him on the outside edge. He put one a bit wider and he went after it through the covers for 4. And then, again, first ball of that over, he's batting as if he's 160 not out. Looking to smash him off the back foot through extra cover. Big inside edge. There's a little bit of movement there. And Harrison Ward goes. And as I said, that was a slightly frenetic innings from Harrison Ward. He goes for 5. And this will bring Mr. Pujara out into the middle. So I think the look from Matthew Dunn was one of just have a little bit of respect, please, because Harrison Ward there didn't even have a look at Matthew Dunn. So here comes Pujara, and a nice ovation for the great man. Harrison Ward's a very good player. I've seen him a bit on the telly, But I just think he just hasn't even had a look at Matthew Dunn there.
No, I would agree. So Pajara, as Churchy said, makes his way in and not to the start. Sussex. We should comment on the toss, actually, Churchy, because Surrey decided to bowl. Do you think they think there's a bit in this pitch, or do they like to chase?
They like to chase as well. But actually, I think there is a bit in this pitch from what we've seen so far this morning. So here comes Mr. Pajara. Always enjoy watching this man bat. Love watching him construct his innings as well. It's always fascinating to watch Mr. Pajara captaining Sussex, of course, which I think is wonderful to have to have Mr. Pajara in charge of a young Sussex team is absolutely marvellous, I think.
Well, he's captain because Tom Haynes broke his hand a few weeks ago against Leicestershire. But he's wonderful to watch for Joe. He played a wonderful innings on Friday. But this will need to be a very different innings because Sussex in trouble here, Churchy.
2 slips straight away for Pajara as Matthew Dunn is into him. First ball, Pajara shout for LBW. That's going down the leg side as he looks to work. Down towards fine leg. Leg by will be the signal. One more to the total. It's a little bit like when Hashim Amla stood in, though, as well, because I think it's fantastic these blokes do this, because it shows how much Pajara likes the club, number one, and number two, it shows what a good bloke he is, and the fact that he is willing to captain this young side, all his experience, score his runs, and as I say, for this young Sussex side to have someone like Pajara in charge is absolutely fantastic. But I think it says an awful lot about him as a bloke as well. As 2 slips are in there for Clark, as over the wicket comes Dunn to him, and Clark's off the mark in nice fashion, just turning this one into the leg side. Barnwell comes up to do the fielding. The throw isn't the best to Josh Blake, but the backing up is good from Ryan Patel, and Sussex move on to 11 for 2 in this 4th over here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London, and on the Sussex live stream and on the earpieces all round the ground. The Adrian Harms fan club up there have all been waving, all been waving away, all 300 of them this morning, as Matthew Dunn comes in over the wicket to Pajara, and Pajara gets a ball that just nips back and climbs a touch on him. He pushes it away into the offside. Nico Reefer comes up to do the fielding.
Pajara was absolutely shattered on Friday. In fact, he went for a second run, dived in and slightly winded himself. We had a long break in play, and some of the Warwickshire fans were booing. They thought he'd taken too long, which was very disrespectful, I have to say. But he very nearly carried Sussex. And actually, when he got his hand, Will Rhodes very sportingly shook hands the Warwickshire skipper. It was lovely.
As in over the wicket goes Dunn, and Pajara just lets this one go off a goodish length. And as Adrian Harms says, well bowled Matthew Dunn, because that's an excellent over again from Matthew Dunn. 4 overs gone. And Sussex 11 for 2. Well, it also shows as well, we've all sort of been talking about the heat, but the fact that, Pajara, Hashim Amla said to me that hottest day of the year ever, he said at the back in South London, he said it was genuinely hot, and he said because sort of around the world you get used to having a bit of a breeze, but you obviously get a bit of a breeze here. But sort of, I think in the big city centres, you sometimes don't actually get any sort of breeze.
Tom Laws is in, bowled to Tom Clark. The ball hits him, I think, on the thigh pad. Let's wait for the umpire's signal from Rob Bailey, who signals that it is indeed a leg by. So let's go to 12 for 2. No, you're right, it was stifling. That 40-degree day, we were at Lords, and Middlesex won the toss and decided to bowl.
Yes, well, we were across the river at the Kia Oval. There were a few raised eyebrows. Ricky Clark was with us, and he said Tim Murtagh will not have a queue behind him for a drink tonight. I can absolutely assure you of that.
Can you imagine walking into the dressing room, Churchy, on that day and saying, I've won the toss, lads? Everyone goes, oh, well done, Skip. And he says, oh, we're bowling.
Well, we were saying the bowlers might not have even been there. They've already gone down the beach.
Laws is in again, bowls to Pajara. Pajara works up to backward point, and there is no run. Talk about you saying around the world with breezes and things. We've had an email from Melbourne over in Australia.
Lovely.
Satmir from Melbourne in Australia, watching again on YouTube. We've just started our pre-season for our coming cricket season. I can't help thinking that Pajara should be batting at 3. Are we in for yet another Pajara masterclass? I mean, I do know he loves batting at 4. That is his spot. As in comes Laws and Bowles, and Pajara forward plays into the offside, and there is no run. The total remains on 12 for 2. Yes, I imagine Melbourne, August, just coming out of winter into...
getting ready for the new season.
Yeah.
Amazing, isn't it? Yeah, I think Pajara bats forward, doesn't he? And I think, the proof's in the pudding. He's been scoring his runs at 4 and change it, I wouldn't have thought.
2 slips in place as Laws is in bowls. Down the leg side. Is he caught? They think they've got him. They think they've caught him behind, did Josh Blake. Diving away to his left-hand side. Umpire Bailey is unmoved. Sussex supporters breathe a sigh of relief. Last Sunday, actually, down here, Church, in the game against Leicestershire, wickets tumbled in the morning. Leicestershire were bowled out for 120.
Yes, I saw that. Now, that was not on this pitch, was it? Because the interesting thing is, there's the square. There's sort of 4 pitches together, and this, as we look, is the one on the left of those 4 pitches.
Here comes Laws. Bowls again. Pajara drives. He's going to get runs down to third man, and it's gone all the way for 4 runs. But it was a shot that wasn't that far away from second slip. A slightly full shot from Checherswell. Pajara gets him on his way. The Sharks go to 16 for 2, and a moral victory for Tom Laws.
There's a bit there for these bowlers this morning, definitely. And that as well. Pajara not quite to the pitch of that. Just the 2 slips, understandably, in a 50-over game, but he wasn't in control of that one. Pajara, that's flown off the outside edge at catchable height through that 3rd slip area.
Laws in again, Bowles, and that's down the leg side. That's going to be signalled a wide by umpire Bailey as Pajara watches it go sail through into the gloves of Josh Blake. There's so many of this young Surrey side I know very little about, and Josh Blake would be one of them. Did he sort of play his club cricket?
Well, yeah, absolutely. But he was working for the Surrey Cricket Foundation as well. He has been for years, and now he's got earned himself a contract as well. He's kept beautifully in this comp.
Laws in bowl to Pajara, who clips to mid-on, fielded there by Matthew Dunn. There is no run. End of the 5th over of the morning. If you've just joined us, where have you been? The Sharks are 17 for 2 with Orr for 4 and Ward for 5, both back in the pavilion. Surrey winning the toss, deciding to bowl. Looked like a good decision because the Sussex Sharks are 17 for 2.
It'd be quite interesting to know what Sussex would have done. I just wonder if, because they knocked Leicestershire over last week here so quickly, whether they might have had a bowl as well this morning. They'd have probably looked at the Surrey batting lineup and thought that's a fairly inexperienced batting lineup as well. But there's definitely a bit there for the quicker men this morning, as Matthew Dunn with the 6th over. It's coming in over the wicket to the left-handed Clark, and Clark is forward and just turns this one into the leg side. Round comes Ben Geddes to do the fielding. There is a lovely atmosphere as Clark picks up a single. This is what it's all about. Cricket at the weekend with the sun shining down here in Hove. Lots of people all enjoying themselves.
It's not rocket science, is it, Churchy?
No, it's not.
What do they say? You put the stage up and people will come if it's at the right time.
Oh, you're like Kevin Costner in Field of Dreams there, Adrian Harms. If you build it, they will come. As in over the wicket comes Matthew Dunn to Pajara. Oh, down the leg side. I don't think that's even got through to Josh Blake. I think that was on the half volley, and I think it's come off his pad anyway. But a bit of an appeal from Surrey there. Pajara with 4 to his name. Clark with 2, or caught behind off Laws, looking to pull a ball that got his bottom edge for 5, and then Harrison Ward looking to go without any feet movement through extra cover, big inside edge straight back onto his off stump off Matthew Dunn, and went for 5. That was 9 for 2 as over the wicket comes Dunn to Pajara, and Pajara wristily takes this off a length behind square on the leg side. Oh dear. Now that's a horrible bit of work from the debutant Sheridan Gums. He sort of strolled round and one-handed went to pick that up, and that's gone straight underneath the hand and away for 4. So not the best of starts for the debutant there, but it's away for 4 runs and 22 for 2.
Is Alex Stewart here today?
Yes, he is.
Yes, I would have thought I can't imagine him
probably
very impressed.
Noted down, I would have thought, as over the wicket comes Dunn, who wouldn't have been impressed either. Here is Pajara. Wait for the ironic cheers for Sheridan Gums. There they are. He's in the game. As the throw comes in over the top of the stumps, and he's done all right there. And 23 for 2. So he's in the game now. 23 for 2. Pajara is on to 9.
I can see, Churchy, there's a few umbrellas up around the ground.
That's for heat, isn't it?
It is.
Keep the sun off you.
Yeah, I'm looking
sun off your back.
In the southwest stand, which is about 3/4 full, actually. A few umbrellas up.
Matthew Dunn's going to come round the wicket to Clark now, as Clark always forward and plays this down in front of him. That Potter's straight back up the pitch. Dunn does the fielding off his own bowling, and there is no run. Nathan Barnwell is out there at deep backward square at the moment. As I say, we didn't see him have a bowl at Radlett, but he batted very nicely. Nathan Barnwell at Radlett. I jump into my stats book. 31, I think it was, on debut, off 27 balls with 1 4 and 3 6s. As round the wicket again comes Dunn, and driving is Clark. Lovely shot. Shot of the day so far, that. Not quite to the pitch of it, but his hands were excellent. And he's guided that to the left of Ryan Patel at backward point, and away for 4. 6 overs gone. Last ball of that over from Matthew Dunn, and the Sussex Sharks 27 for 2 after 6.
Yeah, a real opportunity here for Tom Clark. He's been batting, he's been opening in some matches, he's been batting 3, he's been batting 4. In this competition, he made 30 at Edgbaston, batted very nicely, but then rather got himself out. A nice 53 here against Leicestershire last week. Game against Gloucestershire, he made 8. He always looks $1 million, Tom Clark, but now an opportunity to not look $1 million as well, but it's a really post a good score. In comes Laws, comes in and bowls to Bajaru, clips this one through square leg and picks up a single fielded out there by Nathan Barnwell.
Well, you know who I'm going to say I'd like to see make runs here for Sussex, because I say it every time I watch him is Delray Rawlings.
Yeah.
Because again, that boy has so much talent. So much talent.
Made 91 in
I saw that, yes.
That was the Gloucestershire game.
Yeah.
In comes Laws, right arm over the wicket, in and bowls to Clark, who clips through mid-wicket. More runs here, nice looking shot by Tom Clark. Chase round the outfield from Young Grubbs, who's herring around the boundary. Oh, nothing. It was a chase round from Ryan Patel, actually. It's very, very difficult when the ball is rolling down the hill to stop that. It was a nicely timed shot by Tom Clark, who's into double figures. He's on 10 off 8, and the Sharks to 32 for 2.
Yeah, very nice shot. Didn't try and hit it too hard, just turned his wrists on it and gets down the hill and keeps going here at Hove. And Ryan Patel is doing his level best to get round to that.
It's a difficult chase, just the one slip in place. Laws is in bowls, and Clark plays across the line. He was looking to punch that one into the covers. He was rather straightened up by Tom Laws. Nonetheless, there is no run, so it remains 32 for 2.
There's a little bit of swing, a little bit of seam movement. Nathan Barnwell could be in the game here. He's at extra cover at the moment.
Laws again bowls, and Clark crunches that one to backward point. There's a good piece of fielding there by...
That's Nico Reefer in there. He is terrific in that backward point region. He's just a natural athlete, Nico Reefer. He really is. And he's very good at that. And Surrey will be, as happens a lot at outgrounds, especially with the weather that we've had lately, the Radlett outfield was a little bit like a links golf course, so I think he'll be enjoying being here at Hove.
In comes Laws bowls, and Clark drives into the covers, fielded by Barnwell, and there is no run. I mean, the outfield here at Hove is absolutely immaculate, and I would say, actually, we're very fortunate that we're able to go out to the toss in a lot of these grounds, and I would say the outfield here is as good, if not better, than it was at Edgbaston and Trent Bridge.
It's like a carpet,
it really
isn't
is.
it?
Yeah, Ben Gibson and his team do a wonderful job here. It really does look fabulous. In comes Laws again, bowls to Clark, and there's going to be more runs. I'm not sure if that's going to make it to the boundary. In fact, it does. Nicely timed by Tom Clark. It looks a good nick here as the young Sussex left-hander. He picks up another boundary. He goes to 14. And the Sharks at the end of the 7th are 36 for 2. 5 of the Sussex top 6 are left-handers. A lovely shot by Tom Clark. Yes, I was thinking about you, Churchy, because I was thinking about the first time I came across you at cricket. And do you realise the first time I ever came to a game, it was actually a Surrey game, and it was 2002, so it's 20 years ago.
No.
And Surrey were playing Kent at the Oval, and I did a couple of reports for BBC Surrey. So it's 20 years ago. Where's that gone?
Look at us now.
I know.
Matthew Dunn from the Cromwell Road end coming down the slope to Pujara. It's down the leg side, and Pujara gets nothing on this. Wide will be the single. Tom Clark's played a couple of lovely shots already. That last ball of the last over was interesting though, because that's the sort of area that Laws will be working on. And I said about Nathan Barnwell at extra cover being in the game, but that was a very nice shot. Just leant into it and raced through the covers for 4. Clark 14, Pujara on 10. 37 for 2 as the right-handed Pujara waits for Dunn, and Pujara drives, thick inside edge, little bit of movement again for Matthew Dunn. It's almost as if the ball's just holding a touch here this morning. Conor McCur's getting warmed up. He was outstanding at Radlett with the ball. 3 wickets for Conor McCur, and 9 overs, no maidens, 3 for 38 at Radlett, because at one point Middlesex looked as if they were on course for sort of a 400 type score. In the end it was 351 for 7, so outstanding figures from Conor McCur as Pujara outside edge, and it's bouncing to the right of Conor McCur. It's a good bit of work from Conor McCur, diving away to his right, but that's a nice bit of bowling again from Matt Dunn. Soft hands of Pujara. That ball was always going downwards, and Pujara moves on to 11, and Clark comes back on to strike on 14. Lots of people sat outside the hospitality boxes away to our right, and lots of people under big sort of umbrellas down there in the distance near the pavilion. As over the wicket once again goes Dunn, and this one's turned by Clark, the left-hander, into Reefer at short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Previous delivery before that little edge from Pujara, Conor McCur had his hands up at slips as well. I think you're right, Church. I think there's just a little bit there.
Yeah, definitely holding a touch. That's what I was talking about with Laws, that extra cover region. But it was a very, very nice shot from Clark, because he didn't punch at it, he just let it hit the bat. But I think you could bring extra cover into play here. As Dunn is in to Clark, who turns this one off his stumps. Out into the leg side it goes. There's Barnwell to do the fielding, a deep backward square. They'll take the single, and that will move Clark on to 15, and back onto strike comes the right-handed Pujara. Can I also say I am a big fan of the Sussex 50 over shirt.
Are you?
Is that a pink? Is it?
Yeah, I mean,
I like it.
I was sort of calling it salmon pink, and everyone said, "Well, salmon isn't that pink." So I don't know what sort of pink it is, but it's
I like it.
Fuchsia pink. Maybe?
I really like it. It goes very well with the trousers. As over the wicket comes Matthew Dunn to Pujara, and that just jumps a touch on Pujara, just guides it away neatly and tidily down to Yusuf Majid, and they'll pick up another single. That'll be one more to Pujara. He's on to 12, 40 for 2, because pink shouldn't go with the dark trousers of the Sussex Sharks, but it does, and I really like that. I think that's a cracking shirt, it really is. As Matthew Dunn turns in the distance, wearing number 4, come down the slope once again. Over the wicket he comes to Clark, who's driving, and again that's nicely played, slightly over pitch by Matthew Dunn, and Clark has just let that hit the bat, lent on it, and they will get 3, I think, here. Yes, they will. Mr. Harms is about to do an update, I think, and Clark picks up another 3 runs. He moves on to 18, end of the over, 8 gone, and the Sussex Sharks are 43 for 2.
Yeah, so nice to see Tom Clark playing some nice shots. As I say, he played very nicely at Edgbaston on Friday in a partnership with Chetishwar Pujara, actually. A partnership with Ali Orr, 77, but he was eventually out for 30, just clipping a ball to mid-wicket. He'll be pleased to have got on his way today. Yes, Sussex batting first here. Surrey winning the toss and electing to bowl. Picked up a couple of early wickets. Harrison Ward out for 5, Ali All for 4 at that stage. Sussex in a good deal of trouble on 9 for 2. They've recovered slightly though. Tom Clark is playing nicely. He's on 18. Cheshire Pujara is on 12. We're going into the 9th over of the innings and the Sharks are 43 for 2. Update done.
Very good. And Conor McCurr into the attack, who, as I say, bowled superbly at Radlett. He looks very in control of his bowling at the moment, Conor McCurr. He's coming off this shorter run now. He hasn't lost any of his pace. And he looks in real control of his bowling and his action and everything. So interesting to see how he goes today.
He's a big fella, isn't he?
He is.
Comes away from us, comes in and bowls to Clark, who clips it off the hip through mid-wicket. There is a fielder, though, out on that deep mid-wicket boundary. Oh, and the throw's going to go over the head of the keeper. Oh, well taken, sir. Very fine take by Josh Blake behind the stumps, because I thought that throw was going over his head. We're still in power play 1, which, for those of you who are perhaps not familiar with the rules, and I have to say I wasn't until the competition started, that means that for the first 10 overs of the innings, the fielding side are only allowed 2 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle, and so those 2 fielders for the right-handed Cheteshwar Pujara are at third man and deep square leg, as in comes McCurr bowls to Pujara, who lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Blake. There is no run.
Blake took that very, very low down.
I'm trying to get confirmation of whether this is the same pitch. A couple of people have asked me, so I have got a message in, so hopefully we'll find out soon. That was the pitch where Leicestershire were bowled out for 120. I don't think it was anything to do with the pitch, to be honest. Leicestershire just didn't really bat very well.
That was quite a surprise, actually, because Leicestershire in the first game against Surrey looked a very good side.
And they've won 3 out of 4,
yeah,
so they're going nicely. In comes McCurr bowls, and Pujara up on his toes and just drops his hands on that. Clark goes whizzing through, and they do take a single. I had to get his move on there, did Tom Clark. Good backing up. Another single to Pujara. He goes to 13. The Sharks 45 for 2. That game was played at Guildford Church. Was there a decent crowd?
Yeah, very good crowd again. Yeah, I think it was sold out at Guildford. All these games so far have had really good crowds. And today is no exception. And as I say, there's a lovely buzz about the place.
Well, I know it's sold out at Taunton today. Somerset playing Middlesex in this group. Somerset batting first, 36 for 1. Who else is playing in this group today? Durham are playing at Notts. Durham 41 for 1 as in comes McCurr bowls and Clark is forward, plays down the onside of the track, and there is no run. Durham, who have been docked a couple of points for disciplinary matters, I think they are appealing. But Durham have only got 2 points, so they will be back to 0 if that's upheld. And Churchy was talking about Leicestershire, who are playing Warwickshire, I'm presuming at Grace Road, and Leicestershire are 31 without loss. Yes, it is at Grace Road, or as they have to call it under the sponsor's name now, don't they? The Upton Steel County Ground. Occurring, but Clark gets a leading edge, and he's going to be caught. Is he? No, he's not. Well, that could have gone anywhere. He was looking to clip it on the leg side, was Tom Clark. He got a huge leading edge. The ball flew in the air. I thought it was going back to Conor McCurr. It went over his head. Matt Dunn was chasing back from mid-off, and it just eluded Matt Dunn. It didn't go to hand, so it wasn't a chance, but Tom Clark was mighty lucky. He looks at the outside edge of his bat. 47 for 2. Clark goes to 21.
Yeah, that just definitely held in the pitch. He was through that very early. Trying to work it leg side, got a leading edge, balloon in the air, tantalising for Matthew Dunn. What I loved about that was Pujara as well. We took that quick single and then ran up to Ben Geddes and said, would it be all right if I get another pair of gloves at the end of this over?
He's very polite.
Could probably ask for what he wants, really, couldn't he, Mr. Pujara? But yes, so now Pujara only been out there 9 overs, drinks, gloves, towels, all being brought out. And Matthew Dunn it will be to by the 10th over. Interestingly, Rob Bailey just wandered over. And just, I think, was a quiet, let's get on with it.
I spoke to Cheshire after the game at Edgbaston on Friday. as he was absolutely whacked. I'll tell you more in a moment.
As Dunn starts the 10th over to Pajara, who's forward solidly, just playing this one up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
And he was smiling away. It was really lovely to speak to him. But sort of halfway through the interview, in the back of my mind, I was thinking, I'm talking to a cricket icon here who's got sort of 2.5 million followers on Twitter. And I was thinking, you need to think of some sensible questions, Adrian.
He comes across as a charming fella.
He really was. But it's just one of those moments you think, no, this is this guy's a cricketing superstar.
100%. Matthew Dunn, right arm over the wicket, he comes to Pajara, and Pajara again, he's played that as if it's just stopped on him a touch, and he's squirted away out towards backward point. A short extra cover position could be absolutely crucial here. Pajara's just rehearsing playing that with a solid defence, but again, he's looking at the pitch, and as I say, it just looks as if there's a spot where it's just sticking in the surface a little bit at the moment. 47 for 2, Sussex. Matthew Dunn to come down the slope once again. Over the wicket to Pajara, and Pajara, driving back at Matthew Dunn. He gets a hand to it, and he'll get a single. That'll be one more to Pajara. Just from the reaction of Matthew Dunn, I think it was bump ball.
Yes.
But again, he was a little early on that. Was Pajara. He's sort of looking at his bottom hand at the moment. 48 for 2. Clark comes back on to strike on 21. And if you're just joining us for the first time this morning, here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London, and the Sussex live stream, Surrey winning the toss, having a bowl. Sussex were 9 for 2, all going for 5. Ward for 5, and in the 10th over now, 48 for 2. So 39 added by Clark and Pajara, as the left-handed Clark comes on to strike, and they've got the short extra catching now. As forward goes Clark, plays this one up towards mid-off, and there's no run. So Matthew Dunn's obviously thinking this with Ben Geddes at the moment. They've taken slip out to cover, and they've got Ryan Patel in a catching position at short extra cover. So exactly what we were thinking here, with the pitch just holding a touch. We've got a short extra cover in the shape of Ryan Patel at the moment. Dunn once more. Over the wicket he comes. And Clark forward drives. That's a nice looking shot down the ground. Off goes Tom Laws in hot pursuit from mid-on. That's a lovely shot from Clark. Full face of the bat. Again, hasn't tried to hit it too hard. Has just checked it down the ground. He's played some impressive shots already as Tom Clark. And that's the 50 up for the Sussex Sharks. 52 for 2 in the 10th. And Clark has moved on to 25.
Lovely shots. Do you know what, Church? I'm sure people are sweltering in the sun and won't like people to say, I'm a little chilly.
Well, I think the air conditioning is on. Yes, I'm beginning to get a little chilly. I have to be. Yes, I think it might just for a while, just to warm up a bit. As
sorry, folks.
Glad I didn't wear my shorts. As over the wicket comes Dunn to Clark, and Clark's picked him up, whipped him. One bounce. Good work from Barnwell out there, actually, because that skips off the turf at him at deep backward square. And they will pick up a single, and that is the first 10 done and dusted. The first power play is done and dusted. And Sussex after 10 are 53 for 2.
Yeah, and I would say, Churchy, I've watched Tom Clark a lot over the last couple of years. He's a lovely player to watch. But I would just say, in terms of Tom, this is now, he does this a lot. He gets to 20s and 30s. He looks great, and I'm sure he's going to be a very fine player for Sussex as his career develops. But this is now where you sort of feel, right, this is almost danger time for Tom now. Tom, he made lovely 55 last week against Leicester. I'd really like to see him like Pajara. It's a great education as McCurr runs away from us, bowls to Pajara, who's forward defensively, plays into the offside, and there is no run. A tight line here is Conor McCurr.
This is what he did at Radlett, and he found a spot which a lot of the bowlers did, just back of a length, which was very tricky, very, very tricky. And then poor old Cameron Steele got a ball from Yadav that was a pretty full length that just went vertical at him.
Oh dear.
Smashed him on the side of the crash helmet. He kept going for 5 balls, hit a boundary, and then he was really wobbly at the non-strikers end and had to come off.
McCurr in and bowls. Pajara plays to mid-wicket, fielded there by the Surrey skipper, Ben Geddes. And there is no run.
So yeah, it was a really nasty blow, and the interesting thing was he sort of had concussion protocols, batted for another 4 or 5 balls, then got a short one, cut it for 4 to get off the mark, an uppercut, and then as he got to the non-strikers and he wobbled. Wow. And it was actually Ryan Patel who just called him straight back out again, and that was Cameron Steele's game done.
McCurr in bowls. Pajara leans into an off drive and plays it between the fielders in the covers to the sweep on the cover boundary. Picks up a single, does Pajara. Goes to 15, the total to 55 for 2. We're now in power play 2, so Surrey are allowed 4 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle. Those 4 fielders are at deep cover, third man, fine leg, deep mid-wicket as McCurr, tall man. The seagull makes its way across the ground somewhere. McCurr in bowls and Clark clips it beautifully through mid-wicket. Just a single though to that fielder at deep mid-wicket. One more to Clark. He goes to 28, 56 for 2.
Yep, and Amar Verdi seems to be getting himself warmed up, so he won't mind seeing left-handers. 2 have gone already, but he won't mind seeing some left-handers at the top of the order, Amar Verdi. He opened the bowling at Radlett. And obviously Matthew Dunn wasn't available for that one, so Verdi bowled 4 overs at the top of the innings at Radlett.
Bowls to Pajara, who's beaten outside the outside. Good delivery by Conor McCurr, and Pajara was rather groping, but fresh air. The ball goes through to keeper Josh Blake. Just the 3 runs off of the over, and Sussex are 56 for 2 at the end of the 11th. Martin Mahoney has been in touch. Hello, Martin. He said, I may have missed what was the problem with CP, Cheshire Pajara, at the end of the last match. I would imagine it was exhaustion after all the running he had to do at the end of the innings, hoping he's fully recovered and manages a long innings today. Enjoying the commentary. Thank you, Martin. Yes, Cheshire was saying that he felt a little bit sick. I think it was the running up and down. Also, he had to dive in at one stage, and the physios were telling me that he'd slightly winded himself as well. But he looks okay, and Sussex will be looking for another good innings from the great man who's just toweling himself off. I'm going to turn the air conditioning off, Church.
Well done, Mr.
I'm also
Arms.
going to go and put the kettle on.
Oh, even better.
Would you like a cup of coffee or tea?
I'd love a coffee, please, old boy. Who was the gentleman who asked the question about has a game ever been postponed due to heat? Was that John?
It was Satbir Singh, who's over in... Oh, no, it wasn't Satbir, sorry. It was... You're quite right, it was John Malone.
Because just to say, John, that man with large hat on Twitter says there was a game in the 19th century that was delayed in the middle of the day because of extreme heat. I can't remember the details, but it was in my Cricket Fact of the Day book a couple of weeks ago. So there you are. In the 19th century. There was a game. Can't remember which one it was or who it was against, but it was sort of postponed during the heat of the middle of the day. Now here is Amar Verdi with his off breaks into the attack from the Cromwell Road end. Tidy first spell from Matthew Dunn. He comes out the attack after 5 overs. Amar Verdi will come round the wicket here to Clark, and Clark's looking to work a ball that's down the leg side. Wide will be the signal. Blake got something on that, and it rolls away. Just got to be a bit careful where that leg stump is. Clark, that wasn't too far away from it, looking to work round that pad as 57 for 2. Amar Verdi bounces in once again. Clark is forward and nudges this one with the wrists in front of square. He's done more than nudge it. He's timed that beautifully for 4. Nathan Barnwell was doing his level best to get round to that, but that's just a wonderful piece of timing from Clark, because that has fairly raced off to the boundary. He's playing some classy shots here, Tom Clark, and that's the 50 partnership between Pajara and Clark. 52 it's worth. But what a lovely piece of timing that was.
Sorry, Churchill, my memory is bad. Did you say with milk or without?
With milk, please. As forward goes Clark, drives past a diving Conor McCurr at short extra cover. And they will pick up a couple here. That'll be 2 more to the total, 2 more to Clark. He moves on to 34. And Malverdi, as I say, 4 overs of his off-spin at the top of the innings at Radlett against Warwickshire in the game at the Kiara Oval. 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 36 as Verdi is in. Clark's forward. And they've taken the slip out to go in at short extra cover. And that one's off the edge, genuinely, and spun and bounced. But there's no slip because Conor McCurr is out there at short extra cover. So that's run away for 4. Ryan Patel and Amal Verdi are talking about whether Ryan Patel should be in there. I think after seeing that delivery, yes, he should. So Ryan Patel goes in at slip because that one did genuinely turn and bounce a touch for Amal Verdi. 67 for 2. Clark moves on to 38 as Verdi goes round the wicket again. Clark's forward and he does nudge this one into the leg side. He'll get a single down there to Matthew Dunn, who comes in off the boundary rope at long on. But encouragement there for Amal Verdi with that ball that did bounce and turn a touch on Tom Clark. Pujara, the right-hander. We'll get his first look at Amal Verdi here. He's got 2 men back on that leg side boundary rope as Amal Verdi. Sweeper on the cover rope. And along on is his 4 as round the wicket he comes to Pujara, and Pujara is forward and just pushes this back up the pitch towards Amal Verdi. Does the fielding off his own bowling. Barnwell's doing the sweeping up under the scoreboard away to our right hand side. Not too many people on their balconies watching from the flats as yet as Pujara looks to drive from the crease this time. And that one's a thick inside edge, and that potters out towards Ryan Patel at short mid-wicket. Interesting first over that from Amal Verdi. 12 off it, but that one that did bounce on Clark and found the edge, but there was no slip. 12 gone, and Sussex Sharks are 68 for 2. Mr. Harms is back, having put the kettle on.
Yes, the kettle is quite a slow kettle.
You did.
Yeah, I was listening to energy-saving tips the other day on the radio, and someone was saying that because the price of electricity is so much higher than gas, that they're sort of advising people, if you can make a cup of tea, to boil.
Boil your water.
Yeah, rather than putting a kettle on, because you're going to save yourself some money. But we don't have any gas in the immediate centre, yes. So we are reliant on the kettle. So when it's boiled, we'll get our cup of coffee. In the meantime, it's Conor McCurr who's going to carry on from the sea end up the hill, bowls to Clark, who clips this nicely away through square leg. Tom Clark, he's playing very nicely, goes to 40 of 29 deliveries, and the Sharks to 69 for 2. This partnership now worth 60 after the early loss of Alistair Orr for 4 and Harrison Ward for 5.
I just think it's busy on the beach today.
Heaving, yeah. The sea is warm though, Churchy.
Lovely.
Yeah. And comes McCurr over the wicket bowls, and Pujara drives. See the covers, picks up a single to the cover boundary. Yeah, I went to Wittering, to West Wittering. This week,
lovely.
And went in the sea, and it was really nice. I mean, you didn't walk in and think this is a bath.
No.
You did sort of go in and think, actually, a little bit. But once you were in, it was nice.
Lovely. Was it busy in West Wittering?
It was very busy. You have to book your parking now, Church. You can't just sort of rock up. Whereas in the old days, you could just join the mammoth queue. I think it's better now, to be honest. In comes McCurr bowls and cut away by Clark to backward point. And there is no run. Yeah, in the old days, you would just sort of queue for hours, and you'd sort of sit in the queue for an hour and think, should we go home?
Yes.
And then you'd think, well, we've queued for an hour. And then when you've queued for 2 hours, you think, we've queued for 2 hours, well...
Especially if it's nice and sunny and you want to be outside.
Yes. Yeah, but now you have to reserve your parking, so at least when you've booked, you know you're going to get in, which is good. And if you go after 3 o'clock, it's a bit cheaper as well, and you're not sitting in the sun all day. But it was lovely. In comes at McCurr bowls to Clark. Did he play on? He didn't know where that had gone. Did Tom Clark, and he looked away rather anxiously. He remains on 40. No, it will be busy on the beach, Churchy. And actually, the weather forecast I saw last night was suggesting that although we may get some rain this week, it's going to be a bit intermittent and apparently warming up again towards next weekend. So,
well, it'll be nice on the pier today, won't it?
It will.
Down near the aquarium.
Comes away from us. In and bowls to Clark, who works us to backward point. Let's sort of spell this from Conor McCurr. He's just found a good line and length. Fielded at backward point by Nico Reefer.
Well, this is exactly what he did at Radlett. Just kept banging away on a very, very good length. Did Conor McCurr. And obviously he's a tall fella. And for his short run as well, he hasn't lost any pace whatsoever, and he's very accurate at the moment. He's very good. He just looks confident at the moment with his bowling.
He does. He's in again, bowls to Clark. That's short. That was a quick delivery, actually. And Tom Clark watched that one sail through to keeper Josh Blake. And there is no run. So just the 2 runs off the over from Conor McCurr, who's bowling a very tidy spell. At the end of the 13th over, the Sharks are 70 for 2. Pujara on 16. Tom Clark is on 40. Listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. Adrian Harms, Mark Church, wherever you're listening from or watching us from, a very good day from a Hove, which is bathed in sunshine with packed stands, the sunshine out. We've got a good game of cricket. What could be better?
Well, I noticed sensibly a couple of people up there of your fan club that waved to you at the start have got those handheld fans. So that'll keep them cool, as it's going to be Amar Verdi to start the 14th over, coming round the wicket to Pujara. And Pujara just looks to work leg side. It actually straightens on him a touch, and he ends up playing it back down the pitch. Verdi gets across to do the fielding. Bowling in his sunglasses is Amar Verdi. Conor McCurr has gone out to deep mid-wicket. Ryan Patel's out at deep backward square as Verdi, round the wicket he comes, and Pujara's down the pitch to him. Wasn't quite there, so in the end just stabs it out into the offside. Nicely bowled by Amar Verdi. As I said right at the start, very much looking forward to watching Yusuf Majid have a bowl. He's at short third at the moment on the edge of the circle as Amar Verdi, a couple of steps then, round the wicket he comes, and here goes Pujara using his feet and then working Verdi down the ground towards long on, and they will get a single as Tom Laws does the fielding there, and that brings the left-handed Clark on to strike on 40. Lots of very nice hanging baskets all around the ground, and of course there's some lovely ones on the pavilion away to our left. I can actually see somebody up there on the top tier of the pavilion now with their fan outers. This one's cut by Clark down towards backward point, and there is no run as Ben Geddes does the fielding. Got the slip in there in the shape of Ryan Patel, because Amar Verdi in his last over got one to bounce a touch on Clark. Found his edge, but there was no slip, and it went down to the boundary rope as in comes Verdi. Clark's looking to work round that front pad. Wonder if he got a little bit of bat on that, perhaps. Potters away into the leg side. Adrian Harms, thank you so much, Mr. Harms. The kettle has boiled, and Mr. Harms has made us a very nice cup of coffee. As round the wicket again goes Verdi, quick up. This one's cut away by Clark out towards Conor McCurr. They're going to come back for 2. Here's the throw from McCurr. He's got a great arm as Conor McCurr. I don't think Verdi's best pleased they picked up 2 there. Clark came tearing back for the second, and 2 more to Clark. He moves on to 42. End of the over, 14 gone, and Sussex 73 for 2.
We've got a book signing going on.
Mr. Edwards.
Yes, Paul Edwards, very esteemed cricket journalist. Very nice man as well. I enjoy Paul. Lives up in the northwest of England. I think he lives in Southport, that sort of neck of the woods. And but down at Hove today to sign copies of his book Summer Days Promise.
Well, I'm halfway through it, and I can thoroughly recommend it.
Right.
It's some of his best articles he's written on county cricket.
Here comes Conor McCurr to bowl to Pujara. Let's go outside the off stump, taken by Blake. And in there, I know he does feature from a Sussex perspective Phil Salt and Tom Haynes, hundreds down at Arundel, probably 3 or 4 years ago now.
He's got Tom Maynard's final innings for Surrey in there as well, and it's a wonderful book.
Right,
and anybody who loves their county cricket, do get yourselves a copy, because he is such a fabulous writer about the county game.
In again bowls. Pajara was looking to pick that one out through the covers, and I think he changed his mind in the end. The ball goes through to Blake, and there is no run. No, I absolutely agree. So he's going to be signing copies of the book over in the museum at lunchtime. Paul Edwards, lovely man. I enjoyed a nice pizza and a beer with Paul last year when Sussex went up to lovely Sedbergh School.
Oh, it's nice up there.
Played Lancashire. Yeah. It was just the most wonderful. I went up there the day before, had a couple of beers and a bite to eat with Paul and Scott Reed, the Lancashire comment, and we had a really thoroughly enjoyable evening. Bakar in bowls to Pajara, who eases that through the covers. He's going to pick up one. I don't think there's going to be two, because that's a very good piece of fielding out there by Ryan Patel. Was very quickly in and prevented the second. Pajara to 18 off 33.
I spoke to Scott Reed this very morning.
Did you?
He's at the Aegeus Bowl today.
Right.
With Kevin James. Because Hampshire are on for the treble at the moment, aren't they?
I tell you what, and they are winning games that they look like they've lost. I mean, it's a sign of a really good side. On his way and bowls and clipped away by Clark down to Patel again, who's very quickly, and they're going to think about two. Oh, he's going to could be in trouble here. Throw comes in. Oh, the ball hit the stumps. I'll tell you what, Tom Clark really had to get on his bike there. Pujara wants to come back for a third, but decided not to. That was a good bit of fielding for Patel. He was electrically round the field then. Got in the throw, hit the stumps, but Clark was home for his second. He goes to 44, total 76 for two. I think Scott yesterday was covering 100.
He was indeed.
He was indeed.
Yep, double header yesterday for him. Then headed down to the Aegeus Bowl last night. He's got a one-day game today.
Bowls to Clark, who clipped onto the leg side, fielded there at mid-wicket by Tom Laws, and there is no run. So, Hampshire are having a terrific season. And what a shame, Churchy, that Surrey and Hampshire won't meet again in the county championship. I mean, it's a dreadful shame, because they're the two top sides. I said to someone the other day, I can't wait for the game at the Aegeus Bowl. I said, you wait a long time.
Well, there isn't one.
I thought that is ridiculous. Bakar in bowls. Clark pulls down to deep backward square. Patel again very quickly round. Prevent anything more than a single. Clark to 44. The Sharks to 76. No, they're not 77 for two at the end of the 15th over. Clark 45. Pajara 18.
Yeah, I don't want to get on to what's going on at the moment, because everybody's having their say. The one thing I would say that is frankly ridiculous is Surrey are pushing for the championship, and their next game is on the 12th of September. So you're pushing for the championship, then you have a 5.5 week, 6 week break, and then you have to pick it up again for 3 games at the back end of the season. Frankly ridiculous. And also, in these conditions, my fear, the other thing that this summer, spin now in championship cricket should be having the major say, and there isn't any championship cricket at the moment. As round the wicket comes a spinner in the shape of Amar Verdi, and this one's tucked away down the ground towards long on, but we're watching a very good game here today. Some young players making their way in the first class game and in List A cricket. It's great to see, and Clark started very nicely here, 46 not out. Pajara has just made his way to 18, and the Sussex Sharks are 78 for 2 as round the wicket comes Amar Verdi. Here goes Pajara using his feet, playing this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. And I keep reading about how wonderful it is to see lots of kids at 100 games, which I completely agree with, but it'd be lovely to see lots of kids watching championship cricket as well at the moment. As round the wicket again goes Amar Verdi. This one's flicked away into the leg side, and they will get a single, and the throw will come in over the top of the stumps. One more to the total, and there's a good number of kids here today, which is great, but what I'm saying, for the longer form of the game, the amount that getting a test match ticket is these days you're not going to be watching too much Test match cricket. So, frankly, it's ridiculous that there isn't any Championship cricket at this time of the year. As round the wicket once again is Verdi, and forward goes Clark. He really is keeping the Surrey fielders honest here. It's good running from Clark. Just pushes that up to Tom Laws at mid-off, and was immediately setting off for the single. Clark moves on to 47, 80 for 2. And Pajara, well, if he was exhausted at Warwickshire, the way Clark's running between the wickets at the moment, he could be exhausted today. He hasn't had much time to recover either. As that game was on Friday, as Amar Verdi was about to come around the wicket, someone's walking very near the side screen, just to the left there.
I don't know why there's not a steward up there.
I think they're going to the catering van.
Yes, there is.
Which is sort of poking out to the left side of the sight screen. As round the wicket goes Verdi. Pajara using his feet, looking to work leg side. Shout for LBW. And
those given.
Yeah, nicely bowled by Amar Verdi. Just giving that a little bit more air. And looking to work it leg side was Pajara. Just a little bit more air on that one. Nicely bowled by Amar Verdi. He's in again, and Pajara's forward, works leg side. Won't get a run on this occasion because Nico Rifa is out there to do the fielding. So tidy over that from Amar Verdi. The end of it, 16 have gone, 80 for 2, 3 off the over. And the Sussex Sharks just building this innings at the moment with Pajara and Clark. Ben Peverall is our other umpire, stood down there at the Cromwell Road end.
We have a new chairman here at Sussex, John Philby, who was appointed earlier on this season as the new chairman. I spoke to John last week because I wanted to get a comment from him on the appointment of Richard Thompson, as you would know, as the chairman of the ECB. And John was extolling the virtues of Richard and saying, he thinks it's an excellent appointment and good for the county game. As in comes McCurr, bowls to Clark, works this to backward point, and there is no run. And he was also saying, because I did ask him about what news of next season, what news of restructures, of promotions, relegations, and John was saying, honestly, we don't know anything. We haven't been told anything. We don't know. Clearly there are discussions going on, but John said they're not involving us at the moment, and we just don't know.
Well, I keep saying it's got to be the only sport in the world where you're 3/4 of the way through the season not knowing what you're playing for next season.
McCurr in bowl, short, pulled away by Clark. He's get a single to deep mid-wicket. Tom Clark goes to 48 or 43 deliveries, and the Sharks 81 for 2.
Again, it's frankly ridiculous. Ridiculous. You couldn't make it up.
No,
You're 3/4 of the way through the season, and nobody knows what they're playing for next season. Nobody knows.
We were talking about that at Warwickshire on Friday, actually, Church. Warwickshire are the county champions. They're not having a great time in the championship this season, as in comes McCurr running away from us, in and bowls. Pajara drives through the covers. He's going to pick up a single. It's a chase for Ryan Patel. He's an excellent fielder, isn't he? My word, he covers the ground quickly and gets in a good throw. And Pajara was thinking of 2, and I think he saw it was Patel and decided, I think we'll just have 1. Pajara.
I'm watching Pajara very, very closely here. Now, as you said, he was absolutely knackered at the end of Friday.
And some.
And he's already called for a couple of drinks and a towel. He's looking a bit tired already.
McCurr in bowl, down the leg side. Tom Clark looking to flick that one away. It's going to be a wide. Not taken cleanly by Blake, so there'll be an extra delivery. And the people from Warwickshire were saying, they're sort of assuming that maybe 2 are going down, and they've got important games against Somerset, who are struggling down the bottom of the championship. But
100%.
But no one really knows.
100%. You think if you're pushing for promotion in Division 2, you don't know whether you're going up or not now.
McCurr in bowls to Clark, who flicks this down to fine leg as Tom Clark picks up his 49th run. It is the end of the over. No, it's not. Oh, talking rubbish, Adrian. There's a wide as well. 84 for 2. Clark to 49. Yeah, I don't understand. But
and I actually am at the point now where I think it's disrespectful to the players. Now, I really do. You're expecting them to go out and do their job, and they don't know what they're playing for. I think it's just disrespecting the players.
away from us, bowls to Pujara. Pujara's forward plays 2 mid on. They were thinking about a single. It wasn't there, and Sheridan Gummins comes across and fields and prevents the single. Tip remains 84 for 2. And to a certain extent, I think it's a very good point.
And the spectators.
And the spectators, the people who follow the game. People just have no idea what the structure of the championship's going to be for next season. Or
I'd just like someone to come out and apologise and be upfront and honest and say we've messed this one up royally.
Away from us, up the hill, bowls to Bajara, who clips onto the onside. There's a misfield by Gums, who dives over the ball at mid-wicket. It was in the air, though, momentarily. Not that far away from young Sheridan Gums, but Bajara picks up a single. We are going to have a drinks break with 17 overs gone. And Sussex Sharks are 85 for 2. Bajara on 21 of 40. Been a bit of a struggle for the great man today. But Tom Clark has played beautifully. 49 of 44 deliveries. And Sussex having lost a couple of early wickets at one stage, 9 for 2, with Alistair Orr for 4 and Harrison Ward for 5, already back in the pavilion. A wicket apiece for Matt Dunn and Tom Laws. Sussex have recovered. Tom Clark has got a big white towel that he's got draped over his head. Churchy and I very much in the air-conditioned room. We've had to turn it off, folks, because it's too cold in here. But that doesn't. It's obviously very, very warm out there. And a good contest, Churchy.
Yeah, absolutely. At the moment, very interesting. And I think Bajara will be delighted with the drinks break, because, as I say, I think and unsurprisingly, not much turnaround for him. Because, well, I don't know. Would Sussex have come back Friday after the game, I suppose, and got a day off yesterday to have a rest?
Yes, they definitely, and they've got an awful week this week. So after this, they travel, because Sussex are playing in Durham on Wednesday. Now, my understanding is because of coach drivers' hours and that sort of thing, you can't do the whole trip from Hove to Durham in one hit. So I think they're planning to go a good part of the way tomorrow. Then you stay overnight on Monday, get to Durham on Tuesday to practice, play the game on Wednesday, then Thursday off, Taunton on Friday. So I think it's Durham, sort of halfway to Taunton on Thursday, presumably get to Taunton late in the day for practice. I mean, this week's schedule is crackers.
So he sort of had that at the start of the competition.
So he went
had a
Durham,
trip to Northumberland. I can't remember where else Surrey went, but then back, and then back at the Kia Oval, then today. And then actually this week for Surrey is not too bad in the fact that it's all at home.
Right,
so they're all at home this week. And then their last game is up at Welbeck. So they're off to Welbeck.
Is that Welbeck Colliery?
I think so, yes.
That's not?
Yes, not.
Right,
Yeah. So that's where they're off to. As it's going to be Amar Verdi to get us started again.
And presumably you played at Guildford because, I mean, I know Surrey like playing at Guildford because of the 100 at the Oval. And it's always it's a shame there's Sussex hoping to bring back outground cricket next year, but...
So the opening game was at Guildford, then it was the trip to Northumberland, then Warwickshire at home, Middlesex at Radlett, and a couple of games at home this week. Trip to Welbeck, trip to Taunton as well, in there somewhere. There's Amar Verdi to bowl the 18th over, coming round the wicket to Bajara, who has had a drinks break, and this one's turned into the leg side by Bajara, and it's fielded by Ben Geddes away to his left, and the tidying up work is done by Nico Reefer. Bajara moves on to 22, and Yusuf Majid getting himself warmed up. And as I say, he has been mighty impressive in this competition so far. Yusuf Majid, 18 years of age. There's a quicker one from Amar Verdi. He's punched off the back foot by Tom Clark, but he's picked up 5 wickets in the competition so far. He's had tidy figures in every game. No one's really got after him. Left arm spinner. Meeting again is Clark with that bat raised as Verdi bounces in, round the wicket he comes, and again Clark's on the back foot, just punching away through the covers for a single to bring up his 50, and it's been a very nice one this from Tom Clark. Very much enjoyed this innings from Tom Clark, and 50 not out, he raises his bat, gets a very good hand including a gentleman who's come with his own cricket bat to our right and is raising his own bat as Tom Clark got to his 50 there of 46 deliveries that was. So nice innings so far. 87 for 2 as Amar Verdi is into Pujara. Pujara's using his feet and turning this one into the leg side. It's a little uppish that from Pujara. He hasn't quite, he's trying to get down the pitch to Verdi, but Verdi's just doing him in the flight at the moment. So he's not quite getting to the pitch of the ball at the moment, Pujara. As Verdi is into him once again. Down the pitch he comes once more. Turns this one into the leg side. And they'll pick up another single. The impression I get with Pujara is he's having to fight a bit here. I think he's still feeling Friday. And he's having to fight. But he loves batting. Pujara waits again. Verdi's into him. Pujara on the back foot. That turns a touch on him. And he turns it down into the leg side. Bit of bounce again there from Amar Verdi. And a little bit of turn. End of the over. Good tidy over again from Amar Verdi. 18 gone. And Sussex here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London, and on the Sussex live stream. 87 for 2.
And confirmation, Churchy, that this is indeed the same pitch that was played on last week when Sussex played Leicestershire. We're going to see another young man, Yusuf Majid, coming into the attack from the C end of the ground. I'm really pleased for Tom Clark. He's made 2 championship hundreds. He made a good 50 here last week against Leicestershire. And just to put that innings in context, he batted very nicely, but Sussex were chasing a relatively low total. This is a different kettle of fish here today, coming in when Sussex were in a good deal of trouble. But I would really like to see Tom push on and make a big score here today. He's got to 50, he's played nicely, sort of the next stage of his development, but he's a fine young player, just 21 years of age. You won't have seen much, if anything, of Yusuf Majid, I'm sure, and nor have I, but the young man is going to come in from the C end of the ground, bowling left arm around the wicket. He comes in and bowls, and Clark drives the first ball smartly to short extra cover, well fielded by Geddes, the Surrey captain. 3 men in the covers. There's also a straightish mid-wicket and a short fine leg as in comes Majid, bowls, and Clark's hit on the pad. The ball dribbles out into the offside, and behind the stumps comes a very lively Josh Blake to field. And it's a leg by, the total goes to 87 for 2.
Got lovely control, Yusuf Majid. That's the thing that jumps out at you. Having seen him now in 4 games, he's got lovely control.
And plays another one who's come through the academy.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just
Cranley schoolboy. So yeah, it's a conveyor belt at the moment. It really is. But he has settled into this very nicely.
He comes, bowls, and catches low. Pujara steers that through the covers and picks up a single to Ryan Patel, who fields in front of the Spenkama Pavilion. I have to say, the packed Spenkama Pavilion, the upper deck, I don't reckon there's a seat up there.
There's 2 people there with their fans again. It's a bit like the Mikado up there. One of my favourite, Gilbert and Sullivan's.
Majid in bowls. Clark clips that nicely and firmly through that straightish mid-wicket. Picks up a single down to long on, where it's fielded by Matt Dunn. Clark goes to 51. Sussex for 90 for 2. It really is. The pavilion is really busy. The southwest corner, probably 3/4 full. Nice buzz, as Churchy says, around the ground as in comes Majid again, bowls, and Pujara drives into the covers. Can't cut that off, can Tom Laws, and Pujara picks up another single. He goes to 24. Shucks to 91 for 2. There is a bit of a breeze, actually. I can just see the Sussex flag just billowing slightly, and a little more cloud around today than there has been. A few cotton wool clouds around. Majid bowls, Clark clips this through mid-wicket and picks up a single. So 4 singles off the over, plus a leg by from the first over from Yusuf Majid, who takes his cap from umpire Rob Bailey and wanders away to his fielding position at the end of the 19th over. The Sharks are 92 for 2.
This atmosphere is reminding me a touch of sort of a festival atmosphere today. Just sun shining, good crowding, good cricket. Everyone's interested in this because in this Surrey team there'll be players that people haven't seen play before. And Sussex Surrey games are always good affairs anyway, but it's got a real sort of nice festival feel to it today here at Hove. It's going to be Amar Verdi to continue from the Cromwell road end. He's got a long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square and sweeper on the cover rope to Clark, who's onto the back foot looking to punch through the covers. And there's Nico Reefer to do the fielding, and there's no run.
Just look frustrated there, Tom Clark.
Yep.
He just needs to make sure he doesn't let that frustration get the better of him.
Birdie. Around the wicket he comes to Clark. Tosses this one up, and Clark, that's a good shot. Just chips it. Again, in control of that is Tom Clark. He's just chipped it to the right of Tom Laws at mid-off. And that's a very safe shot. It's just a nice controlled bit of batting that from Tom Clark. He knew exactly what he was up to there. He moves on to 56. Sussex Sharks moving on to 96 for 2. But talking about the control of Yusuf Majid, that was a very controlled shot from Clark. Clark backs away again, looks to cut, beats the edge. Nicely taken by Blake. He looks happier with the straight bat shots than he does when he's slightly horizontal bat looking to cut. There's Clark as in comes Verdi. Oh, he's chipped one back. Now Verdi was going to dive to take the catch if he could, but Mr. Pajara quite understandably stood his ground at the non-striker's end. But again, he's through that a little bit early there.
Yes, he was.
And he's just trying to work leg side. And that's all, but that could have easily ballooned straight back to MR Verdi, but Clark picks up a single. He moves on to 57 now. And it's round the wicket again. Verdi to Pajara, and Pajara hits the gap through the leg side. Out there to Conor McCurr. And they'll pick up another single. There's a bit more cloud today, though, isn't there?
There is, yeah.
Because yesterday there was no cloud whatsoever.
Beautiful, wasn't it? It's talk of a bit of... I'm not sure how much rain we're meant to get in the south, though. I know they're talking about rain on its way, but I think it's more in the north.
Right.
Apparently.
As Verdi is in, round the wicket to Clark, who plays this one off the back foot a little late. And down into the leg side. We'll get a single. Gums does the fielding. 20 gone. And 30 remain for the Sussex Sharks, and they're ticking along very nicely now. Partnership's worth 90. They were 9 for 2. 20 gone, they're 99 for 2.
And you're listening to live cricket on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. Adrian Harms, Mark Church. You may be watching via the Sussex Cricket Club live stream or listening via the BBC app. Wherever you're listening or watching from, a very good afternoon to you. And if you'd like to get in touch, Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, or on Twitter at Backalacross, or at BBC Sussex Sport. As in comes Yusuf Majid, bowls to Clark. Clips that one to backward, a short fine leg, fielded there by Amar Verdi. There is no run. Well, what do you think, listeners, about next season? What would you like to see in terms of structure, etc.? As in comes Majid, bowls to Clark, who again looks to clip that on the leg side. The ball hits the pad and dribbles out towards square leg, and it's a leg bye, and the applause around the ground is for the 100 up. 100 up for Sussex in the 21st over. Generous applause around the county ground. In fact, Simon Higgins has been in touch. I'll read your email in a moment, Simon. As it comes Majid, bowls to Pajara, who works this down the ground to log off, fielded down in front of us by Matthew Dunn. One more to Pajara, he goes to 26, 101 for 2. I'll read this at the end of the over, actually. It's an interesting email from Simon talking about county championship cricket. Majid bowls to Clark, who plays it on into the offside, picks up a single to mid-off. He's just showing signs, Tom Clark, of just getting a little bit frustrated. I don't think he needs to be, but he goes to 55, is that?
59.
59, I'm sorry, 102 for 2, but he's just looks a little irritated with himself. In comes Majid, bowls to Pajara, hammers that one on the leg side, and that's gone for 6 runs. Clipped away, it just bounced around a couple of inches over the rope. Umpire Bailey is just saying it's a 6. Yes, well done to the fielder down there. He very sportively says, yes, that went for 6 runs.
It's gone straight in the hospitality box as well. So Sheridan Gums has now disappeared and has got the ball out from somebody having their lunch.
Well done.
But lovely controlled shot that, wasn't it, from Pajara. Didn't try and hit it too hard, knew exactly where he wanted to put it and just helped it over the rope for 6.
Here he comes again. Bowls, that's wider of the off stump, cut away by Bujara through backward point. Back, it's a lovely shot by Bujara. A little bit too much width there from young Youssef Majid, and Bujara, beautiful timing through backward point, picks up a boundary. So 10 runs coming off the last 2 balls, and it's a 100 partnership between these two. 103 in 106 balls in 70 minutes. Tom Clark making 59 of them, and Chechiswa Bidara making 36. At the end of the 21st over, the Sharks 112 for 2.
Yep, very good partnership.
Just reading this email, Simon says, I couldn't agree more with your thoughts on the Championship and County Championship cricket in general. Very well said. It's great if kids are going to the 100. However, they would also have enjoyed T20 or 50 over cricket, resulting in more championship action in the peak of the glorious weather, and to support the Test team had these franchises not been created. A great idea to get matches on free to air, but the game could have shown more patience and addressed this when the current TV deal expired.
Here is Amar Verdi to bowl the 22nd over as this one's turned by Clark out towards deep mid-wicket. They'll pick up a single. Clark moves on to 60, 113 for 2.
And goes on to say, and then had blast matches featuring historic counties that people care about on the BBC. So thank you very much, Simon, for your views.
Round the wicket comes Verdi once again, and that's short and cut by Pajara out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope, and they'll pick up another single. Absolutely. So I think the thing that is worth remembering is that the ECB had a very good product, and they lost complete and utter control of it. And when you lose control of something, it's very difficult to wrest it back, as cutting, especially if somebody else does it better than you were doing it. It's cut by Clark, and Geddes does the fielding away to his left. So the other way around that is to come up with a completely new product, which is exactly what's happened, which won't ever compete with the product that the ECB had anyway, but let it go, as Clark's looking to cut bottom edge down towards short third man. They'll pick up another single, one more to the total, 115 for 2. And if you hung an awful lot of money behind the new product, he gets a lot of pairs of eyes looking at it. But if you lose control of your old product that was working, this one's turned by Pajara down towards long on. They'll stroll another single, one more to the total.
And you're referring to the blast, Churchy?
Yeah, because it was the ECB had control of their product. But I think they were lazy with it. And then 2007, India win the World T20. Suddenly the whole thing changed. As looking to work round his front pad is Clark. Plus going off with Mr. Stanford didn't help. It's control of your product, and somebody else does it better. And I'm not saying the cricket's better, I'm saying promotes the product better, pays the players better. And you try and stay away from it for as long as you can until you realise you're going to have to let your players play in it. You then have to come up with a completely new product. That's exactly what they've done. 116 for 2 at the end of the Verdi over. 22 gone. And 4 off that over from Amar Verdi. But yes, Surrey will be slightly concerned here with Mr. Pajara.
In comes Majid, bowled to Pajara, who eases a ball wide of the off stump to backward point, fielded by Amar Verdi. One more to Pajara, he goes to 39 or 53. The Sharks to 117 for 2.
And I'll just add, the problem you've got is if you want to have a new product, is if the old product is still very popular.
Comes Majid, bowls to Clark, who's using his feet. He sits on the pad, that will bounce out onto the onside. There is no run. Well, certainly, I think we'd all like to know what's happening, next season, but that would seem that is some way away at the moment. As in comes Majid, left arm round the wicket, bowls to Clark, and Clark lost that. That's a beautiful shot. He's a quality player, Tom Clark. He'd been waiting for that, and he just played a lovely straight drive over extra. He just clipped the ball over extra cover. And the ball raced away for 4 runs. Lovely shot. I'm glad to see him play that shot because he looked a little frustrated. And Churchy was right. He's looked much better on the front foot in this innings.
Well, he looks much better when he's trying to hit the ball too hard.
Goes to 65 off 64 deliveries, 121 for 2. Waits again, and he lofts that one away on the leg side. There was more of an element of risk in that. It goes over mid-wicket, but he picks up a single as Clark. He goes to 66. Sussex to 122 for 2. Plays his club cricket at Horsham, the same place as Tom Haynes and Will Beer. So Tom Clark, as in comes Vajid again, bowls, and Bajara clips this through square leg, picks up a single, fielded out in the distance by Nathan Barnwell. One more to Bajara, he goes to 40.
When he's just easing the ball and he looks classy, he really does look classy. It's when he sort of goes back and really tries to cut the spinner is where he's getting himself into a bit of a pickle.
Vajid in bowls, and Clark clips that. That's in the air. It wasn't that far away from Tom Laws at mid-wicket, fielded out in the deep by Ryan Patel. He gets in the throw. One more to Clark. It is the end of Vajid's over, and Sussex Sharks are 124 for 2. Cheshire Bajara is on 40. Tom Clark is on 67. And we've had 23. Is that right, Churchy?
Yes,
23 of the... I really do need to go and get my glasses checked.
Well, I need to get my eyes checked.
Yeah.
Don't worry about your glasses, Mr. Barhams. I need to actually get my eyes checked out.
I was really struggling at Edgbaston the other day. The scoreboard is a long way away there, but I can see now I've sort of adjusted them slightly. 23 overs gone. 124 for 2.
Well, here's an exciting moment because Nathan Barnwell's going to get a bowl. He played against Middlesex at Radlett, didn't bowl. He is getting a bowl here. So Nathan Barnwell comes into the attack for the first time for Surrey in List A cricket. So good luck to him. He's quick, Nathan Barnwell. And Tom Clark will be on strike on 67. But yeah, Clark looks classy. He really does. The only time he sort of got himself in a bit of a tangle was looking to really cut the spinner hard. But the spinner's out the attack now. Here is Barnwell round the wicket. The first one is cut by Clark out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. And they will pick up a single. He's a strong lad, Nathan Barnwell. Strong actions, played England under 19s. And Bajara comes on to strike on 40, 125 for 2. Another one through the system for Surrey. Nathan Barnwell. It's coming down the slope, over the wicket. Right arm over to Bajara. It's gone length, and Bajara's a slower one, I think, from Nathan Barnwell. And Bajara looking to work that leg side, and a bit early on it, went straight down into the turf and up again.
When did he play for the under-19s, Churchy?
He played for the under-90. We went on the World Cup.
Oh, well, he would know Tom then.
Yes, absolutely. And
he would know Tom Clark.
And they probably played together against the West Indies last summer, I would have thought. As Barnwell, over the wicket he comes. Short one. Bajara's just pulling down towards long leg. And they will get a single here as the throw comes in. One bounce over the top of the stumps, and I think that's Tim Lloyd out there. So Tim Lloyd, who also academy, and he's touching the ball out there because I think he's on the field of play at the moment because somebody has wandered off for an over or two. So Tim Lloyd is out there doing the 12th man duties. Around the wicket comes Barnwell once again, and Clark's looking to work off his front pad, hits the pad in front, rolls out towards Tom Laws at mid-wicket. Leg buys the signal. I think Sussex will be pleased with where they find themselves at the moment. Got a partnership well established in the 24th over. Just be looking to push on from here. Opportunity here for Tom Clark today.
Yeah, huge.
Yes. Barnwell comes over the wicket to Bajara. Bajara is forward, turns leg sides. Nice first over this from Nathan Barnwell. And there is no run there as Conor McCurr comes up to do the fielding. Throw in over the top of the stumps to Josh Blake. One ball to come in this, the 24th over. Nathan Barnwell's first over in List A cricket. The wicket he goes to Bajara, short again, and Bajara's pulling fine on the leg side, and Round comes Tim Lloyd again to do the fielding, and they'll pick up another single. It's a very good first over, that, from Nathan Barnwell. He'll be very good about getting a first over under his belt. Just 4 runs off it, all in singles, 24 overs gone, and the Sussex Sharks are 128 for 2.
Yeah, it's been a good partnership between these pair, having come together when Sussex were in a lot of trouble on 9 for 2. Ali Orr out for 4, Harrison Ward for 5. Cheshire Pujara, who started off very cautiously, we wondered if he was still feeling the effects a little of his efforts on Friday at Edgbaston, is getting into his stride. John Clark playing very nicely. It's going to be Pujara who's going to be taking a strike against Yusuf Majid. One more over and we'll be to the halfway stage. In comes Majid and bowls, cut away by Pujara through the covers, and picks up another single. Does Pujara? He goes to 43, 129 for 2. The 4 fielders outside of the circle are a deep mid-wicket, a long on, a long off, and a sweeper on the cover boundary. Majid in the bowls, and Clark plays that back to the leg side. That's a nice shot by Tom Clark. Point that Churchy made earlier, actually, he didn't try to absolutely hammer that. He sort of eased the ball away through that, past the fielder at short fine leg, and races away for another boundary. Clark to 72.
He's obviously got lovely hands in the fact that he times the ball so well and he can put it where he wants to. And again there, he's not trying to hit that too hard. He just knows as long as he gets enough bat on it and gets it past the short fine fielder, he's going to pick up 4.
Majid again bowls. Clark drives to Matthew Dunn, who comes in from long on to field. One more to the young Sussex left-hander, who goes to 73. Sussex 134 for 2. Majid in bowls, and Pujara places firmly, not fielded cleanly by Geddes at mid-wicket. Was hit very firmly by Pujara. I think he might have just hurt his ankle there. Does Ben Geddes? He's okay. The Surrey skipper. Pujara goes to 43. In comes Majid, bowls to Clark. Clark eases to mid-on. Yes, thank you, Joe. A good recovery here by Sussex, who at one stage were 9 for 2, with Alistair Orr out for 4 and Harrison Ward for 5. But since then, Tom Clark has batted very nicely. The young 21-year-old left-hander from Horsham, he's on 73. Cheshire Pujara is on 44. We're exactly halfway through the Sussex innings, Joe. 25 overs gone. Sussex are 135 for 2.
Yeah, a tidy over from Yusuf Majid. Boundary, but I think what worries Surrey slightly at the moment is not really trying too much, Pujara and Clark, and they're tending to find their boundaries at regular intervals. And Pujara 44 off 60 now, and obviously the Pujara role here is to bat the 50 overs.
Yeah.
As Barnwell to bowl the 26th. Comes over the wicket to Pujara and it's down the leg side, and this will be a wide signalled. That'll be one more to the total, 136 for 2, but he's looking a bit comfier now. Is Pujara. I think actually what happened was Clark, we talked about the running between the wickets. Clark was absolutely testing the Surrey fielders on the edge of the ring, and I think Pujara needed a bit of a breather, but there hasn't been much of that lately. As in over the wicket once again comes Barnwell, short and cut away down towards third man. Yusuf Majid does the fielding. Pujara will pick up a single. He moves on to 46 now, and it's 138 for 2. I think that sort of there's been some boundaries in the last couple of overs. I think that's just given Pujara a bit of a breather, because he does look a bit comfier now.
Yes, he does. No, I would agree.
Yeah. As Clark comes back onto strike on 73. Barnwell's into him, short outside the off stumper. It's a no ball from Nathan Barnwell. He's overstepped the mark. This will be a free hit, and 3 more to the total. Just wait for umpire to get back and do his disco circle above his head.
Yeah.
40 for 2. So Pajara has the free hit here. Can have a good old go at this one. Can Pajara. And Barwell. Right arm over the wicket to Pajara. Short and Pajara. Oh, he feels he's missed out there. Does Pajara short and wide outside the off stump, and he's got after it and got nothing on it at all. And I think Pajara basically is saying to himself he could have put that anywhere really through the offside. Really did throw everything at it and then got nothing on it, ironically. 140 for 2. Barnwell over the wicket he comes once again, and that's down the leg side, and wide will be the signal. Might just be for... There's Matthew Dunn out there in the field. Is he anywhere near him? I think actually Dunn's the one that's off at the moment, having said that. So I'm just thinking Dunn's the experienced head bowling wise. You know, he's up there at mid-off, so he might just want to have a little chat to Nathan Barnwell during this over. And stood up there at mid-off at the moment as Barnwell is in over the wicket to Pajara, and he's picked this one up and flicking it down towards Amar Verdi, who does a fine tumbling stop down there at fine leg. There's Amar Verdi, and Pajara will pick up another single. He moves on to 46. Lloyd will come back on to strike on... Clark, apologies, comes back on to strike on 74. 142 for 2. Josh Blake, who's been really good in this competition behind the stumps and with the bat as well, settles himself down once again as round the wicket goes Barnwell, and this is driven firmly by Clark behind square on the offside and away for 4. Again, great hands there from Clark, and he's just got that away through backward point and has sped off to the boundary rope. Clark's on to 78 here, and it's 146 for 2.
Yeah, there's a bit of width there, wasn't there, from Nathan Barnwell. Do you know, often it's very difficult when you're first playing at Hove, bowling down the hill. So it's not easy, Churchy. So I've got some sympathy. Yes, I have.
It's round the wicket he comes again, Barnwell. And that's down the leg side. Oh, it's another no ball from Nathan Barnwell. I think he probably does need Matthew Dunn or somebody just to come and have a little chat with him here, because it's another no ball. It's another free hit. Here comes Dunn. So, Matthew Dunn goes and gets the ball and then just wanders across to have a little chat with Nathan Barnwell and gives him a pat on the back. That's why he's got Matthew Dunn up there. So this is a free hit now for Clark. 148 for 2. As Barnwell round the wicket he goes. Short one, cut away in front of square. And I think Clark feels he might have missed out a little bit there, but it'll just be a single. And that's one more to the total. 149 for 2.
Yeah, and actually, Church, I mean, the cricketers I've spoken to down the years down here at Hove who have said, even experienced cricketers have come here and if it's the first time you've bowled here at Hove, it's not easy. So I've got sympathy here for Nathan. Might well be who bowled his next spell up the hill, which may be he may feel a bit more comfortable.
Last ball of the over. Barnwell is in to Pajara. It's a full toss. Pajara again may feel he's missed out a little bit there. Tucked it straight to Conor McCurr at mid-wicket. Barnwell's over comes to an end. 26 overs have gone, and 149 for 2. Sussex Sharks and eyeing up a big total here at Hove.
Yes, I was looking at the game here against Gloucestershire, where Sussex made 334. Pajara 63, Durray Rawling was 91. You were talking about that earlier. Churchill. Gloucestershire made 283 in reply. I mean, when things started off, Sussex were 9 for 2, and batting didn't look that easy earlier on this morning. So round about the 300 mark, we've probably got game on, I think. Now, are you going to change your bowling? I think
yes, indeed. Ryan Patel is going to come on and have a bowl.
Oh, look, he's doing some Pilates.
Well, interesting. Matthew Dunn went across after that over from Barnwell and had a long old chat with Ben Geddes. As I say, Dunn's not played a huge amount of this day cricket himself, but he's been around a while, so he is experienced in cricketing terms. And I wonder if Matthew Dunn might be coming back into the attack, actually, because he's getting himself warmed up at mid-off. But Ryan Patel into the attack.
Running up the hill from the C end to bowl to Tom Clark, and Clark clips that away through square leg and picks up a single. Tom Laws chases back from mid-wicket to field. One more to Clark, who goes to 80, 150 up for Sussex in the 27th over. Yes.
Yeah.
Clark has 80 of those off 70. 77. I'm sorry, but I'm struck at 77.
77 balls, yep. 80
runs.
70. I think the worry for Surrey is that ticking along at 5.7 and over at the moment without doing anything spectacular.
Yeah. Patel in bowls, and Bajara eases that down the ground to long on and picks up a single. Does Bajara? No, you're right. They've pushed the ones and twos very effectively, and now and again, Bajara's opened his shoulders and hit a 6 down the ground. So they've picked up boundaries when they've needed to. So it's been a good pace to the innings. 151 for 2. Ryan Patel chatting away to Matthew Dunn, who's fielding at mid-off. Patel turns, bowling his right arm medium pace up the hill from the C end of the ground here at Hove. Bowls to Clark, and Clark, I think he was hit on the pad. The ball bounces out on the offside, fielded by Laws. Umpire Bailey says no, it's a run. He's got a little nick on that, did Tom Clark. He goes to 81, Sussex to 152 for 2. As Churchy says, not many people watching from their balconies. In fact, nobody.
Well, there's a couple to our right.
Ah, yes.
There's a gentleman and a lady up there, but that's about it. Normally, there's a lot of people sort of watching from the balconies.
Patel in and bowls to Bajara, who cuts firmly through backward point. Is racing towards the boundary. It's not going to go all the way. It's a good bit of relay fielding out there, actually. A couple of the Surrey lads out there. Throw comes in. Good fielding. 2 to Bajara. He goes to 49. Sussex 154 for 2.
Yeah, Malverde with the chase and then flicking the ball up to Conor McCurt, who rocketed the ball back into the gloves of Josh Blake.
Had an email from Steve Miles down in Birdham near Chichester. Birdham is on the way down to West Wittering that I was talking about a little earlier on. So I'll read your email in a moment, Steve. Thank you for getting in touch. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk as in comes Patel and bowls, and Bajara works this to backward point. Nicely fielded at backward point by Nico Rifa. And there is no run. Such an important position, backward point in these limited overs games. Steve says, hi Adrian, I think the longer form of the game is becoming more and more squeezed at a time when we had the most enjoyable test series this spring. Sure how we engender an interest in the young people in order to make sure we have test cricketers for the future. Is this the beginning of the end for test cricket, he says, ? And he goes on to say, in comes Ryan Patel and bowls, and Bajara plays that again to Reefer at backward point. There is no end of a tidy over from Ryan Patel, just conceding the 5 runs. The Sharks 154 for 2. Bajara on 49, Clark on 81. And Steve finishes by saying, so it was you who clogged the Birdham Road this week.
Oh dear.
As I went down to Wittering. Yeah, I mean, it must be better, Steve, living there. It must be better with organised, or you have to book your parking down at West Wittering, because I say in the past you'd queue for hours to get down to the beautiful beach. When the tide goes out at West Wittering, Churchy, it is absolutely beautiful. You can walk for miles. But anyway, Steve, thanks for getting in touch. And I think I think on the cricket front, we're all worried, aren't we, about the way the game is going?
Absolutely. And I think the way England played their test cricket over those 4 tests with McCullum was fantastic. I think it got people talking about test cricket again. Fact is, kids couldn't see it because it was behind the paywall, and you know, test match ticket prices are astronomical now. As round the wicket comes Matthew Dunn, and he's into the attack as we suspected from that Cromwell Road end, and it hits Clark on the thigh guard. It always one of those that could have hit the thigh guard and gone straight back onto the stumps, but it went past his leg stump.
Well, it is expensive, Churchy. I went to the first day of the England-India Test match at Edgbaston, which was hugely enjoyable. We had wonderful innings from Pant. The tickets were, I think, about 60 quid. It
comes Dunn, and this one's turned leg side. by Clark, and they'll pick up a single, moves on to 82, 155 for 2.
What did make an expensive day, though, is that you're not allowed to take in your own picnics or anything, so you're reliant on the food inside the ground. And I have to say, I do understand with COVID that, people are there, they're concessions, and they have to make money, but boy, was it expensive, Churchy.
Captive audience, isn't it?
Yeah, totally.
155 for 2. As over the wicket goes Matthew Dunn and Pujara. Nice shot. Lovely hands from Pujara. Just let it come to him, then opened up the face of the bat, guided it off down towards third man, and a gorgeous way to bring up his 50. Been a good innings this from Pujara. He had to fight a bit at the start because he looked knackered, but he's all right now. And 50 not out of 69 deliveries. The irony that hasn't been lost on me is that Bairstow and Stokes aren't going to play in the 100 this year, but they'll be the ones lighting up the Test series. As forward goes Pujara, turns this one out towards the sweeper on the cover, the mid-wicket boundary rope. Apologies, they'll pick up another single, one more to the total. And I think that way England were playing, it got everybody talking about Test match cricket again, and it'll be a fascinating series coming up. But the thing is, it's again, they've had no preparation for it at all. So we'll wait to see what happens. As in round the wicket goes Matthew Dunn, and forward comes Clark. Plays this one out into the offside, rolls out there towards extra cover, and there's no run, because South Africa have had more preparation than England in the fact that they played the England Lions this week in Canterbury. But there we go, we'll wait to see what happens in that. But I think that it starts...
Is that this week?
Yeah,
it is this
starts
week.
next week on Thursday.
Is there a test
at Lord's? Yes, and then the Oval test is in September. Start of September, I think. There's 3 tests, isn't there, against South Africa, and then 957 one-day internationals. Round the wicket once again comes all done, and Clark's looked to work this one, leg side. He almost spooned that straight back down the pitch to Matthew Dunn. It's the end of the over, 28 gone, and Sussex are 160 for 2 with 22 of their 50 overs remaining. So Matthew Dunn back into the attack in that over. Dunn's got another 4 to go. Colin McCur's got another 5, and Ryan Patel is about to bowl his second.
Yes, I don't know what the plan is for Cheteshwar Pujara for next season. I'm sure that Sussex would dearly love for him to be here for all kinds of reasons. Number one, he's great to watch. Number two, I think his influence around these young batsmen. I mean, Grant Flower is working here now as the batting coach, and we've certainly seen the fruits of all Grant's hard work during the winter with some of these younger players. As in comes Ryan Patel over the wicket, bowls to Pujara, who eases that to backward point, fielded by Reefer, and there is no run. So, I've no idea where Sussex are with negotiations with Cheteshwar for next season, but to have someone of his quality around the side. So,
well, he looks a good player to me. I don't know anything about cricket at all, but he looks a good player to me, this bloke.
And I'm sure Sussex will be hoping he does come back, but we'll have to wait and see as we go into next season. But it's been wonderful to watch as in comes Patel, bowls, and Pujara hammers this one away, and that's going to go for 4 runs. Just bounces no, it wasn't 6, umpire. You've got that wrong, I'm afraid. The umpire has got that wrong. That was not 6 runs. That was 4.
Rob Bailey has got that wrong.
He's got that wrong, I'm afraid. That was 4 runs.
Inside the rope.
Yes, it was 4 runs, Mr. Bailey. I'm sorry to say, it was not 6.
I think Rob Bailey's getting a message sent to him, actually. Yep.
Yeah, I can confirm. I saw it with my own eyes. Honest Gov, it was a 4.
Yep, there we go. 4 runs. Matthew Dunn's saying that as well. So,
yes, it was.
Yep, definitely 4.
Clipped away. Yep, it bounced about a yard. He's laughing, is Matthew Dunn.
Yep.
Yep, quite right. It was a good shot, but it was a boundary. Pujara goes to 54. 164 for 2. Patel in again bowls. That might be 6.
Yeah, that one is.
Well, that has gone for 6 runs. Hoisted away by Pujara over a wideish mid-wicket. went high rather than long. And the man with the bat there is where
he
again.
is. There's that man.
Yeah.
He's coming all his gear.
Yeah, there was a 6-hit last week against Leicester that Bajara hit. That was caught. There was people in that area were watching the football as well because Brighton were playing Manchester United, and a guy stood up and caught a 6 from Bajara, and then ran in to watch some more of the football. So it was all very exciting. Bajara is on the move here. He's on 64, 170 for 2 as Patel is in, bowls, and Bajara drives firmly through the covers to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Bajara to 65. Sussex 171 for 2.
You sort of half expected Bajara to do that, didn't you?
Yes.
First one, not too short. Make sure on the second one. And,
again, he just asked Ben Geddes there. I think he wants something bought out as Bajara.
I think he's still feeling this at the moment. I think he's asking again, can he get a drink and change your gloves and have a bit of a water break?
Patel in bowls, works down the leg side, and that will be signalled a wide by umpire Rob Bailey.
But no, the crowd are enjoying this, aren't they? Because good partnership from these two. It really is now. And it's worth 163, so excellent partnership.
Can't wait. So Ryan Patel is in and bowls, and Clark is wrapped, I think, on the thigh pad. The ball bounces out onto the onside. Umpire Bailey signals. Well, he doesn't signal anything, so it's another run to Tom Clark. He goes to 82 of 82 deliveries for Tom Clark, who changes over for the right-handed Bajara.
It's been a very nice innings, this, and Clark will see this as a huge opportunity, and the fact that we're only in the 29th over, so there is still plenty of time for him here.
Patel in bowls. Bajara cuts that one away firmly down to third man, fielded all the way down to the distance there by, is that Ryan Patel? I think it is. Gets in the throw. No, Patel's bowling.
Amar
Birdie, I'm sorry. End of the over. We can have a bit of a drinks break, I think, with 29 overs gone. And Sussex 174 for 2 here with Bajara on 66, Clark on 83. Live cricket, Adrian Harms, Mark Church, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. You may be watching via the live stream provided by Sussex County Cricket Club or listening on the BBC app. It doesn't matter where you're listening or watching from. A very good afternoon. And if you'd like to join our chat about general cricket matters or going to Wittering Beach or whatever it might be, you can email us sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet at Back and Across, which is Churchy's Twitter handle, or at BBC Sussex Sport. Bajara's getting a drink and a change of gloves.
He's had about 3 pit stops now, Mr. Bajara, hasn't he? Mr. Harms, look at the camera. We didn't do we may as well, while there's a pit stop, the old selfie for commentary. But I'm very much enjoying this. But yes, Mr. Bajara, a couple of pit stops already.
I wonder whether we might see Tom Laws coming back in. I was just going to say it, and he's warming up now mid-off. He bowled very tidily in that opening spell. Tom Laws, I wonder whether he might be going to get a bit of scene from both ends.
It's going to be Matthew Dunn coming in from the Cromwell Road end, just drifted onto the pads there of Bajara, and Bajara tucks him away. It's a good bit of work again, that, from Amar Birdie. Gets around very quickly to do the fielding, and they will get back for 2. Good running again from Messrs Clark and Bajara, but again, Bajara there coming back for the second looks absolutely exhausted.
Yes.
So he really, I think it's what we were sort of saying earlier. I'm not sure he's quite recovered from his exploits on Friday. As he waits once more, as Dunn is into him, and Bajara, shout for LBW, I think going down. It looked as if that was going down the leg side, and leg by will be the signal, and that'll be 1 more to the total. 177 for 2, but I think he'll be quite glad to get up the non-strikers end. And
good delivery that, Churchy.
Yep, just nicked back a touch, didn't it, from Matthew Dunn. So turning once again is Dunn down there in the distance, and he's going to come round the wicket here to young Mr. Clark on 83. Very lovely runs as he's driving this one very elegantly into the offside, but the fielding's very, very good from the captain, Ben Geddes, diving away to his right.
That was good cricket, that,
It was a lovely shot and a lovely bit of fielding. But he's very elegant when he drives. Tom Clark, impressive innings this. Really has. Settles himself over his bat once again, as in round the wicket comes Dunn to him, and that one's just nipping back a touch and hits the bottom of the bat, rolls down there towards backward. But I think Mr. Pajara would like a bed at the non-strikers end, so he could just have a little bit of a lie down in between deliveries. But he's really fought on here as Pajara. That's why it's fantastic. Having a guy like that at this wonderful county, and B, the fact he's leading the side as well. Absolutely brilliant. And, he's battling away out there at the moment. He's obviously a bit tired as round the wicket goes Dunn to Clark, and Clark, lovely hands again. Oh, he's clipped this away through backward point. The fielding is brilliant from Conor McCurr though, coming round, sweeping on that cover boundary rope and diving full length and keeping the ball inside the rope. That was a terrific bit of work there from Conor McCurr. It really was. 2 more to the total, but again, it was a lovely, lovely shot. Just let the ball come to him and then clipped it away past backward point. Super bit of fielding that from Conor McCurr, and a lovely shot as Dunn is in again, drives once more, does Clark. This will swing McCurr around again. He's going to come back for 2. Pajara's, they've gone to the bowlers then. They've spotted Pajara.
Yeah,
they've spotted Pajara, and Conor McCurr. That was a sensible bit of cricket from Conor McCurr. He went to Pajara's end, and they pick up a couple. End of the over, 30 gone then, and Sussex on 181 for 2.
Yes, he just he looked a little weary, didn't he? Pajara running that second. Someone's having a good old laugh away down to our right-hand side. A lady, I'm not sure who it is, has got a particularly addictive laugh away to our right-hand side, somewhere in the crowd. Good crowd here at Hove today. Sun cream hats, very much the order of the day. Terrific to see so many people in and enjoying the game. And it's going to be a change of bowling, and I wonder if it might be Tom Laws, who's coming back into the Surrey attack. He bowled a very good spell earlier on, 4 overs for 19. I think his figures were better than that, to be honest. And he's going to be bowling to the right-handed Pajara. Picked up the wicket of Alior. Was caught behind by Josh Blake. And in comes Laws, bowls and carved away by Pajara to backward point, fielded there by Reefer. And there is no run.
May I leave you for 2 seconds, Mr. Arms? Thank you very much indeed, sir.
Indeed.
Thank you. I'll be back in.
Laws wanders back to his mark. Still in power play 2, which means just the 4 fielders allowed outside of the circle. They are positioned at third man, sweeping on the cover boundary. Laws in, bowls to Pajara, who clips this beautifully down towards that third man boundaries. Chase around the boundary. Brilliant piece of fielding. Really well done out there by Malvoni. They're going to come back for the third, and good running by Tom Clark. Good cricket all round. Really good shot by Pajara. Excellent piece of fielding down on that third man boundary. And Tom Clark running hard and coming back, pushing Pajara to go for the third run. Pajara goes to 71, Sussex to 184 for 2. This is going to come around the wicket now to the left-handed Tom Clark. An email from Steve Oxford, which I'll read in a moment. Comes Laws again, bowls, and Clark drives firmly but straight to mid-wicket, fielded there by Conor McCurr. And there is no run. 184 for 2.
Apologies, too much coffee.
Too much coffee, yes, right, yeah.
Yes, but good facilities here at Hove. Very nearby.
Laws is on his way. Past umpire Bailey bowls. That's down the leg side. That'll be signalled a wide. He changed his angle of attack as Tom Laws here to come into Tom Clark and get that right, and extra ball and another run. It's Clark on 87 within 13 of his maiden list A 100. Tom Clark. He waits. Laws is in bowls, and Clark clips this one without timing as well as his many shots have been through mid-wicket, and Colin McCurr trots back to field. And was that singular leg by? I do apologise if it was. I didn't pick that up from umpire Bailey.
No, off the bat, I think that one. 88.
Yes, he does go to 88. Yeah, 186 for 2. And Laws coming over the wicket to the right-handed Pujara. This partnership now worth 177 between this pair. Laws is in bowls. Pujara cuts firmly. Good bit of fielding by Reefer, who dives to his right but can't collect the ball cleanly. And Pujara goes through for a single. He goes to 73.
Tricky there, isn't it? Because he's got the wicket ends that he's fielding on, and obviously with the weather that we've had.
Yeah.
Bit dry there. So some of the grounds now are looking like deserts, aren't they?
Well, they are.
The outfield.
Well, they are. And the squares are looking like oases.
Yes, they are.
Bowls to Clark, who works this to backward point. Again fielded there by Reefer. There is no run. Tom Clark's annoyed with himself. He sort of swishes his bat as if to say, I should have found the gap. But all he did was find the fielder at backward point. Tom Clark remains unbeaten on 88. And the Sussex Sharks at the end of the 31st over are 187 for 2. Sorry, Chase, I didn't make a note of the score at 30 overs.
30 overs, 181. So 6 off that over.
Thank you.
From Tom Laws. And it'll be Matthew Dunn to bowl the 32nd over from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Again, it will be very interesting to see how Ben Geddes goes about his bowling resources here. And as Pujara will be the man on strike. Matthew Dunn. Over the wicket he comes to Pujara. Pujara's forward, clips it leg side. Colin McCurr does the fielding. And there's no run. Matthew Dunn into his 8th over now. Colin McCurr only bowled 9. He still had an over in his back pocket at Radlett, which he never got to use. So pretty sure he'll bowl his 10 today. Will Colin McCurr. Laws has still got 5. And then the spinners as well. Dunn is over the wicket once more to Pujara. Short and cut by Pujara out towards Nathan Barnwell, who's still got 8, having bowled a couple today. And more to Pujara. He moves on to 73. This brings Clark back onto strike on 88. So he won the toss and asked Sussex to have a bat, and they're doing it very nicely at the moment with this excellent partnership between the captain Pujara and Tom Clark. They were 9 for 2, Sussex at the start, as round the wicket comes Dunn and forward goes Clark. Plays this one up towards mid-off, and there's no run. And I think that's why with Ali Orr and Harrison Ward, Orr obviously in great form, but neither of them really had a look at the bowling, did they? Whereas these two have. And the proof's in the pudding, because Pujara is 73 and Clark is 88. So again, there's the left-handed Clark. Matthew Dunn will come round the wicket to him. And Clark drives. Good-looking shot this. That's away for 4. Ben Geddes doing his very best to get to that, but that's a very good shot from Clark again. And that's whistled straight down the ground for 4 runs. And Clark moves into the 90s. He's on to 92. My seat, my hydraulic seat, has just gone down. Yes, well, it's got there. Look, up it goes again. I seem to have one of the nice big seats, and you're on one of the smaller ones there, Mr. Harms.
It's like a dentist's chair you're in.
Mastermind.
Or mastermind.
Yes, very much so.
Yes, mastermind.
I'm not sure what my specialist subject would be. As round the wicket once again comes Dunn, and forward goes Clark, and plays this one out towards extra cover. Colin McCurr does the fielding. There are a couple of these sorts of chairs behind you on wheels.
Yes, I don't know why I always sit in this sort of what sort of traditional chair, isn't it? But, you're quite right. It is the mastermind chair you're in, Churchy.
Very nice, very comfy.
Perhaps I should think of some difficult questions.
Yes, well, it wouldn't take you long with me. Capital cities, you'd definitely be. Oh, it's going down again now. The hydraulics have gone. As round the wicket goes Dunn, Clark is pushing this one to reefer at backward point, and there's no run once again. End of the over from Matthew Dunn. 32 gone. I'm going under the table again here. 192 for 2. I might swap chairs. This is exciting, isn't it?
I'm going to ask you a quiz question.
Go on, then.
I'm going to ask you the quiz question. So you're talking about Mastermind.
Yes.
And I think he was the first. Well, I've slightly given it away now. I think he was the first winner of Mastermind. Can you remember the name of the taxi driver?
Oh, I was going to say he was a taxi driver.
He was?
Yes, but I can't remember his name. No. Fred something.
Good call,
Isn't it?
Yes.
Fred. Oh.
Yes. First winner. I think he was the first winner of Mastermind.
Fred.
All the chairman's arrived over on the.
Oh, excellent.
Yes, he's over in the Players Club there, shaking hands.
Oh, lovely.
Got a nice pink shirt on the chairman today.
Very nice. Fred. Stare. No, go on.
Tom Laws, I'm going to leave it hanging. In comes Laws, bowls to Pajara, who works at 2 mid-off, fielded by Dunn, and there is no run. Pajara wants something else bought out. I think there's another pair of gloves. How many pairs of gloves Chicheshwar Pajara has got in his bag? Quite a lot, I think. I'd imagine he doesn't pay for them.
No, he'd have. He
would have a sponsor.
Absolutely.
I think he
without a doubt.
Here comes Laws, bowls. Pajara clips this to mid-wicket, fielded nicely by Geddes, and there is no run. Okay, it begins with an H.
Fred.
If I've got this right,
He was definitely a taxi driver.
He was a taxi driver, a very knowledgeable taxi driver. Here comes Laws again, bowls, and Pajara is full. Good over this by Tom Laws. 3 dot balls. There is no run. It was Fred Housego.
That's right. Very good.
And I think he was the first winner of Mastermind. I may be wrong. I can't remember what his specialist subject was. Probably landmarks around London or something. But I don't know. That's a long time ago now, Church. I'll look it up in a minute. In comes Laws over the wicket, bowls, and Pajara finds the gap between the 3 fielders who are saving on the offside.
Late 70s, I'd say that was.
There by Ryan Patel. 1 more to Pajara. He goes to 74. I'm going to look it up. And then we'll give you some scores from the other games as well.
Late great Magnus Magnuson, of course.
Yeah.
Lady really is enjoying herself. It's all right.
She's got a wicked laugh. In comes Laws, bowls to Clark, who picks up 4 runs. Just down the leg side, he just adjusted his line there, Tom Laws. He came around the wicket to the left-handed Tom Clark. And Clark just flicked that one away down to fine leg. Picks up another boundary. He goes to 96, does Tom Clark. And within sight of his first List A century, he's made 2 county championship hundreds this season against Nottinghamshire and Leicestershire. And it's been a breakthrough season for the young Sussex left-hander. There's a little bit of gardening. Sussex to 197 for 2 as Laws is on his way again. Bowls and Clark placed firmly to mid-wicket. There is no run. End of the over. I think we're going to get another break for some more drinks and refreshments being brought on.
I think for Mr. Pajara, yes. No, there is a drinks break now. So yeah, 197 for 2.
So Fred Housego is a former London taxi driver who became a television and radio personality and presenter after winning the BBC television quiz Mastermind in 1980.
Oh, I wasn't far off.
He did not give up his taxi licence when he began his media career and was driving a cab in 2007. And it also says, this is interesting, I would have thought that Fred Housego would have been born sort sort of in the site of Bow Bells or somewhere, because I thought he was a Londoner. But he was born in Dundee.
Oh, there you are.
Never knew that.
What does it say what his specialist subject was in Mastermind?
In addition to driving a taxi, he worked as a messenger for an advertising agency, a postman, and a registered London tourist guide. In 1980, Housego won a series of Mastermind in front of 18 million viewers.
Oh, wow.
In an interview with Bradley Walsh for Come On Down, the game show story, he said that his knowledge came from being a London Tourist Board registered guide. In 1981, Housego took part in an international version of Mastermind in Sydney, Australia. He again used the Tower of London as his subject in the competition.
Oh, there you go.
Having previously used it as his subject in the Mastermind final, he came fourth with 10 points. Housego's specialist subject in the final of Mastermind was the Tower of London. Apart from Mastermind, his television appearances include Blankety Blank.
Classic.
I still like Blankety.
Classic. Classic with the late great T. Wogan.
Yeah, The Pyramid Game, don't remember that. History on Your Doorstep, The 6 O'Clock Show, on which he was a presenter, and This Is Your Life. He was on LBC for many years. Sorry to go. He was the phone a friend of Angela Ripple on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
That's a good one.
Housego was asked him which month St Crispin's Day was, but chose April despite being born on St Crispin's Day, which is in October, so he got that wrong. So where was he born? Oh, there's more. This is interesting. Housego lives with his wife in Pevensey Bay, Sussex.
Oh, so he's
There's
nearby.
a Sussex connection as well.
There you are, you see. There you are.
How on earth did we get to Fred Housego? Oh, because of your chair.
Because of the Mastermind chair, yes, indeed. And well, there we are. We know everything there is to know about Fred Housego.
We do.
Now, and Amar Verdi is coming back into the attack. So Verdi replaces Dunn because obviously Ben Geddes wants to keep a couple of overs up his sleeve of Matthew Dunn. So Amar Verdi back into the attack now from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. As soon as Mr. Clark gets on strike, I'll hand to Mr. Harms because Mr. Clark is 96 not out.
Talking about the Tower of London, we're going to the Tower of London in a few weeks' time because I think there is some display there this summer of flowers. Or there's something going on at the Tower of London and I'm going.
Very good.
Yes, I'm not quite sure what it is. I remember when the poppies were there a few years ago.
That was wonderful. As round the wicket then comes Verdi to Pajara. Pajara turns the first ball from Verdi into the leg side. He'll take a single onto 75. He goes, and this brings Tom Clark back onto strike on 96. Adrian Harms, 4 away from a first list day 100.
Yes, I'm sure he's got a few butterflies as Tommy. He seems a pretty laid-back character, but I'm sure, Dad will be watching and his brothers as well. He's the youngest of 4 brothers. Is Tom. They used to bowl to him in the back garden. Probably bowled really fast. In comes Verdi, bowled to Clark, who plays this all the way through the covers. He's only going to get a single though. He goes to 97. So back to you, Churchy, and just to let you know, the first winner of Mastermind was in 1972.
Goodness me.
Yeah.
49 years ago.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would get the winner. I mean,
Nancy Wilkinson. As round the wicket goes Verdi, and this is pulled by Pajara. 2 bounces and away for 4. So just a little bit short that from Amar Verdi, and pulled away by Pajara. 1 bounce, 2 bounces and away for 4, and that brings up the 200 now for Sussex. 203 for 2. So this partnership moving towards 200 now as Verdi's in again, and here goes Pajara using his feet, driving up towards mid-off. They'll take a single. Matthew Dunn does the fielding. Pajara's on to 80, and this brings Clark back onto strike. Adrian Harms on 97.
yes. In comes Verdi, bowling to the left-handed Tom Clark, and Clark waits and hammers that one away through the covers. It's just a single. Say just, he goes to 98. So that's to 205 for 2.
They must be eyeing up over 300 here.
Yeah.
With what they've got left and wickets in the hutch and two batters set now.
Important that one of these two stays, though, and plays
absolutely.
the big knock.
As round the wicket goes Amar Verdi, and Pujara checks this off the back foot into the leg side. The fielding will be done by Nico Reef for end of the over. 34 gone. 205 for 2, because you often see it. Two batters are set, then that partnership gets broken, and actually the innings can at times just fall away a touch, can't it?
You're quite right. You saw my screen. Nancy Wilkinson was the first winner of
your screen. I
Mastermind
knew
in
that.
1972. So there we are, long time ago.
Well done.
Tom Laws is going to carry on from this, the C end of the ground, bowling to Tom Clark. Tom Clark on 98. Isn't that lovely buzz around the ground? Isn't it wonderful? So many people inside a cricket ground. The sun has momentarily disappeared. A bit of cloud around, pale blue sky. As in comes Laws, running away from us. In and bowls to Tom Clark, and Clark is forward to ball of good length, and Laws fields of his own bowling, and there is no run.
It's a real, as I say, festival atmosphere today here at Hove. Fantastic.
Yeah, lots of people inside the ground. And I'm sure a few folk have probably made their way down from Surrey as well.
Yep.
Number 30 on the back of his shirt comes into bowl to Tom Clark. Around the wicket he bowls, and Clark is forward and plays that to mid-wicket, and there is no run. I think in general the Surrey seamers, Laws and Dunn bowl well.
I don't think Surrey bad bowling, bowl badly at all here. I just think they've come up against Tom Clark, who looks a very, very good player, and Pujara that we know all about. So chasing a big total.
Laws in his 7th over, in and bowled, and Clark eases that to backward point. They think about a single, it isn't there. 3 dot balls. 205 for 2. Someone is on a balcony now. There's a gentleman over behind the clock tower scoreboard on the sort of 3rd floor. He's sitting there. I'm not sure if he can see the cricket though.
No, it looks like he's sat behind the scoreboard.
Yes, it does, doesn't it? Yes. He's got something on his lap.
Maybe he's got his laptop and he's watching the stream from the balcony.
Maybe. Laws. In again, bowls. Clark drives. He's going to get a single here down to 3rd man. He's looking for 2, but there isn't a second there. Well fielded right in the distance by, who's that all? It's young Yusuf Majid.
Yeah.
Who gets in the throw. One more to Clark. He goes to 99, 206 for 2. There are a couple on the top floor of the apartments just to our right-hand side, leaning over their balcony and watching. He's coming over the wicket now to the right-handed Pujara, who's on 80 not out. He bowls to Pujara, who eases that down too long on. Picks up a single. Pujara's at 81, 207 for 2. And in fact, some of those apartments away to our right-hand side have got those. What do you call it? It's like a sunroof.
Veranda. Is it a veranda? What, the little sunroof that comes down?
Thing.
Yes.
Call it a veranda? Yeah, I think you probably do. Yes,
yes.
Anyway, there's 2 yellow ones and a blue and white striped one. Maybe a Brighton and Hove Albion fan up there, I don't know. Clark is on 99. He waits as in comes Tom Laws, bowls, and Tom Clark is forward. That's a very good over by Tom Laws, in which he just conceded the 2 runs, and just what the doctor ordered in terms of Surrey. The Sharks are 207 for 2, Clark 99, Pujara 81, and we've had 35 overs.
Yeah, very good over from Tom Laws. He's got 3 to go.
Yes, I mean, Conor McCur's bowled very well, hasn't he? 5 overs for 18. Amar Verdi's bowled well, 7 overs for 39. I guess he's just trying to, where they're going to get these other overs from. Ryan Patel's 2 overs went for 19. Young Nathan Barnwell didn't get his line right at all, but he was bowling down the hill. His 2 overs went for 17. So just they get us with a little bit of juggling to do here.
Yes, indeed. And he'll want McCur to bowl his full 10. He only bowled 9 at Radlett. There's Amar Verdi. Will come round the wicket to Pujara, and Pujara's down the pitch to him and then just pushes him straight back up the pitch. Verdi's trying to get hold of the ball, just pushes Clark out the way at the non-striker's end.
It's been a good battle, I think, between Verdi and Pujara. I've enjoyed it.
Very good. Well, very nicely today, Amar Verdi. In Around the wicket he goes. Pujara's down the pitch driving. He's taking on the single. Matthew Dunn shies at the stumps, but Pujara is home, and that brings Clark on to strike. Adrian Harms on 99.
Thank you, Churchy. And Tom Clark goes through to this landmark in this over. But he's got 4 men saving, 1 on the offside, 1 on the leg. Verdi round the wicket, bowls to Clark, and Clark clips this one away through mid-wicket. And there we are, 100 for Tom Clark, his first list day 100, and it's been a really wonderful innings by the young 21-year-old from Horsham. He takes off his hat, he raises his bat to all corners of the ground. His teammates applaud. 100 of 104 balls. It's been a terrific knock, and a partnership of 200 with Cheteshwar Pujara. Well played, Tom Clark. A breakthrough season, 2 championship hundreds. Now 100 in a list A match against Surrey, and it's been a very fine innings as well.
Yeah, wonderful 100. Looks a very good player. Pujara, 82 not out. Verdi's into him. Pujara will work this one leg side. They'll stroll another single. Pujara moves on to 83. He's just looked very controlled, hasn't he? Went through a little stage where he was against the spinners, I think, trying to get on with it a touch, but he's just looked very, very controlled, very organised.
We did say it was a big opportunity for him today, and he's got some 30s and 40s, but he's gone on and played the big knock today, which has been good news.
I want him to keep going from here as Verdi round the wicket to him, and he's cutting again. He's not trying to hit this too hard, just placing that's going to run away for 4. Again, that's a lovely shot from Clark. A little bit short from Verdi, but he's just laid back and then cut on top of the ball at the last moment. And he's on to 104. And the Sharks moving on to 214 for 2. This must be heading towards sort of record partnership territory. There's round the wicket again goes Verdi. Shout for LBW given. Now Amar Verdi has got Clark 2 balls after his 100. Clark pushing forward, little bit of turn. The umpire had a good look, and then up went the finger. So the partnership is broken, but what a fine innings that has been from Clark. He goes for 104. The partnership with Pujara is worth 205, and Sussex are in an excellent position here thanks to a terrific 100 there. Adrian Harms from Tom Clark.
Yeah, and he's getting a standing ovation as well as young Tom, looking at the top deck of the Spen Karma Pavilion as he makes his way off, people standing and applauding. A really good knock by Tom Clark. He gets a pat on the back from Tobbletop. He comes out to bat next. Tom Clark going up towards the pavilion steps. Well played, takes off his helmet and his gloves, leaves those to dry in the sun. I was just looking actually, so it's all about highest partnerships for Sussex in List A cricket, and the total that I've got here begins on 207 for the 4th wicket. Harry Finch and Laurie Evans against Kent at Canterbury in 2017. That was the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 8th highest partnership. So they didn't quite make it into the record books here, but nonetheless, a very fine partnership between the two of 205.
Yeah, it was a great partnership, and I really, what a lovely innings that was, and what a lovely ovation as well. Really, really good ovation. I can tell you that's the highest 3rd wicket partnership for Sussex against Surrey, because the previous best was 146. Roger Knight and Javed Miandad. So,
caught that a little while ago.
Yeah, so that was the previous best. That was in 1977. So that is a record 3rd wicket partnership for Sussex against Surrey in this competition.
The highest partnership for a 3rd wicket in List A cricket. I'll come to that in a minute. As McCurr comes in, bowls to Pujara, hammers that away through backward point. That's going to go for 4 runs. wide of the off stump by Conor McCurr, and Bajara belted that away for 4 runs. He goes 287, 218 for 3. Yeah, 271 in a 50-over match between Chris Adams and Michael Bevan against Essex at Chelmsford in the year 2000.
Still a mighty fine partnership. 205 that was, Bajara and Clark.
Conor McCurr runs away from us, comes in and bowls to Bajara. Is he going to get caught? He's got a thick outside edge. Well, he's going to get 4 runs. He had absolutely no idea where that had gone. That was a very un-Bajara-like shot, to be honest. He was looking to heave that one away over mid-wicket. He got a big edge, and the ball bloomed away down to third man for a boundary. Smiles rather ruefully, does Conor McCurr.
Well, he hurried up Bajara there.
Yeah, can't do anything about that, can you?
No.
Bajara to 91, 222 for 3. In again, bowls, and Bajara hammers that away, and that's 4 more. An excellent attempt to try and stop that, but a little too short from Conor McCurr, and Bajara is looking to get on with it here. He belted that away through mid-wicket, despite the best efforts of Nathan Barnwell, who was very quickly round the boundary at mid-wicket, but the power of the shot made it almost impossible to stop. Bajara to 95 inside of his 2nd century in 3 days. McCurr in bowls, and Bajara eases that away through the covers for a single. He goes to 96. Sussex to 227 for 3.
His nicest shot was just a single.
Yes,
that was a gorgeous shot out there to the sweeper on the cover rope.
Yeah.
But yes, he's suddenly on 96, Bajara. Tom Alsop coming on to strike for the first time.
Yes, he's keeping wicket in this competition, Tom Alsop. He's been batting 3 in the Championship, opened on occasions, but drops down to 5 when he takes the gloves. He's done very well behind the stumps as well, taking over from Ollie Carter. He's facing Conor McCurr. His first ball is in and bowls, and Alsop is forward and plays down the onside of the track.
Well, it's not a bad string to have to your bow as well.
No, he's been
Tom Alsop.
Been a very good acquisition for Sussex this season, initially coming on loan, but that loan is now a permanent signing for Sussex. I'm not sure whether it actually becomes permanent at the end of the season. I think that's how these things work.
Normally.
Yeah. Sussex player. Kerr again. In and bowls to Alsop, who looks to pull on the onside, and just doing the hurry up a little there by Conor McCurr. Again, there is no run. 13 overs after this remaining. In fact, that is the end of the over. I do apologise. 227 for 3. Alsop yet to score. Bajara 96. I mean, the interesting thing here is, Churchy, that Sussex are in a very good position. But we often see it in these 50-over games, that if Bajara were to get out, someone else comes in, and you get a few overs with not many runs, and Surrey need to believe that a couple of wickets, and they're very much back in the game. Not that they're out of it.
Absolutely. A number of times, as I was saying, you're at a game, there's a big partnership, and then one of them goes, and then the opposition just pull it back. But Bajara, obviously, if he's still around, I'll hand to you, Mr. Harms, because you've got an update, and he's on 96.
Here comes Amar Verdi around the wicket, bowls to Bajara, who's forward, clips that through mid-wicket and picks up a single to deep backward square. Bajara goes to 97, 228 for 3. 26 and 79. Another 3 overs to go before we go into power play 3, where Surrey will be able to post 5 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle. Tom Alsop waits. Another left-hander, the 4th left-hander. Verdi in bowls, and Alsop nudges this onto the onside and picks up a single. Tom Alsop on his way.
So, our coach Chris O'Brien has been one love in Sussex.
In comes Verdi around the wicket. Bowls to Bajara, and Bajara eases that through mid-wicket and picks up a single. 230 for 3. Bajara goes to 98.
Listening to Alexis in a caravan. Yes, there you are, you think. There you are.
who isn't watching the cricket.
No,
Or maybe.
She might be in her caravan here at the cricket, for all we know.
Verdi around the wicket, bowls to Alsop. Alsop plays it into the offside, and there is no run. I'm not entirely sure why we're not doing a cricket update, but there you go.
Well, because this lady sat in her caravan. I would have thought, Mr. Harm.
Yeah. Verdi again. Full toss, hammered away by Alsop, 4 runs. Well, he hasn't bowled too many poor deliveries, Amar Verdi, but he'll be very disappointed with that. Full toss, and Alsop likes to use his feet to the spinners, and it was a bit of a gift, and he hammered the ball away through extra cover, and Verdi knew immediately it was a poor ball, and he put that one to the back of his mind. 234 for 3, Alsop on 5.
I think it was one of those where Alsop almost overran it. He was already using his feet, and then it was a full toss. He had to sort of just check his footwork a touch.
He doesn't like to get down the track to the spinners. Verdi in again, bowls, which sort of drives through the offside, through extra cover, picks up another single. Does Tom Alsop. He goes to 6, 235 for 3 at the end of the 38th over. Alsop has pinched the strike. Oh, we've now lost our.
Yes. So that's disappeared now. So I'll never find out what happened to the lady in the caravan.
No.
They've just picked it up in the last couple of overs here, Sussex. So 13 and 12, so 25 off the last 2. Conor McCurr is going to bowl this, the 39th over of this Sussex innings. Tom Alsop will be on strike on 6. Conor McCurr coming up the slope over the wicket to Alsop, who's driving, and that beats Reefer at backward point down towards third man. It goes. Yusuf Majid gets round to do the fielding, and they'll pick up another single. And Mr. Harms, no rest for you at the moment, Mr. Harms, because Pujara comes back onto strike on 98.
It's very kind of you, Churchy, to keep handing over the mic as the Sussex players reach these various landmarks. Can Pujara make it 200s in 3 days? As in comes Conor McCurr to bowl to the Indian batsman, who just dabs that out into the offside, takes a quick single. Tom Laws comes in very quickly from cover, but can't prevent the single being taken. So there's one more to the total. I'm going to make a quick call to the studio and see if we're going to do an update, Church.
Oh, yes, of course, yes.
I'll leave you to do this ball.
Lovely. Alsop back onto strike on 7. Conor McCurr tossing himself a couple of catches, and then in over the wicket to the left-handed Alsop, and Alsop works this one leg side. That rolls in towards short mid-wicket. And again, there is no run. But still a super hubbub and bubble around the ground at the moment. So very pleasant it is today. Great atmosphere. And Pujara down at the non-strikers end. 99 not out. Tom Clark with 100 to his name already today, as McCurr is into Alsop, and Alsop's pushing down towards third man, and this will bring Pujara on to strike. So Pujara comes on to strike on 99, and the Sussex Sharks' Adrian Harms have moved on to 238 for 3.
Yes, some respite from the sun for the spectators. There's a lot more cloud around today. I think the spectators are probably fairly pleased about that, but the little flag on the clock tower school would absolutely limp to the mast. Anyway, it is going to be... in comes McCurr, bowls to Pujara, and Pujara eases that to backward point, and there is no run. We've now got to wait for ABBA as well.
Yes, yeah, ABBA.
So
ABBA
Lady in a Caravan, now
yes,
ABBA.
Yes, that wasn't one of their hits, was it? Lady in a Caravan? I don't think so.
I'm sure there was a song about a caravan, actually.
The
Caravan of Love.
Yes, that was a great
Every
song.
woman, every man.
Yes, that's right.
Join the caravan of love.
That's it.
Yes. Who sang that, Churchy?
Beautiful South, I think.
Really? In comes McCurr, bowls to Pujara, and Pujara plays that into the offside, and there we are. It's 100 for Cheteshwar Pujara. Another wonderful knock by the master Indian batsman. He takes off his helmet, he acknowledges the applause of the crowd, and indeed of the Surrey players. His second 100 in 3 days, following that wonderful effort at Warwickshire on Friday. He was exhausted after that, but it says much of the man that he bounces back from that 100 and has played another wonderful innings today. He's 100 not out of 103 balls, and he's sent Sussex Sharks to 239 for 3.
Yep, lovely innings. And we were sort of saying at the start, weren't we? He sort of had to really battle hard because, as you just said there, it's he's second in 3 days, but I think he was still feeling his efforts from Friday at the start of this innings, wasn't he? So here is Verdi then, coming round the wicket to Pujara, and short ball, Pujara pulling straight out towards deep backward square, and he will pick up another single. On to 101 he goes. But isn't it wonderful that a man that has done this much in the game is still out there scoring hundreds for Sussex, captaining Sussex, and putting his side in an excellent position. Allsop down the pitch to Verdi, flat delivery. Verdi can't get across to that because Pujara was standing his ground understandably at the non-strikers. And I think Amal Verdi's asking the question. I doubt Pujara could get out of the way at the moment. I think he's conserving all his energy for when he's on strike. As 241 for 3. As in round the wicket once again goes Verdi, and this was tucked away into the leg side, out there towards deep mid-wicket. Now pick up another single, one more to Pujara. He moves on to 102. It's the 40th over, so after this one, Surrey can get 5 out as round the wicket goes Verdi to Allsop. Allsop cuts in front of square through the offside. He's going to pick up maybe 4 here. No, Conor McCurr has done that twice now, where he's got around, dived, and used his long arms to keep the ball inside the boundary rope. So he's saved a boundary there. They've still got back for 3. And Allsop moves on to 12. Probably the last thing Pujara wanted to do at the moment was run 3. But he's had to. He's 102 not out. 245 for 3 is. Verdi's in. Oh, Pujara's gone leg side. He's going to pick out McCurr. No, over the top of Conor McCurr. And into the pavilion for 6. Conor McCurr coming off that boundary rope, and it's gone over the top of him. Flung himself backwards.
Yeah.
But Pujara got a bit more on that than I think Conor McCurr thought. And that's over the top of him, and the 250 comes up. 251 for 3. Pujara moves on to 108 as he's going again. Pujara leg side here off Verdi. This one he's more in control of, ironically, and that's away for 4. And Pujara goes 6-4, end of the over, and I think Adrian Harms is doing his update.
Not yet, Joe. Sussex, as you say, were wobbling. They were 9 for 2. They're now 255 for 3 after 40 of the 50 overs. And another wonderful innings by the Indian master batsman, Cheteshwar Pujara, who's 112 not out. He's played absolutely beautifully and just hit a huge 6 in the last over as well. And 100 as well for 21-year-old Tom Clark from Horsham. His first list day century. He played beautifully as well. He made 104. So the Sharks in a good position here, 255 for 3, and there are 10 of the 50 overs remaining.
And Matthew Dunn, he's coming back into the attack.
We've got some news. To see if we could get the... that was a bit of Coldplay. I'm going to see Coldplay next week.
Ooh.
In comes Dunn, bowls to Allsop, who plays lofted onto the onside and picks up a couple of runs. There's Tom Allsop. Throw comes in from deep mid-wicket. Allsop goes to 14, 257 for 3.
Very good. Excellent. Where are they performing?
They are performing at Wembley. They're doing this. I know they've been there the last couple of nights, actually. And so that's next Saturday.
New Zealand fast bowler Chris Martin.
Yes. Looking forward to that. We've got some emails which I shall read in a moment. As in comes Matthew Dunn to bowl to Tom Allsop. Allsop steps away to the leg side and then pulls the ball down on the leg side down to Verdi, who's very quickly round on the fine leg boundary, but he can't prevent Allsop coming back for a couple of runs. Tom Allsop goes to 16, Sussex to 259 for 3. Williams says, Thank you for the commentary. That's fine. It's been our pleasure. It would be great if Sussex can secure Pujara's services for much of next season as possible when he's not required by India. This requires heavy negotiations with the Indian Cricket Board. Every wish to John Philby et al. To achieve this. Yeah, I'm sure you're absolutely right. I'm sure that there's a lot of that. As in comes Dunn and bowls down the leg side. That will be signalled a wide. Good take down the leg side by Josh Blake. It will be an extra ball. Lance Bellers, I hope that's how you pronounce it, Bellers. Enjoying the commentaries, watching at Hove today. I wonder where you are, Lance, in the ground. You could wave. I don't know if we'll see you, but anyway, thank you for getting in touch. He says, on the cricket side of things, I'm just not sure what to make of the game at the moment. The test was so remarkable this summer. I'll read that in a moment, actually, because it's a good email. As in comes Dunn and bowls. Allsop pulls down to fine leg and picks up a single. He goes to 17, 261 for 3. I'm not sure what to make of the game at the minute. The test was so remarkable this summer that you have to think the limited overs format has made the longer game more exciting. I feel it's down to the authorities to avoid all this confusing fragmentation of the different formats. Here to that. And just a quick point in the Wetterings-Birdham discussion, perhaps worth turning off at Birdham another time instead of joining the crowds at Witterings. You can watch boats, navigate a lock there, and there's also a very nice spot to dine nearby. It makes for a fine day out. Thank you, Lance. What a great recommendation.
Lovely idea, that.
We won't let anyone else know, though, Churchy.
No, exactly.
In comes Dunn, bowls to Pujara, hammers that down the ground. That's a beautiful shot. He did this at Edgbaston on Friday when he seemed to go up a gear, did Pujara, just when Sussex needed him to do so. And that was a beautiful, not much wrong with that ball from Matthew Dunn, really. And Pujara's timed that beautifully through mid off for 4 runs. And the 50 partnership up already between these two in just 28 balls.
Yeah, well, the really good players do this, don't they? As you said, they just go through the gears.
263 for 3. Pujara on to 116. As in comes Matthew Dunn again, bowls. Full toss, pulled away, and that's 6. Crashes into a corporate box. You need to keep your eyes on the ball here at Hove, because that crashed into one of the boxes on the left side of the ground on the Clock Tower scoreboard. It hit a window. I can see some young children over there, and I think Mum or someone's coming out saying, keep your eyes on the cricket ball.
Well, I think it hit the advertising hoarding, thankfully, and went straight down.
Yeah, you do need to watch. It's a short, it's not a huge ground, Hove. But Pujara's, as I say, stepping on the accelerator here, 122, 271 for 3, Dunn in bowls, and Pujara lets that one go outside the off stump. He quizzically looks at Rob Bailey to inquire as to whether that might have been another wide, but it wasn't. Very profitable over for Sussex, 271 for 3, Pujara on 122. John Wade's been in touch. Hello, John. He says, hope all well with you. Is this the same Pujara who plays for India? I don't know much about cricket, but he looks like a talented and upcoming prospect. Thank you so much for the commentary. Thank you for getting in touch with us, John. Yeah, I mean, Sussex over the last few seasons have really struggled with their batting. They had to bring in an overseas. What they need to do now, and I'm sure it's on the top of the in-tray of the Sussex coaching staff, is probably an overseas bowler for next season as well, because the Sussex problem this season has been bowling sides out in the Championship. Haven't bowled sides out. But this is the 50 over, and we've got a change of bowling, Churchy, at the Cromwell Road.
Indeed, Yusuf Majid is coming back into the attack to bowl his left arm spin. Bowled 4 so far. As over the wicket he comes to Allsop, and Allsop's pulling. 1 bounce, 2 bounces. That's out to Gums out there at deep mid-wicket. Sheridan Gums making his debut today. Be interesting to see what number he bats. He might just slot straight in at 3. With no Cameron Steele for Surrey. Due to concussion.
Now, is that the same Cameron Steele who was playing for Durham?
Yes, indeed.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
As left arm round the wicket comes Majid, and this one's swept away by Pujara, and again that's all about placement, because Ryan Patel is out there at deep backward square, but he's got this behind square, and he's just dealing in boundaries now. Pujara, he's on to 126, 276 for 3. Sussex.
Yes, I just wondered for his exploits the other day, is he? Too tired to run.
He's sweeping again. That hits the pad, gets past Blake. This could run away for 4-leg buys. and it will do. Below us. Oh no, he's got bat on that. My apologies. Bit of bat. I thought that was off the top of his power, but little bit of bat on it, and that has run away for 4 more. And Pajara moves on to 130. Certainly accelerated since he got to the 100.
He has.
280 for 3. Yusuf Majid comes round the wicket to him, sweeping again. He's got this pretty fine. That's going to be 4 more. So for the first time, and it's not a bad guy to be getting after you, Pajara of course, but the first time really a batter's got after Yusuf Majid. And 4 more to Pajara. He's on to 134, and Sussex 284 for 3. Waits again does Pajara. Yusuf Majid's into him, short, pulled away. That'll be 4 more. Yusuf Majid has just dropped that one in, and that's 4 consecutive boundaries of 4 consecutive balls in this over. And Pajara's on to 138. And there is 1 ball of the over to go. So he'll be glad to get this over done and dusted with Will Yusuf Majid. And this one's cut away by Pajara. This will just be a single. And the fielding done this time by Nathan Barnwell. Expensive over for Yusuf Majid, but great batting from Pajara. And 18 off that over, and Sussex suddenly, with 8 overs left, 289 for 3. Pajara's on 139, and Alsop has 18.
Poor old Ben Geddes has got a bit of thinking to do here about how he fills in these final 8 overs. Elsewhere around the country, Leicestershire 240 for 5. Sorry, 241 for 5 after 40 overs against Warwickshire at Grace Road. Durham 203 for 8 against Nottinghamshire. That game being played at Gorse Lane, Grantham. That sounds a nice ground, doesn't it, Churchy?
Grantham, yeah, I think it is meant to be a lovely ground.
And Somerset 256 for 3 against Middlesex down at Taunton. Who's in the runs there?
Matt Renshaw.
Matt Renshaw, yeah, 120. And Matt Rue, 98, not out. Matthew Dunn coming into bowl to Pajara. Pajara eases that away through point. They've taken 1. They're thinking about 2. There's not a second there, though. Good bit of fielding out there on the boundary by Ryan Patel. Prevents a single. Pajara goes to 140.
It's almost as if Pajara got his second win now.
Yes, I agree.
He's running harder between the wickets than he was at the start of his innings. So maybe he's feeling a bit livelier now.
Yes. Elsewhere in some of the other groups, Lancashire 162 for 8 against Hampshire. First 3 batsmen all out for Ducks: Wells, Jennings and Bohannon. Something of a recovery led by Rob Jones, who made 84, but he's now out at Lancashire 162 for 8 against Hampshire, as Churchy was saying, are going for the treble. Well, they've already won the T20 Blast, going strong in the 50 over. They've won 4 out of 4. In comes Dunn over the wicket bowls, also looking to pull that away on the leg side. They may get a couple here, from a slightly mistimed shot. The ball dribbles away through mid-wicket, but with fielders back on the boundary, Matthew Dunn went chasing after the ball. And Tom Alsop manages to get a couple of runs. He goes to 20. So it's to 292 for 3.
Yeah, and Alsop's played a good hand here, hasn't he?
Yeah, keeping, pushing the ones, keeping Pajara company. So used to have added best part of 80.
Yeah, in good time as well.
Matthew Dunn comes away from us, comes into bowl to Tom Alsop. He's in and bowls. Alsop, that's a good delivery, right up in the block hole. Tom Alsop was stepping away to the leg side, and Matthew Dunn just followed him right up in the block hole, and Alsop manages to jag down on the ball, and they get a single. Alsop goes to 21 off 17, 293 for 3. The sun has disappeared. The ground completely in shade, and above the ground some sort of high-level wispy cloud and some cotton wool clouds. Judging by the tire of spectators, still very hot out there. Getting more humid, I think.
Well bowled by Matthew Dunn, wasn't it? Very well played by Tom Alsop.
Yep, right up in the block hole. Dunn runs away from us, comes in and bowls to Pajara, hammers this down the ground. That's a super shot. 4 runs, it was just inside out. He just clubbed the ball down the ground over mid-off for 4 runs. Lovely shot. Pajara is a treat to watch him when he's batting like this. He goes to 144. It's a very young Sussex attack. Matthew Dunn, the most experienced, but Pajara is showing all his skills here. 144 off 117 deliveries. Matthew Dunn, difficult to know where to bowl to Pajara at the moment. Comes in and bowls. Full toss, clubbed away. Well, very well fielded out there. Excellent piece of fielding by Nathan Barwell. It came off the turf very quickly. It was a full toss, clipped away by Pajara. He kept his eye on the ball and got the throw in. Pajara picks up a single. He goes to 145, 298 for 3.
Yeah, that was a brilliant bit of work from Nathan Barwell, because that just skipped off the turf at him, and it was a full toss, low full toss that was picked up by Pajara. Very good bit of work that from Nathan Barwell.
In again, the bowls to Tom Alsop, who gets a leading edge to Tom Alsop. 2 backward point fielded there by Nico Reefer. One more to Tom Alsop, who pitches the strike. He goes to 22. And Sussex at the end of the 43rd over, 299 for 3.
Yep, and Surrey will be facing another big chase here. And Pajara's doing what the really good players do. He's keeping going. We saw it with Eskenazi at Radlett. He's just keeping going here. Pajara. Yusuf Majid will continue. He'll be bowling to the left-handed also. Looking forward to watching Bradley Curry have a bowl today.
Pujara's highest List A score is 158. He's played 107 List A matches. The average is 54. And his highest is 158 not out.
Yusuf Majid is in, and this is pulled by Alsop straight down deep mid-wicket's throat. So Alsop has gone. Surrey have broken the partnership, and that's a nice moment for Sheridan Gums, because he's taken the catch and he's in the game, is Sheridan Gums. So he's in the game on debut, and Yusuf Majid picks up the wicket of Alsop for 22, and it's 299 for 4.
I think that was a partnership of 85 between the two, of which Tom Alsop played 22, which shows you how dominant Cheshire Pajara has been. He's been built out a towel and some more drinks, etc. Tom Alsop departs.
He's got through some towels today, hasn't he?
He has.
In this innings.
Yes, he has.
As Mr. Pajara.
So Delray Rawlings, I know a player that you like enormously, Church. He's coming out. He's got licence here.
Well, I do like him enormously every time I see him bat, but he doesn't make the weight of runs he probably should. But he just looks the business.
Well, he looks $1 million. And when he played here against Gloucestershire, made a lovely innings of 91. Should have been caught when he was on 18. He was dropped at long on. A very expensive drop that was. Yeah, he's got everything, but the Sussex supporters will tell you he doesn't produce it consistently enough. That's the problem. And he's he averages in the Championship, low 20s, and he's better than that. But he needs more consistency in his game.
With that left arm spin as well.
Yeah, he does. Bowled very nice. He's bowled very well in this competition. Up at Edgbaston on Friday, 10 overs for 44. Going at less than 5 and over. He's a fine cricketer, brilliant in the field, though he did drop a catch on Friday. But he doesn't score the weight of runs that his talent means that he should do, Churchy. That's the point.
Just look, even when he walks out, he just looks good. So here he is, ready for his first ball as Yusuf Majid is into him, and Rawlings off the back foot just punches this away out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope, and that brings up the 300 for Sussex in the 44th of their 50 overs. So 300 for 4 Sussex. Pajara comes back on to strike on 145, and he's going to have a chat here with Rawlings. So Pajara's wandered down. Quick punch of gloves. Delray Rawlings. Pajara has a survey of the field. Yusuf Majid's going to come round the wicket to him. It's short and it's pulled off the front foot. He's really tried to hammer that and hasn't actually hammered it at all. It's come off the toe end of his bat. He'll get a couple. Nico Reefer does well. Sprints round, tumbles, but he tried to absolutely launch that did Pajara, and as I say, it sort of came off the toe end of his batter touch. He's on to 147 here. Yusuf Majid's into him, and he's clipping this down towards short fine. Thought about the single. Rawlings very sensibly sent it back because that went straight to Ben Geddes in there at short fine leg. There was never a run there.
No, never.
As Yusuf Majid left arm around the wickets, and Pajara just turns this one out toward deep mid wicket. Will stroll a single. Will Pajara. He's moved on to 148 now. Rawlings coming back on to strike on one. 303 for 4 as Yusuf Majid is in, and Rawlings is sweeping.
That was well bowled, actually.
Yeah, it was a bit quicker, that one, I think. And round went Nathan Barnwell to do the fielding. End of the over, and the wicket in that over of Tom Alsop for Yusuf Majid, and tidy over that from Yusuf Majid, just the 5 off it. And his previous one had gone for 18, so he's bounced back very well there and got that wicket of Alsop. So 6 to go for the Sussex Sharks. They're up over 300, and Tom Laws looking like he's coming back into the attack with 3 up his sleeve.
Clive Jacobs has been in touch. Hello, Clive. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, thanks for the coverage and the chat about the current woes of the ECB. I fear Churchy is on the money with his take on the lack of information on next season. The ECB are not according the players any respect, which is sadly nothing new. Too often the so-called management have reverted to burying their heads in the sand and exposing their thinking parts helps nobly. The ECB should accept they missed the boat with the T20 and accept the fact the IPL and franchise cricket is in the ascendancy, which may not prove welcome and may damage the global game long term in time. In comes Laws, bowls to Rawlings. Rawlings plays down the track, fielded by Laws, there is no run. So good to hear Tom Clark make his 100, and another gem of an innings from Pajara is the icing on the cake. My thanks and regards, says Clive Jacobs. That's a nice email from Clive.
Thank you, Clive. That's very kind.
Lovely to hear from you. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Tom Laws coming to bowl to Delray Rawlings. 304 for 4. Laws on his way. Bowls to Rawlings, who clips this down to finding. Just swayed a little bit there, did Tom Laws, and Rawlings managed to sort of squirt the ball away down to fine leg and picks up a boundary, does Rawlings. So he goes to 5 and Sussex to 308 for 4. Surrey just need to keep believing here that if they can pick up a couple of wickets and so it looks like a good batting surface. I was saying here that Sussex in the game, Gloucestershire made 334 and Gloucester made 283 in reply. So
Well, they're going at 7 here. Sussex throughout this innings now, their run rate 7.
Here comes Laws, bowls, and Rawlings is hit on the pad, looking to hammer that one. A favourite shot of Delray Rawlings onto the leg side, but didn't make contact. It's a leg by, and just a single. 309 for 4. A few more people watching on the balcony say, oh, Churchy, there's a chap on the top.
He's got his shirt on.
He's got his shirt off. He's on one balcony leaning over. Another gentleman there in a light blue shirt is watching leaning over his balcony. Another gentleman underneath that sort of veranda roof that we've been calling it. He's watching in his chair. What a great view they've got.
Yeah, it's a terrific view from up there, isn't it?
Laws is just organising his field. Surrey, in this final power play, are allowed 5 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle. They've got a deep mid-wicket. In fact, most of it is all on the offside. So there's a long off, a deep cover, a deep backward point, and a third man. So 4 men on the offside boundary, and bowling to his field is Tom Laws. Pujara works that down to third man. They've taken one, and that's all they take. Fielded way down in the distance by Verdi, who gets in the throw. Pujara to 149.
Yeah, with that field set, just ball outside the off stump, wide-ish, just a single.
And for the left-handed Rawlings, there are 4 men on the leg side boundary. So I think we can expect similar from Laws, who comes around the wicket, bowls to Rawlings, hammered away by Rawlings to mid-off, fielded by Dunn on the edge of the 30-yard circle. Rawlings is furious with himself. They didn't make more of that. One more to him, though. He goes to 7, 311 for 4. What have we had on this over? 4, 5, 6, 7 off the over so far, which I think Surrey would settle for at this stage.
I think they would.
What will Pajara do with this last ball as in comes Tom Laws, bowls, and Pajara swings it away. Now, is he going to be caught? Oh. No, he's not. It's beautifully positioned. All about the placement there. I thought for a moment that was sailing out to the fielder on the cover boundary. It's clubbed away for 4 runs, and it's a Pajara 150. Wonderful knock by Pajara. Raises his bat, people standing, people applauding. 153 and 123 balls, 17 fours, 4 sixes. It really has been as good as these statistics suggest, and he's now within 5 of his highest list A score.
Yeah, absolute masterclass really this from Pajara. Gone through the gears, did look knackered at the start from Friday, got through that and has played an array of shots, but again, even that shot there, he's not trying to hit that too hard. He's just finding the gap on a field that's been set for him to go outside that off stump, which is exactly what he was doing. And as Tom Laws and Pajara just eased him over extra cover and away for 4. So 5 to go, 315 for 4. Conor McCurr comes back into the attack from the Cromwell Road end. Now he's got 3 left. I wonder if it's going to just be Laws and McCurr. That Dunn's got a couple left. Rawlings and Pajara getting together for a bit of a chat about all of this. We're ahead of where we need to be because we've had quite a bit of spin in this Sussex Sharks innings. Conor McCurr then comes down the slope round the wicket to Rawlings, and Rawlings digs out a good length delivery. Get a single as Sheridan Gums, apologies, comes in from the boundary ropes to the fielding. Pajara coming back on to strike on 153. 153 not out here. Pajara 316 for 4. Sussex. Conor McCurr. Over the wicket he goes to Pajara. It's a full toss. That's swung away for 4 by Pajara. And 4 more to the total. 4 more to Pajara. That moves him on to 157.
Yeah, I'm just looking here for highest individual innings for Sussex in List A cricket. The highest is a wonderful innings from David Visa, which I witnessed down at the Aegeus Bowl a few years ago. He made 171 in 2019. But Pajara now is moving on to the bottom of the... There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people on the list.
Well, this is the highest individual score for Sussex against Surrey in this competition, having gone past Murray Goodwin's 144 in 2009.
Thank you, Churchy.
As Conor McCurr is in to Pajara, who's backing away and slapping this one-handed out towards Nathan Barnwell, sweeping on that cover boundary rope, so they'll pick up another single. Nothing to do with me, Mark. It's Marcus Hook, who's next door. Sent me his brilliant stat sheet. So thank you for that, Marcus, as always.
Yeah, Michael Bevan, 157 in a 50-over match against Essex at Chelmsford in 2000. So Pajara just gone past that landmark. That's the highest individual Sussex scores.
This one's pulled away by Dalroy Rawlings. You can probably hear that didn't sound very good off his bat. He's trying to swing it over the leg side. So he'll get a single. Will Rawlings. He'll move on to 9.
Murray Goodwin made 158 in a 60-over match against Essex at Chelmsford in 2006. And RJK Rao, RAO, made 158 against Derbyshire at Derby in 1997. That's not a name I'm familiar with, I ought to be.
Pajara waits once more as McCurr is into him. Oh, and Pajara swung him up and over the top of mid-off. Great batting again, and down to the long-off boundary rope because he set his field. And Pajara has just waited for this ball and then just gone over the top of mid-off. And Pajara's on to 162. Now, I think that's his highest now.
It is. That's
individually.
It is. Beats his 158. And the next one on the list for Sussex, 163, Chris Adams in a 45 over match against Middlesex at Arundel in 1999.
3-2-6 for 4 as Conor McCurr is in. Pajara, short one, hooking for 6. Great shot from Pajara into the crowd for 6. I hope the crowd are okay in there. A banana stands up just to check that and I mean a man dressed as a banana, to check that everybody's all right in the crowd. That was banged in, hooked away by Pajara. He's on to 168. What an innings this is turning into. And there are 4 overs to go, 46 gone, and 332 for 4.
Well, he's gone past that Chris Adams score. He's also gone past Luke Wright, another innings I witnessed at Lord's in 2019. Luke made 166 at Lord's, and he's now got the highest individual innings within his sights. He's just 3 runs away. David Visa, the wonderful innings of 171 at the Aegeus Bowl. Tom Laws is going to pick up the attack for Surrey, coming in from the C end. Comes into bowl to Rawlins, and Rawlins hammers that down the ground. Belted that away, did Rawlins. Got that on the full and hammered the ball away, threw it off for 4 runs. Shot by Rawlins.
Sorry, beginning to leak a few here now. It's a good shot from Rawlins down the ground for 4. Big old total that Surrey are chasing today.
Yeah, it will be. Tom Laws coming into bowl to Delray Rawlins. He's in on bowls, and Rawlins hammers this. Well, I say he hammers it. He looked like he'd hammered it, but he hit it into the ground, didn't time it, and picks up a single into the covers. Fielded by Ben Geddes, the young Surrey captain, and it's tough, isn't it? You know, there's a lot of young players in this Surrey side, and it's been
and they've come up against one of the best batsmen in the world.
Yes, they have.
Here.
Yeah, they have, and
this now is Sussex's highest score against Surrey in this competition as well. The 3-7 for 4.
Church, Sussex, in terms of highest innings total in this day, are sort of moving up that list as well. In comes Laws, bowls to Pajara wide outside the off stump, and it's given away. He looks disappointed, as Tom Laws. He saw Pajara make a move. It was, you could see what Tom Laws was trying to do there, because Pajara was moving around, and he looks a bit disappointed as the young Surrey bowler. Nonetheless, it's given a wide.
They do have those tram lines to work with, don't they?
Sussex's highest score in this day cricket was 399 for 4 in 40 overs. Crumbs. Horsham against Worcestershire in 2011. In comes Laws, bowled to Pajara, hits that one on the full through mid-wicket. Picks up a single, he goes to 169. And Sussex to 339 for 4.
Yes, and Pajara might be eyeing up a double here. He's still got time to do it.
Yeah.
It's been a wonderful innings. It really has. I said right before he faced his first ball, I do love watching this guy build an innings, and that's exactly what he's done here today.
Laws in, bowls to Rawlins, who belts that down the ground, well footed by Dunn on the edge of the circle. That prevents anything more than a single for Delray Rawlins, who goes to 15. It is the end of the over, 340 for 4. Sussex, so 4 overs remaining. Oh, sorry, there's another ball to go. I do apologise.
2 more to go.
Sorry, what was I thinking about? Not concentrating. Apologies. Running away from us. Up the hill, bowls, full toss. Oh dear, that's going to be a free hit. That could be all sorts here. Well, let's just see. We've got 4.
Yeah, it's going to be 4 no balls.
4 no balls, and I wonder if we're going to get a free hit. I would imagine. Will we?
It'll be a free hit. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was above waist high.
It was. Didn't intend it, did it? It's one of those
slipped
things.
Out of his hand there, Tom Laws.
Yeah. So let's see what Pajara does with this. Laws on his way from the end of the ground, bowls to Pajara, and Pajara doesn't make the most of it. He gets a single though to square leg. Does Pajara, he goes to 174. That is the highest score by a Sussex player in list A cricket. It's eclipsed David Visa's 171. against Hampshire at Southampton in 2019. That was a brilliant innings. Ultimately in a losing cause, actually. So well done, Cheteshwar Pujara. He'll be at the top of the chart for Sussex in terms of highest individual innings in List A cricket. As in comes Laws, running in, bowls to Rawlings, and Rawlings just hit on the toe. That's painful. And he sort of limps towards the non-striker's end, and umpire Bailey signals that as a leg bye. So at the end of the over, Sussex are 348 for 4. Just in terms of, sorry, this is a bit Sussexy for our Surrey listening fans. This is now the third highest List A score for Sussex in limited overs cricket. Obviously, the next one would be 384 for 9 in 60 overs against Ireland at Downpatrick in 1996.
So I think what we're saying is they've had a pretty good day, and I think that announcement was for the Pujara highest individual score.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I've had it twice now because Eskenazi did it on Wednesday, the highest individual score for Middlesex in this competition, and now Pujara for Sussex.
Yeah.
Conor McCurr it will be to bowl our 48th over from the Cromwell Road end of the ground, coming round the wicket to Dalray Rawlings, and Rawlings gets a slower ball, chips it in the air,
catch.
and Nico Reefer takes a very, very good catch. Just above his head going backwards. He's a very athletic fielder, is Nico Reefer. He made that look pretty simple, but timed his jump to perfection, and Rawlings, just trying to get on with it, has gone for 15. And it means Sussex in the 48th over now, a 348 for 5.
That was a fine catch.
What about the timing of the leap?
Yeah. No, it really was.
He's a very natural fielder, Nico Reefer, and a natural mover. Much like your good self, Mr. Harms, on the dance floor. And
You really haven't seen me dance.
oh, I'd love to. I'd absolutely love to. So, yeah, just sort of hung in the air and then pulled the ball down. Out comes Daniel Ibrahim to the middle to join Pujara on 174. 348 for 5. Sussex Sharks.
Yes, I do make a note of that partnership, actually. Let me have a quick look.
Okie dokie. It's going to be McCurr to continue, of course. That was the first ball of this 48th over.
Simon's been in touch, Simon Higgins, and he says Rajesh Rao was an opening back for a couple of years in the late 90s with a very modest record. His fabulous innings at Derby on a glorious day was one of very few memorable innings we saw from him. So my apologies, not a name I was familiar with.
No, I remember Rajesh Rao. Ibrahim then settles over his bat, ready for his first delivery. That's down the leg side by Conor McCurr. Wide will be the signal. One more to the total, 349 for 5.
Just goes to show, though, how limited overs cricket has changed, Church. I mean, I'm looking at these scores of Sussex, the 50-over scores, and I think it's in keeping with the way the game is played now. It's hardly surprising to see most recently these scores at the top of the list.
Over the wicket once again goes Conor McCurr, and Ibrahim's off the mark in nice fashion, just tucks this off his hip down there towards Reefer. He's doing the fielding, moving round to his right-hand side, and that's the 350 up for Sussex, 350 for 5. And 48th though, but the thing about this Surrey side though is, this young Surrey side, is they always stick in there, even though this has been hard work with the ball. I don't think they bowl badly. I just think they've come across Pujara, who is world class, as we all know, and Clark, who played very well for his 104. So that can happen.
Yes, absolutely.
As down the slope will come Conor McCurr to Pujara, backs away. Oh, he hasn't got hold of this at all. That's high in the air. Geddes goes back and takes a good catch. Running round to his right, Ben Geddes. But Pujara's wonderful innings comes to an end. He'll get a huge ovation from the Sussex faithful here at Hove, and any Surrey supporters as well. And every Surrey player's run across to shake him by the hand here, and that's nice to see. And Brian Patel as well just wanders across and pats him on the back. And what an innings that has been, Adrian Harms.
Absolutely fabulous. He makes his way off, standing in the Sven Karma Pavilion on the top deck. I think pretty much everyone in the ground on their feet as Cheteshwar Pujara makes his way off. And I have to say, huge credit to the Surrey players. You know, several of the Surrey players went across and shook Pujara's hand as he's made his way up. I mean, it's a young Surrey side. They've been, you know, the attacks. It's been tough for them today. Surrey. They've been, the attack's been put to the sword by one of the great batsmen in world cricket. It would be easy to get down on yourself, but huge credit to Ben Geddes and the Surrey side coming across and shaking hands. I think that's really good to see, and credit to the club, Churchy.
Yeah, I think they all know this guy is a world-class player, and he's played a world-class innings today, and every single one of them just ran across and shook him by the hand to say well played. So wonderful, great to watch that. 174. Well bowled Conor McCurk. Picked up a couple in this over. Rawlings and now Pujara, but yes, what a fabulous innings that was from Pujara. And as I say, at the start he looked absolutely knackered after Friday, but he sort of got through that and then went through the gears, and smashing innings that really was.
Well, the new bats is James Coles, who's in the Sussex side. His first, he's replacing Archie Lennon today.
Yes, so James Coles right-handed. His first delivery from Conor McCurk, and Coles is crossed the stumps, looking to work it leg side. It actually rolls straight back up the pitch, and there is no run. Certainly he's put his side in a very healthy position here as Pujara. Wonderful innings.
First appearance in the competition this season for James Coles. He bowls his left arm spin, going through the partnership Sussex have with Oxford, as did Harrison Ward.
For the wicket once again goes Conor McCurk, and driving is Coles. Oh, quick single. If that had hit from Gums, I think that would have been out.
Yeah.
Sheridan Gums got round very quickly and let the ball go. But he's off the mark, is Coles, with a single. 351 for 6.
Suddenly looks a different game, doesn't it?
Yes. But wonderful 100 from Tom Clark, and then 176 from Captain Pujara. Has put Sussex in a healthy position here. As over the wicket goes Conor McCurk. Ibrahim is chopping this down to Tom Laws at backward point on the edge of the circle. They'll take a single. That'll be one more to the total. The end of the McCurk over. Good one from Conor McCurk. Couple of wickets in it. Just 4 runs off it at this stage. Great effort from him. Yeah. And 2 overs remain. And Sussex Sharks are 352 for 6.
No, most definitely was settled for that. Who's going to bowl the final over in this? And it looks like it's going to be Tom Laws.
Yeah, I think he'll get through his allotment here. As I did yesterday, I had to wander through an allotment yesterday to get to where I was going to. And then last night I went to bingo, Mr. Harms, and I absolutely loved it. It was great.
Was
at a leisure centre.
Right.
Yes, and it was marvellous. I haven't done bingo in years.
Did you win?
No, but I really enjoyed it.
Right.
Great tension and drama.
Comes Laws over the wicket, bowls to Ibrahim with a plainer miss taken by keeper Blake. There is no run. So it was all the I think it's some of the number 11's on the legs 11.
No, because I have to say the only disappointment was the caller, the young lady. I don't think there could be a more unenthusiastic caller in bingo.
Really?
Yeah, didn't
is a shame.
seem that excited by her work. I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, I think they used to be all names are pretty much a lot of the numbers. In comes Laws, bowls, Ibrahim beaten outside the offside. Oh, it's gone all the way through, and that's beaten young Blake, who's kept wicket very well. It sort of died on him a little. The ball's gone through for 4 byes. 356, I think that's going to go up to 356 for 6. Yeah. So legs 11.
There was none of that.
66
It was literally 3 and 2, 32.
Oh dear.
2 and 6, 26. 1 and 8, 18.
Right, it should be 21. Key to the door.
Yeah, look, like that a lot, yeah.
In comes Laws, bowls, Ibrahim. Oh, I thought he'd been bowled. And across the line, the ball goes through to keep out Blake. There is no run. Blake's 11. 88 was something like 88. Forget what that was.
Jamie Overton.
66. Clickety click for some reason. I don't know why.
No, I enjoyed it a lot. It was great.
Oh, good.
Fun. Yeah, great fun.
Did you get anywhere near a line or?
Oh yeah, I was 2 away from a full house.
Oh, how irritating!
At one point.
Right. Laws in and bowls. Ibrahim down the wicket. I think he's a little unfortunate there, actually. It was outside. He saw Ibrahim come running down the wicket. He decided to push it away from Dan Ibrahim. And it's a wide. And Sussex go to 357 for 6. Big crowd here at Hove. Enjoying a wonderful innings from Cheteshwar Pujara today. 174, as Churchy was saying. Laws in again, bowls. Ibrahim drills that one to mid-on. A slight fumble by Matt Dunn on the edge of the circle, but it doesn't cost Surrey a run. Ibrahim goes to 3. Calm is sort of restored here. Pujara's innings. 358 for 6. And new batsman James Coles takes guard from umpire Rob Bailey. Right-hander, 18 years of age. 2 18-year-olds out in the middle for Sussex. As in comes Laws, bowls to Coles, wide outside the odd stump. And Rob Bailey, after due consideration, Tom Laws looked really annoyed. It did look wide, to be honest, from where we were. And Rob Bailey just took a couple of moments and then said, that is a wide delivery. And Laws looks a little disconsolate as he wanders back.
2 18-year-olds going against an 18-year-old bowler here, so it's terrific stuff, isn't it?
Yeah. Laws in again, bowls, and Coles did intend that to go there, but he's going to get run to the offside. They've taken one, and that's all they'll take as the throw comes in from Ryan Patel. He was looking to play it on the leg side, was James Coles. In the end, he ended up skewing it away. On the offside, he goes to 2, 360 for 6. One more ball remaining of this, the penultimate over of the Sussex innings. Tom Laws wheels around in front of us. Comes into bowl to Ibrahim, who hammers that one away on the leg side. It's only going to be a single. A good bit of fielding out on that leg side boundary. But is that Nathan Barnwell out there?
Yep. Got around very quickly. I have to say, Yusuf Majid did well there because he almost took the umpire with him when he was sprinting round to try and cut that off. But yet 1 over to go and 361 for 6. So it's going to be a very good total this for Sussex.
That's been I mean, at 40 overs, they were I can't remember in writing, 255.
255 after 40, yes indeed.
Last 10.
Conor McCurr to bowl the last over. Well, Middlesex on Wednesday posted 351 for 7. This is 361 for 6 with an over to go. As I say, to be bowled by Conor McCurr. Coles will be the man on strike. Conor McCurr down the slope over the wicket. Coles drives straight back at Conor McCurr. Very good bowling that.
It's done well, McCurr.
He has.
2 for 56.
He was the pick of the bowlers on Wednesday as well. He's just looking very confident in his bowling at the moment, Conor McCurr. Very good to see, actually. He's going to have a part to play this season, or what's left of it, in the Championship as well, Conor McCurr. As over the wicket he comes once more to Coles. Coles swings leg side down towards long on the 1-2. Coming back on the arm of Matthew Dunn is Ibrahim, but he's safely home. And 2 more to the total.
So this will be the 3rd highest list day score for Sussex. Behind that, 395 for 4 in 40 overs at Horsham in 2011 against Worcester, and the 384 for 9 in 60 overs against Ireland in Downpatrick in 1996.
Ibrahim 6 not out as McCurr is in. He's swinging this again leg side. I think he's got enough of this. That's going to run away for 4. Ibrahim will move on to 10. And the Sussex Sharks move on to 367 for 6.
Direct correlation, Sussex's lowest score in this day cricket is 49. Imagine that. Against Derbyshire at Chesterfield in 1969. And against Sussex, they bowled Leicestershire out for 36 in 1973.
Quick game's a good game, Adrian Harms. Quick game's a good game. Over the wicket once more is Conor McCurr. That's down the leg side. Oh, and it's beaten the diver Blake again. It's got underneath Josh Blake. And it's going to run away for 4 wides. So, down the leg side. And Josh Blake tried desperately hard to get across to it, but just skipped on him again. It's not easy, this.
Well, actually, they might have this 384 for 9 in their sights now, actually, after that.
They may well do. 372 for 6. And we've still got 3 balls to go. Ibrahim 10 not out as McCurr is in. Outside edge from Ibrahim down to the third man boundary rope for 4. 1 bounce, looking to swing it leg side. And big outside edge flies away down to the third man boundary rope for 4. And the Sussex Sharks move on to 376 for 6. Ibrahim on to 14.
Can't do much about that.
No. And Ibrahim just swinging at everything now, looking to go leg side with everything. Conor McCurr over the wicket he comes once more. Ibrahim swings leg side. They'll just get a single on this occasion, and that will bring Coles on to strike for the final ball. So I think that record's safe now. 377 for 6. So the Sussex Sharks, very good total on the board this from the Sussex Sharks, built around Clark and Pujara, a partnership of 205, Tom Clark 104 and Pujara 174. Final ball then, 377 for 6. Coles on strike as McCurr is in, and Coles drives up towards mid-off. They'll take the single, and that will be 378 for 6. The Sussex Sharks, and Surrey will need 379 to win, Adrian Harms.
Yes, they will. So, well done, Sussex, as Churchy was saying. 2 fine innings from Cheteshwar Pujara and from Tom Clark. That partnership of 205 really setting Sussex up. The young Surrey attack. Stuck at it. It's been pretty tough for Surrey out there today, but well, Sussex have had days with this young side where they've had difficult days as well, and they always say that you learn when you have these tough
Welcome back to Hove here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London and the Sussex live stream. Sussex batting first, stuck in by Surrey, 378 for 6. An innings dominated by a partnership of 205 for the third wicket between Tom Clark, who made a lovely 104, his first list day 100, and then Mr. Pujara with 174, highest list day innings for Sussex, his highest score in list day cricket, and that 378 for 6 built around that. So a lot of work for this young Surrey side to do. 379 the target, and looking forward to seeing how this young Surrey side go about this. It's going to be Ben Geddes and Ryan Patel out there in the middle to get us started. Cavelis will open the bowling from this CN, just having a chat with Pujara up there at mid-off. Ryan Patel coming off the back of an excellent 100 against Middlesex in the week on Wednesday at Radlett. Ben Geddes right-handed, 2 slips in there for Cavelis. Here is Mr. Adrian Harms, but we'll give him a break in this over. I'll get through this first over, Mr. Harms, because you've managed to get yourself some sustenance, which is a great effort from you. Cavelis then in over the wicket to Ben Geddes with the first ball. Geddes is up on his toes. Oh, and Ryan Patel's come halfway down, and Cavelis with the throw as he was sent back. Ryan Patel, that would have been a horrible start for Surrey. Ryan Patel run out without facing a ball, but Cavelis with the throw off his own bowling didn't hit the stumps. So everybody settling themselves back into their seats again around the ground here at Hove. But a nice atmosphere, as sort of describing it as a festival atmosphere, this one. And I think the Pujara innings and the Clark innings have put the Sussex supporters in a good mood. Quite rightly, Cavelis is in, and in behind a short ball goes Geddes. Just plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. I had the great joy of watching Rob Andrew as well jog in front of the commentary box as the interval came to an end. Possibly not quite as quick as he was in his England Wasps and Lions days, Mr. Andrew, but very good to see him jogging across in front of the commentary box, the chief exec of Sussex, of course, these days. As in goes Cavelis, and off the mark is Geddes with an uppercut over the top of backward point, and that's going to whistle away down towards third man. They'll get a couple of runs, and Ben Geddes is up and running. Surrey are up and running, and 2 without loss. That target for Surrey, 379. So a big ask for Surrey this. Rate required is just about 8 and over. In over the wicket then is Cavelis. Short again, and this is punched off the back foot by the right-handed Geddes, straight out there towards cover, and there's no run. I'm fascinated to see what Mr. Harms went with. It looks like a pie of the chicken variety and leek, perhaps, or potato pie, maybe. A potato pie and chips. So there's a lot of potato involved in Adrian Harms' lunchtime here today. There's Cavelis over the wicket he comes, and short again, and pushed into the backward point region by Geddes. He'll get a single. Ben Geddes will move on to 3, and that'll bring Ryan Patel on to strike for the first time. 118 Ryan Patel made against Middlesex on Wednesday, and it was a very fine innings, as there's already some chanting taking place around the ground as a left-handed Ryan Patel to strike for the first time. Point cover, short extra mid-off, mid-on, deep backward square, fine leg on the edge of the circle, and the third man as Cavelis is in, and Ryan Patel looks to pull it, hits his thigh guard, rolls away into the leg side. Leg by will be the signal from umpire Rob Bailey. That's the end of this first over of the Surrey run chase here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London and the Sussex live stream after 1 over 4 without loss Oh, Surrey, Sussex in these wonderful pink shirts that they're wearing, sporting this season in the Royal London One Day Cup. And, I do like them, I have to say. They're absolutely terrific. And Bradley Curry, who I'm looking forward to watching have a bowl here. Seen a little bit of him on sort of highlights of live streams and things. So looking forward to watching Bradley Curry have a bowl. Funny enough, it was during that hottest day of the year ever where his name sort of came filtering across the River Thames towards with the way he was bowling against Middlesex. Bradley Curry. So left armour. And Ryan Patel will be the man on strike. Mr. Harms is still in his potato pie there. It is literally a pie filled with potatoes, which is an excellent sort of pie. Sort of pie I'd like, I have to say. And I also like the fact he's gone with chips as well. As here is Curry, then left arm over the wicket to Patel. That's way down the leg side, and this will be wide signalled. It's nicely taken by Alsop, tumbling away to his right hand side. Interesting seeing Alsop with the gloves on, because there's a few of these young talented batters that are doing this now. Aaron Donald at Hampshire's doing the same sort of thing. Alsop, of course, was there for a bit. But it's a good string to have to your bow these days. And all this short form franchise cricket around the place. If you can keep wicket as well as bat. As Curry is into Patel. Patel drives, thick edge, flies off down towards third man. They will get a single. And that will move Ryan Patel onto 1. And Surrey moving on to 6 without loss. It'll be very interesting to see when Sheridan Gums comes in. You'd have thought he's probably going to come in at 3 actually. Josh Blake, Tom Laws, Nico Reefer, Nathan Barnwell, Colin McCurr, and Malverde, Matt Dunn and Yusuf Majid. So it's an inexperienced batting lineup for Surrey. And Geddes. They've got the slip in there, Tom Clark, as Geddes has a nibble at one that goes away. That's nicely bowled by Curry. Just trying to, I think, run that down towards third man. Just sort of left his bat hanging out to dry for a second there. Did Ben Geddes. Surrey got off to a very good start. Sussex were 9 for 2 in the 4th over. Or Court Blake bowled Laws for 5, and then Ward bowled by Dunn for 5 as well. But 9 for 2 it was, and then the partnership of 205. As Curry's in looking to drive his Geddes thick inside edge back onto his front pad. And rolls away down towards backward point. No runners. Ali Orr gets round to do the fielding. Sop and Clark in deep discussion there. Tom Clark would have enjoyed that today. Batted very well. Looks a really good player. And then having that partnership with Pujara. And Pujara, highest individual score for Sussex in this day cricket. And wonderful innings, his highest of course as well. As left arm over the wicket goes Curry, and now Geddes is looking to force off the back foot, beats the outside edge again. A little bit like Harrison Ward here. Ben Geddes isn't really having a look at Curry. He's just trying to get after him straight away here. They're going to get an extra man into that cover ring now. Sussex. So goes to the edge of the circle. Scott Curry has just got the 3 on the leg side now, so it's a 6-3 offside field as Curry is into Geddes. Geddes is forward solidly, playing this one straight back up the pitch. And there is no run as the captain, Pujara, comes around to do the fielding. Saw a few old faces, and a young man came up very kindly to say that he was in the first year of school when I was in my last year of school, so that was nice. Made me feel very old though. As waiting again is Ben Geddes. In over the wicket goes Curry, and Geddes cuts, but they've got that man out there on the edge of the circle that I mentioned, and that'll be no runs there. Dot ball. And 2 gone. Tidy start this from the Sussex Sharks. 6 without loss. And welcome back to Mr. Adrian Harms, who's had his potato pie. Was it potato pie?
It was potato. I think there might have been a vegetable in there somewhere other than a potato.
Leek.
Leek, yes. I think it might have been leek. But when the pies arrived, they didn't have a label on to see what they were. So it was a bit of a surprise pie.
Oh, that's nice.
There was a long queue. There were massive queues for the bar and the ice cream van.
Oh, dear. Well, there's a lot of people here today.
Well, I'm told there's the best part of 2,500 people here. But it looks like more than that to me. Here comes Carvelas, comes in and bowls to Patel. Short, pulled away by Patel. Couple of fielding on the edge of the circle by Brad Curry, who fields and gets the throw in very quickly, but not before Ryan Patel has gone through for a single. Good to see some Sussex fans around. Saw Tim and his wife. They were in the queue, and Nick G was there as well. He was chatting away to Nick about Sussex. So really good to catch up with a few people at lunchtime. I thought it was 45 minutes, but it's only half an hour, Jim.
Yes, I know. It catches everybody out that these days.
I thought I got loads of time, and actually then I was really struggling. Harry Carvelas runs in and bowls, and Geddes plays. Hansi has a lovely shot. Gorgeous shot. Beautifully played. Just a little bit too wide from Harry Carvelas, but take nothing away from the shot from Geddes. It was punched through the covers for 4 runs. Lovely shot. A few cries of Surrey around the ground. 11 without loss. Young player Ben Geddes. I've been watching his progress a little. He seems to be, as is the Surrey way, sort of working him into the first 11. He's played in the Championship, made 100.
Made 100 against Kent in the Championship this season.
Very good. Carvelas comes in and bowls and hits on the pad. They need to scamper through for the single, but actually Ryan Patel judged that well, because Henry Crocombe needed to come up from short fine leg to field, threw the ball in. I'm not too sure he hasn't hurt his shoulder, Henry Crocombe, actually, and whipping that ball in. He had a bit of a shoulder problem, Henry Crocombe, but he's okay. He goes back down to his fielding position. And Patel just surveys that leg side boundary. Carvelas, born in South Africa, but with a Greek father. He qualifies for Greece. Comes in and bowls, and a good delivery, pitching around about middle and off, and Patel plays that very assiduously, straight back down the offside of the track. There is no run. In fact, I spoke to him last week, Harry, and first time I'd had the opportunity to speak to him. Nice fella. Been around cricket for a while. He's 26 or 28. I'll check in a minute. Mid-20s anyway. He's on a 1-month trial.
Good opportunity.
Him and Brad Curry, yeah, absolutely. Played at Lord's, got some runs, comes in and bowls, and Patel with a forcing shot to Coles, who's on the edge of the 30-yard circle. And there is no run. James Cole's the one change for Sussex from the narrow defeated Edgbaston, replacing Archie Lenham in the side today.
It's a great opportunity for them, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It really is.
Carvelas. It's quite hot. It is hot. It's very humid outside. There's a lot more cloud around today, and it's sort of gathering cloud. I don't think it's due to rain today. Carvelas in bowls, and Patel clips that nicely on the leg side. They're going to take one. They'll think about 2, because Harrison Ward has come in very quickly from the leg side boundary to field. And Patel picks up a couple of runs. He goes to 4 at the end of the over. Surrey 14 without loss at the end of 3 overs. They're going along at 4.7. They need to go at 7.8 if they're going. It's going to be a tall order for this young Surrey side, but it's a good track. It's a quick outfield, and there'll be plenty of young players in there who are keen to impress them watching Alex Stewart.
Absolutely, opportunity for them as well. You feel Ryan Patel is absolutely key. I spoke to him about sort of being the senior batter now in this Surrey side. He says he's enjoying that responsibility. Very good 100 it was at Radlett. Curry it is to bowl the 4th over, coming down the slope, left arm over the wicket to Ben Geddes, and Geddes punching off the back foot straight back up the ground. Pujara comes round to his right to do the fielding, and there is no run. But yes, Ben Geddes started very nicely in the competition. 70-odd, 73 against Leicestershire at Guildford, and 35 against Durham, 9 against Warwickshire and 7 against Middlesex. Ryan Patel 67 not out against Durham and 118 against Middlesex. Curry, left arm over the wicket to Geddes, and Geddes works this one towards deep backward square. Will take the single. It'll be one more to the total, but it's just the nature of looking down the card and sort of Ryan Patel jumps out at you. He's not that experienced in terms of the number of List A games he's played, but you know, he opens for Surrey in Championship cricket. Mighty fine player. Of course, he had a good one-day cup campaign last year, so there's a bit of responsibility on his shoulders in this young Surrey batting lineup. But for the likes of Sheridan Gums on debut, what an opportunity. As Curry is in to Patel, and Patel is forward. Thought about the single, but Dalray Rawlings was quickly up to do the fielding in there at extra cover. And there is no run. Still a few umbrellas up. Keeping, well, there isn't much sun at the moment, I have to say. There's a lot of cloud cover, so you probably don't need the umbrella now. Did at the start of play, but now it's not blue sky and sun beating down. As I say, there is a fair amount of cloud cover. As over the wicket goes Curry, and Patel turns this one off the stumps into the leg side. We'll get a single out there towards deep mid-wicket. But what an honour it was to watch that innings from Pujara. Absolutely brilliant to watch Pujara basically go through the gears. No violent shots in there really, just all timing. He did look tired at the start of his innings, but sort of got his second wind. Real honour to watch that from Pujara. As Curry left arm over the wicket, he comes to Geddes, who's whipping this from outside his off stump. That's nicely played by Ben Geddes. He'll get a couple out there towards deep mid-wicket. 2 more to Geddes. He's on to 10. Surrey move on to 18 without loss. Mr. Holmes is demolishing his chips now. Away to my left. He's demolished his potato and leek pie. Now he's working his way through a portion of chips. Away to our left. Written press. I've never seen them move so quick with their tickets to get out and get their lunches. Left arm over the wicket again goes Curry to Geddes, who's cracking this one off the back foot straight to the man on the edge of the circle. That cover James Coles, end of the over, 18 without loss. Surrey after 4, their target is 379.
Had an email from Brian Cowley, Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Be lovely to hear from you throughout the afternoon, or you can tweet at Back and Across, which is Churchy's Twitter handle, or at BBC Sussex Sport. And you must have been talking about players that Surrey have played, because there's last year Surrey had 34, then a record. With Sheridan Gums' debut this season, it's up to 37 so far. Can any other county beat this?
Well, the other thing with that, of course, is Surrey have been pretty settled in the Championship. 2020, a lot of new faces came in for the 2020. It's really just been the 12 for this competition, and now Sheridan Gums come in.
Eric Avelos is running away from us, coming into hole to Patel. He beats him outside the off-stump. Good delivery taken by Allsop. There is no run. And I have to say, Churchy, and not just because you're sitting here, well, I think sometimes Surrey get a bit of a bad rap, and people say, well, you know, Surrey just bring in the big overseas and everything. But you look at the young Surrey players who are coming through. Yeah. I mean, it's an extraordinary amount of talent that comes through the ranks. So, you know, up at the over, they've clearly got some very good systems in place to pick up these young players.
No overseas in this competition. They're just playing all the youngsters.
Carvelas in the bowls, and Patel again, good delivery by Ari Carvelas, who has really impressed during this month's trial he's had here at Hove. He bowls very straight, he does a bit with the ball, wholehearted cricketer, he's a useful lower order bat as well. Yes, so I mean, I know they've got Surrey have got this, you know, the cricket centre they've got down in Guildford at George Abbott School, and they've obviously got good contact around the clubs. Is that how it's working, Churchill, with the schools?
Absolutely, and with the schools as well.
Which is something Sussex is working very hard on as well. Carvelos in, pulled away by Patel, and that's going to be 4 runs. Having said it, well, Larry Carvelos a bowled, that was too short, and with only 1 man out in this opening power play, hammered away by Patel through mid-wicket for 4. He goes to 9 in the total 22 without loss.
Surrey used to be guilty of doing that, just going out and getting
the overseas, yeah.
But they get good overseas as well. That's the other thing. Surrey get good overseas players. But yeah, you look at the Championship side this season, and there's a core in there that have come through the academy as well.
Carvelos in bowls, Patel forward, plays it back down. In fact, much better delivery from Carvelos. And there is no run. Interesting signing that Surrey made this year. I don't know how he's gone. Is Dan Worrell?
Oh, he's outstanding.
Yeah. Oh. And that's an example of an overseas who comes and is pretty much.
He's not overseas.
Oh, he's not overseas.
He's got a British passport.
Oh, that's interesting.
So
right.
he signed a 3-year deal on a British passport.
Well, that's a cracking signing.
And he is absolute class. His skill set is
from Gloucestershire?
Unbelievable. Yeah. Unbelievable.
Carvelos in bowls, and Patel defends to mid-off. Fielded by Pujara. Well taken single. Good delivery though by Carvelos, who's finishing off this over nicely. 1 more ball to go in there. Or is that? Yeah, 1 more ball to go. 23 without loss. When you say outstanding in terms of... he plays T20, he plays Championship.
Yeah,
as well.
but it's more the Championship stuff.
Right.
He is that real point of difference for them.
Carvelos in bowls and driven beautifully by Geddes. Well fielded by Roll into the covers. He doesn't stop the ball cleanly. He prevents a single. And there is no run. 23 without loss. Geddes on 10, Patel on 10. I have to say, Churchy, I listened to you when Surrey beat Yorkshire at Scarborough.
Oh, what a great game of cricket that turned out to be.
A wonderful game of cricket. I was listening on the way back from here, and I sort of got the feeling that it was one of those wins. It almost seemed like you said in your commentary, this is the sort of game you need to win if you're going to win a county championship, and it kind of felt a bit like that.
Well, what Surrey have done very well, but then what Hampshire have done very well is they've sort of gone game by game. Of one of them wins early, and then the other one comes back and wins. But Surrey, they've got the win against Warwickshire straight after that, and Essex. So it's been a fascinating season in the Championship.
Oh, it's been brilliant.
It really has.
Yeah, it's been really good.
It's been some great cricket, and Surrey have played some great cricket in the Championship this season. As Curry starts the 6th over, coming left arm over the wicket to Patel, who's taking this late off his stumps, and that's nicely timed by Ryan Patel. Roll of the wrists, and that whistles off to the boundary rope for 4. Patel's on to 14, and Surrey move on to 27 without loss.
Yeah, 16 points in it in the county championship. 3 rounds of matches to go. It's between Surrey and Hampshire. Surrey in the ascendancy. Those 16 points is, it's a win, isn't it?
Surrey, I think Hampshire have so-called easier running. Surrey have Northamptonshire at Wantage Road, Yorkshire at the Keir Oval, and last game of the season, Lancashire at Old Trafford. As Curry is in, and this is turned again for 4 more by Ryan Patel. Just a bit too straight that from Curry, and it's given Ryan Patel every opportunity just to get inside it, roll the wrists on it, guide it past the short fine leg for 4. So Patel moves on to 18. Nice start this from Geddes and Patel. 31 without loss.
Yes, the next round of matches, Surrey don't play. No. Hampshire do. Hampshire play Northamptonshire at the Aegeus. Surrey don't play. So I guess a chance for Hampshire to maybe move to the top of the table. Yep. And then Hampshire don't play the following round of matches when Surrey go to Northamptonshire.
In again goes Curry. Driving is Ryan Patel. This one's slightly overpitched, and Ryan Patel has jumped all over that. Just checks it away through the covers for 4 more. So 3 boundaries on the spin for Ryan Patel. He moves on to 22. Surrey moving on to 35 without loss.
Yes, you're right, Churchy. So then Hampshire don't play that. And then the final 2 rounds, Surrey at home to Yorkshire, Hampshire at home to Kent. And the final round of matches, Hampshire go to Edgbaston to play Warwickshire, and Surrey go to Old Trafford.
I think from a Hampshire point of view, to have 2 of those 3 at home. As left arm over the wicket again goes Curry. Forward goes Ryan Patel. Tucks him up towards mid-on. Takes a single. That'll be 1 more to the total. But whatever happens from here, Surrey have played some terrific cricket in the Championship this season. They've got a 16-point cushion. But everybody's having to wait for ages, it feels like, before we can get going again. So we'll wait to see. Because Jamie Overton picked up an injury, finger and foot, poor lad. So fingers crossed he's back for that run of championship games. He's been a key part for Surrey of the championship. As in over the wicket once again goes Curry, and forward comes Ben Geddes, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Should have Pope and Folkes, of course, because Test series will be over by then. So it'll be a fascinating end to the season in terms of the championship. Yeah, there's a lot of talent sort of coming off the conveyor belt. Tom Laws is the one this season. He's really made an impression. Geddes, as you say, is out there at the moment. As Curry's in over the wicket, Geddes works this down to short, fine. They'll take the single. That'll be another one to Ben Geddes, another one to the Surrey total. Nice steady start this from Geddes and Ryan Patel. Good over that for Surrey. 14 off it. And after 6, Surrey 37 without loss. At this stage, Sussex were 27 for 2.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. I've got down the scores. You've done it over by over, which is very commendable, Church, in your little book. I've done that the respective power plays at the end of the power play 1. Sussex 53 for 2. They were at one stage 9 for 2. It was a good batting track. It is the pitch that was used last week against Leicester. Did a bit for the bowlers early on, but looks a good track as Harry Carvelos runs away from us, coming into bowl to Ben Geddes. He's in and bowls, and Geddes plays that to mid-on. He was looking to play that little square, and then he eventually played it, fielded by Ibrahim, who comes from mid-on to field. And there is no run. Most of the people, I think, have returned from their either getting their ice cream or their beer or whatever they wanted for lunch.
Yes, I think seats sort of being taken up again, occupied again. I sort of looked across to my left, but as we started, there was hardly anybody in the stand, but I think they were all coming back with their food.
Yes. All settling down for the afternoon as Carvelos is in and bowls. Well, it kept it a little low, and Geddes did well to play it wide of mid-on and fielded by Daniel Ibrahim. One more to Geddes. He goes to 12, 38 without loss. It doesn't sound desperately healthy to a portion of chips and a pie.
Yes, but a man of your stature, of your athletic prowess. The thing is, you don't put any weight on, though.
No, I'm very.
You see, you could eat all day.
I've also got a Mars bar. It's dreadful, isn't it? Yeah. Anyway, so it did look very tempting. Pujara's just having a natural way to Harry Carvelos, maybe suggesting a change in the field. They can only have 2 outside the circle. Currently a third man. And a deep mid-wicket, Carvelos in bowls, and Patel finds that gap on the leg side, but it's just a single because Harrison Ward in his white sun hat comes running into field, not timed by Patel nonetheless. He goes to 24 off of just 18 deliveries, 39 without loss. Here on BBC Radio, Sussex BBC Radio, London, Adrian Harms, Mark Church. You may be watching via the Sussex Cricket Club live stream. Well done to the lads operating that today. We had a few technical issues, but they got those sorted out, so well done all. We may be listening via the BBC app. Wherever you are, welcome. As in comes Carvelos, bowls. Lovely flowing cover drive by Geddes, but straight to Coles, who fields in the covers. He's the other Sussex player with a sun hat on. The others have all got caps. Yeah, everyone's got something on their head. So 2 sun hats, 9 caps. Well, 8 caps at the minute because Carvelos is bowling. Jeff Boycott used to bowl with his cap on, didn't he?
He did. Yes, indeed.
I wonder if anyone else used to bowl with their cap on. They probably did. Carvelos runs away from us up the hill. Past umpire Bailey is in and bowls, and that cap. No, he's bowling. And Ben Geddes is on his way for 12, and the first wicket goes down. And Surrey are 39 for 1. My feeling there was that might have kept a little low to Ben Geddes. Did he play around it?
Yeah, I think he played around it, really. It looked a pretty straight delivery, but he's tried to work it through mid-wicket. And absolutely nothing on it, and it's bowled him neck and crop. Looks as if Nico Reefer's coming out at 3 down those steps in the distance, so I think it's going to be Nico Reefer at 3 for Surrey, but Ben Geddes, the captain, goes, and Surrey 39 for 1.
He's done very well, Harry Cavalos. I've been very impressed with the line that he bowls. I mean, he does make the batsman play. As I say, he's been playing a bit of second 11 cricket, here for the best part of a year, really, without really making the breakthrough. And the Sussex bowling attack has been shorn this injury. I mean, clearly Archer and Robinson wouldn't have played much even if they were fit, because they'd have been playing test match cricket. But no George Garton, who's been suffering from long COVID all season. Jamie Atkins has been injured. Who else has been injured? Jack Carson, the off-spin, has been injured, hasn't played all season, but Sussex have really struggled to bowl sides out, and even in the Championship, the game that they won against Derbyshire, it was a terrific win, taking nothing away from them. They didn't take 20 wickets in the match, so they really have struggled to bowl sides out. But Carvallis, he's one of these bowlers, he bowls a good length, he sort of nips it about a little bit. And he's impressed. He's done very well.
As I say, he's got an opportunity.
Well, someone said to me at lunchtime, and I'm not sure, because he's born in Johannesburg, he's got a Greek father, so presumably he's got a Greek passport in some way, I'd imagine. So quite how... I don't understand qualification, Churchy. Is he overseas?
I don't think anybody does.
So I really don't know where Sussex stand with that. But he's certainly done everything he can, so good luck to him, really. I think that's 10 wickets he's taken in the competition so far. I'll double check that in a moment.
Good opportunity for Nico Reefer, batting at 3 here.
Yep. As in comes Carvallis, bowls in, and Reefer is forward to a ball of good length. Carvallis fields off his own bowling. There is no run. Have a nice tidy over from Harry Carvallis. Picked up a wicket, only cost a couple of runs, and Surrey at the end of the 7th are 39 for 1.
Yep. Good over that from Carvallis. Ben Geddes going for 12. So Ryan Patel and Nico Reefer have a bit of a natter about everything out there in the middle. Curry will continue down the slope from the Cromwell Road end. And Ryan Patel will be the man on strike. That ripple of applause you can hear is for Carvallis as he makes his way back to his fielding position at third man. Well, the Sussex faithful are pleased with the way he's going. Lovely ovation there. Here is Curry, left arm over the wicket to Ryan Patel, who's solidly forward, plays this one up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
He's by a distance the leading Sussex wicket taker in the competition. He's taken 12 wickets at about 15 and a half, best of 4 for 21 here against Leicestershire, so he's done extremely well. Other than that, next best is Delray Rawlins, who's taken 6. So he's had a good competition as Harry Carvallis.
Yes, indeed. Taking his opportunity with both hands from the sounds of things. As Curry, left arm over the wicket he comes, and Patel's forward again, just pushing into that backward point position. And again, there is no run. But yes, tall lad. Got a nice action, but it's his own action. But as you say, bowls a good line, good length. He's picked up 12 wickets in the competition so far. He's going very nicely. Curry into Ryan Patel, and Patel's had a flash at this one outside his off stump. Beats the outside edge. That's taken by Allsop. Moving away to his left-hand side. 6:30 is the cut-off time. There on the scoreboard. Ryan Patel wanders off towards square leg. Just have a think about everything. Well, Bailey stood out there at square leg, watching away at the moment. As Curry comes left arm over the wicket to Ryan Patel, and all shout for LBW, but that's hit him outside, and Reefer gets through for the single. He took a bit of time to get going there, Nico Reefer, but leg by is the signal, and that'll be one more to the total. And Surrey move on to 40 for 1. But yeah, Reefer took a bit. Well, he just a bit casual and then suddenly panicked. Yeah, so I think that's what it was. But he's quite casual in everything he does. Nico Reefer played very nicely against Warwickshire that extraordinary game that ended as a tie sort of got the Surrey chase going, and then it was Nick Kibber, who's unfortunately not well for this game, as Curry is in to Reefer, and Reefer is forward and playing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run, but 53 from 72 balls with 3 fours and 2 sixes against Warwickshire, a 45 not out against Leicestershire at Guildford, and 15 against Middlesex at Radlett for Nico Reefer, and an opportunity here to bat at number 3 today with no Cameron Steele in the Surrey side. So you can get a good long bat in here because he's out there in the 8th over. As Curry is over the wicket to him, and Reefer's forward and will get off the mark, just pushes this one to the right of mid-on. Nico Reefer moves on to 1. Surrey move on to 41 for 1 at the end of the 8th over. Just a couple of runs off that over, so it's a good over that from Curry. And Velas will continue down in front of us from the sea end.
Yeah, Brad Curry has taken 5 wickets in the competition so far. Excuse me, but a very good economy rate. I think 4.4 on over. Has bowled very well. I noticed Nico Reefer born in Barbados. As in comes Harry Carvelos to bowl to Reefer, and he lets a little nibble on that, and he's gone. And that's Harry Carvelos' 13th wicket of the competition. Good delivery, nicked away from the right-hander, thick edge from Reefer, through to Tom Alsop, who does the rest. And just as Sussex lost a couple of early wickets, so Surrey have done as well, and they are now 41 for 2.
Disappointed there, well, Nico Reefer getting that opportunity to bat at 3, and a little bit loose there outside the off stump. Fair play to Carvelos though, good length, good line again, finds the outside edge, and as you say, 13 wickets now for Carvelos in the competition.
Yes, we're back underway after lunch, Sylvie, and Surrey, having made a good start in their chase of this mammoth score of 378 for 6, have lost a couple of wickets. Ben Geddes, the skipper, out for 12. He was bowled by Harry Carvelos, and Carvelos has just picked up another wicket. Nico Reefer nicking behind, caught by Tom Alsop. He's out for 1. So we're in the 9th over, the 9th of the 50 overs, and Surrey in reply are 41 for 2. Earlier, wonderful innings, 174 from Cheteshwar Pujara. Tom Clark weighing in. A debut, or a maiden first-class 100 for him in list day cricket. He made 104. Go on. Thank you, Sylvie. I look forward to it.
Not quite. Nobody could hear what was being said to you there, apart from me.
Yes, I know.
And those listening. You are Mr. Harms.
There we are. I've obviously got an admirer.
We've got a big admirer there, I'll tell you.
Harry Carvelos has got a few admirers. He comes running in, bowls to the new bat, who is Josh Blake, wicket keeper, who plays a nice confident shot off the front foot into the covers, fielded by James Coles, and there is no run. So Sussex lost a couple of early wickets, and Surrey have done the same. I guess the difference, and you never know what's going to happen in the great game of cricket, do you? But I mean, Sussex did have the benefit of having Cheteshwar Pujara.
Yeah. Well, that's the Ryan Patel is
the Pujara. Yeah. So they need Patel to play big innings. And he started very nicely. As in comes Carvelos, bowls, and it's bowled, and Harry Carvelos picks up another wicket. Well, he really is having a wonderful time in this month, is Harry Carvelos. And Blake, I think that hit the off stump. And that Carvelos picks up 2 in an over. And sorry, we're in a spot of trouble here. 41 for 3. And Blake has gone without troubling the scorers, and a 3rd wicket for Harry Carvelos.
It looked a good one, that. Because Blake pushed forward and has lost his off stump. Now, that always says, early in your innings, you've got a good one there. Before you're really getting to grips with what the ball's doing. And that's again what Carvelos has done there. He's just made the batter play. That's the key thing. So Surrey have a problem now. 41 for 3, and very inexperienced batting lineup, so that Ryan Patel responsibility. Ryan Patel's shoulders are getting bigger and bigger game by game at the moment, and yes, I feel a bit for Josh Blake there, because out first ball against Middlesex, a second baller here, but that looked a pretty good one to me. And here, what a moment this is for Sheridan Gums, coming out at number 5 on debut. So he's out there early, Sheridan Gums. So Surrey Academy player. There's a double 100 to his name for the twos this season. Part of the under-18 Surrey team as well. This is a little different, but he's got Ryan Patel out there, and it's a great opportunity. I hope he just goes out there and enjoys it, really.
No, I could agree more.
Yeah.
Don't look at the scoreboard too much, because just get in there, and Carvelis is bowling very nicely for Sussex. Another we've had so many left-handers in this game.
Yeah, there are a lot. But I'll be honest with you, it's my first sighting of Sheridan Gums. Right, okay. So looking forward to watching this. All that lady's back laughing
again.
Yeah,
I tell you, she's been laughing all afternoon, hasn't she?
Yes, she has.
The old cackle.
Does slightly remind me of the Wizard of Oz and the sort of Wicked Witch of the East. But yes, it's very nice to hear someone enjoying themselves.
It is. We all need a bit of laughter at the moment, don't we, with everything that's going on. And the sun is trying to break through again as in comes Carvelis. On the first ball to Sheridan Gums. Let's see what he does. He's in and bowled, and he's forward, and he keeps it out, and Carvelis doesn't field the ball cleanly. He makes as if to shy at the stumps. So well done the young man who survives his opening ball in this day cricket for Surrey. It's his first senior appearance, I guess.
Indeed, it is. Yep, absolutely. And it's sort of come out of left field a touch for him, because with Cameron still obviously concussed, it's all sort of happened in the last couple of days for himself and Tim Lloyd.
Carvelis bowls and driven nicely to mid-off, fielded by Pujara, and there is no run. And you talk about opportunity, Church. You think you it's funny how opportunities come along in life, isn't it? And he's probably thinking, well, Surrey may not win this game, but if you go in as a young player, you bat sensibly, you make some runs. You've got Alex Stewart here watching the game. Who knows where it leads? It's we could be not watching the next great thing.
Yeah.
We don't know. Carvelis, really with his tail up, comes running in, bowls to who clips onto the leg side, picks up his first run. In fact, he might pick up a couple of runs, because he's very quickly back for the second. So the young man is on his way for 2. So good luck to him. But a good over from Harry Carvelis. He's just having the most wonderful time here at Sussex. He's picked up all 3 wickets. 14 wickets in the competition so far, and he gets handshakes all round from his Sussex teammates. And Surrey here at the end of the 9th over are 43 for 3.
Yep, and it's interesting. It's always good to see a new player out there in the middle, but he's out there very early, and that again is a standing ovation for Mr. Carvelis. He's a very popular boy, and you know the reason why? He's picking up wickets, so that's absolutely spot on as a bowler. That's the way to endear yourself to your county faithful. Is either if you're about to score loads of runs, or if you're a bowler, take loads of wickets. And smile when you walk down to that sort of ovation. Take your cap off, which is what he did. As here's Curry to Patel, thick inside edge from Ryan Patel. And they will pick up a single. And Ryan Patel moves on to 25.
Sorry, Churchy. He's giving the Sussex coaches and management a bit of a dilemma, really, because I've no idea how he would qualify. And Sussex certainly need to bolster their bowling ranks. That's no secret during the winter months, and I'm sure that's very high in Ian Salisbury and James Kirtley's in tray to find an overseas bowler who can probably play all formats of the game. But Carvelis is sort of giving him a bit. I don't know whether he classified as an overseas. We'll have to find out. But he's done wonderfully well, and you can't take it away from him. He's done excellently.
Well, he's bowled nicely today. He just bowls a good line and length.
Yeah, he does.
As Curry is into Gums, and Gums is forward. And plays this one out into the side. So yeah, Sheridan comes out there early on debut, and that's probably quite a good thing. He hasn't had too much time to sit and think about all of this.
No.
So waits over his bat once more. Good luck to the lad. He's 2 not out at the moment. Curry comes into him. And this one's turned leg side. Will pick up a single. You always see a player and you're reminded of other players straight off the bat, aren't you? Just the way they set up. And Michael Carberry springs straight to mind here with Sheridan Gums. The way he sets up. Ryan Patel comes back onto strike once again. It's a nice, confident, compact start from Sheridan Gums. Ryan Patel, 25 not out as Curry's into him, and Patel always flick this uppishly. One bounce down towards mid-on. Curry's fallen over on his follow-through. I think he's okay. There are players all over the place, and after all of that, it's a single for Ryan Patel. So Ryan Patel moves on to 26. Curry's okay. Just tumbled over on his follow-through. Sheridan Gums comes back onto strike on 3. Yeah, he made Sheridan Gums 259 versus Essex.
Wow.
Yeah, so he's got.
So he can play.
He can play. There's no doubt whatsoever about that. He's a Bradfield College boy, Sheridan Gums. There's a slip and a gully in there for him. His left arm over the wicket goes Curry, and he's forward and plays this one nicely out into the offside. He had one moment in the field early on that was, I think, good for him to get out of his system, where he sort of strolled across and went down one-handed and missed it completely. But this is what he's in the team for, batting side of things, and he's out there very early. 46 for 3, Surrey. Curry will come down the slope once again to Sheridan Gums, and Gums is forward and just opens the face, guides this one off nicely down towards third man, and they will pick up a single. Slough Cricket Club, I think it is.
Yeah, you're right.
Sheridan Gums
I'm just
as
reading
well.
about it at Slough Cricket Club.
10 overs gone, 47 for 3 Surrey, and that is in pursuit here on BBC Sussex and BBC Surrey and the Sussex live stream of 379.
Yeah, this is the Slough and South Buckinghamshire Observer in 2017, where Slough Cricket Club did very well in the Berkshire Youth Cricket Finals. And he played in the under-17s and the under-13s. So it's obviously a good young player. So good luck to him today.
Yeah.
He's on 4. If you want to get in touch with us, please do so. Keep Churchy and I company throughout the afternoon. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Eric Carvelos is staying in the attack, unsurprisingly, having picked up 3 wickets, and he's running away for us. 2 slips go down. He comes into bowl to Gums, who's driving beautifully through the covers for 4 runs. Well, it's a fine shot. Slightly over pitch from Ari Carvelos, who bowls very loose deliveries, and Gums onto that in a flash, and he just timed it beautifully through the covers for 4 runs. Lovely shot. Yep. He goes to 8, 51 for 3.
A little uppish, but it absolutely whistled away.
Yeah, it did.
Through the covers for 4.
Certainly did. Carvelos. In we go. Also well pitched up and clubbed away again by Gums. That's another nice shot, punched away through mid-on this occasion. He goes into double figures. Yes, he goes to 12.
That's nice.
I thought for a moment it was Ryan Patel, but it wasn't, it was Gums.
It's nicely put away because Carvelos there straightened up on him, having just been driven through the covers. He's just whipped him straight through the leg side for 4. So it's a nice couple of shots there from Sheridan Gums.
Shots. Carvelos, couple of 4s of the first 2 balls of the over. Comes in and bowl short, and Gums. A good response from Harry Carvelos. He bent his back then. And he gives Sheridan Gums a bit of a stare. Gums played it well. He just pulled inside the line, watched the ball all the way through to wicket-keeper Allsop, and there is no run. I think sign of a good player when you watch the ball, Churchy.
Very good. Played that very well. Very, very well indeed. Just dropped his hand, swayed inside it. Well, so far he's been impressive.
Yes, he has. Elsewhere, I'll give you the scores as we progress through the over in this group. Harry Carvelos, 2 slips go down. In and bowls and comes drives firmly to mid-off, fielded by Pajara. There is no run at Grace Road. Leicestershire made 338 for 8. VM Mulder, who's been I think he's a good player. He made a big double 100 here on a pretty flat track against Sussex, but in the runs again he made a half century. 338 for 8. Warwickshire 44 for 1 in reply in 8 overs. Durham made 226 against Nottinghamshire, who 104 for 4 after 20 overs in reply. Middlesex 78 for 2 in the 10th over, chasing 336 to beat Somerset. In comes Carvelos bowls and forward comes Guns, placed to mid-on. There is no run, and Steve Eskenazi, who's been in great form, is out for 21. So Middlesex are going to have to do it without Eskenazi today. So the group is very, very tight. I think Churchy and I were saying before the game, whoever loses today is going to probably find it pretty difficult to qualify, I think. But everyone's beating everybody, so yeah, you never know. Carvelos is in and bowls short and caught. It comes by James Coles in the covers. Harry Carvelos picks up his 4th wicket. He was looking to loft that one away over the covers, and James Coles, who's not the tallest, took a very good catch in covers, leaping high, got both hands to it, and comes after a promising couple of boundaries. He's on his way for 12, and Surrey are 55 for 4, and Carvelos, his magic spell continues.
Well, at this rate, he's going to get all 10. But Sheridan Gubbs, I feel for him there. Short, wide, right shot, good catch. It just came straight off the toe end of his bat. And actually, to be fair to Coles, he did very well because he took it on the rebound. Because he got both hands to it, but then took it on the rebound. So Gums' debut innings comes to an end on 12. Tom Laws will make his way out there into the middle, but yeah, sorry, this is not the start they were looking for. And this is always the slight concern with an inexperienced top order, but all credit to Carvelos now. 4 for him. And the rate he's going is on for all 10.
Yeah. Life's all about opportunities, isn't it? And seizing that opportunity when he comes along. He's, from memory, he's 28. Harry Carver. He's 20. I'm going to double check the stats. I've made a note of it here somewhere in my book of words here. But he's 28. Well, so in terms of cricket, he's when I interviewed him, I said to him, he's played some first class cricket in South Africa. He's played a bit of seconds over here. He's doing a business degree as well. He was explaining whilst he's here. So I'm not saying time's running out, but it sort of is in terms of.
And the other thing is, he probably knows his own bowling now as well. At 28, that's the other thing. So he might have seen this as a last opportunity, and he's grabbing it with both hands. And listen to this. You can name it the Carvelos stand at the moment.
Yes.
As he makes his way back. It's a lovely ovation for him. So Tom Laws, that was the last ball of the over. He's down at the non-striker's end, and as I say, that responsibility on the shoulders of Ryan Patel. He gets a bit more now. 55 for 4. Sorry. It was the right shot from Sheridan Gumbs. As I say, just he threw it early. I still think this pitch is holding a touch. His left arm over the wicket. Here's Curry to Patel. And this is turned by Patel out towards deep mid-wicket. They'll take a single. That'll be one more to the total. But the other thing, and Jeremy Coney, if he was here, would raise his eyebrows at me. But the other great thing about Carvelos is he takes wickets.
Yes, he does.
Now, everyone laughs at me when I say that, but that is the currency of the bowler. And you do see some great young bowlers who bowl beautiful deliveries and never hit the edge, never. Carvelos there's bowled a short wide one, which Gums hasn't quite timed. He's got himself a wicket. So absolutely, and what's that now? 15 in the competition for him?
I think that's 15.
Yeah, so fantastic, absolutely fantastic. Well, he's definitely making Mr. Kirtley, Mr. Salisbury, and everybody else, and Mr. Andrew have a chat about it, isn't he?
Definitely.
As waiting over his bat is the right-handed Tom Laws, as Curry is into him, and he lets his first one go outside his off stump. And Ali Orr's got one of those sort of little white towels out the back of his trousers. It keeps falling out.
Yes.
So as that ball was bowled, I wonder what on earth is that? It just keeps dropping out the back of his trousers. Sound of a seagull going overhead. As waits once again does Tom Laws. In over the wicket once more. Comes Curry to him, and Laws is off the mark here, just playing this one down into the leg side. And they'll pick up one more. Would you excuse me at the end of this over? I've just had a message. I need to make a quick call of a technical variety.
Oh dear.
Mr. Harms.
Yes. No problem at all.
I didn't even know people knew I was here today. As
we know
Ryan Patel.
And we're very glad.
Oh, thank you, old boy. That's very kind of you. Ryan Patel comes back onto strike on 27. 57 for 4, Surrey. And that 379 is looking quite a way away at the moment.
It's a tall order, isn't it?
It was always going to be a tall order.
Yeah.
So they're just rearranging the field now for Ryan Patel, getting an extra man across into the mid-wicket region. Curry, left arm over the wicket to Patel and hitting him high up on the thigh guard as he looks to work it into the leg side. And Potter's down towards backward point, leg by the signal. One more to the total.
Harry Carvelis' wickets are now coming at 13. That's the effect it's had today. From a Sussex point of view, they'll feel, I mean, clearly they're not over the line yet, but I think you'd think Sussex will win this from here. That'll give them 3 wins out of 5. They've got to go to Durham and Somerset. A lot of time on the coach next week for the Sussex lads, and then back here for the last game against Middlesex.
In again goes Curry, and Laws looks to drive. Thick inside edge on this occasion. It rolls up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
I hope the weather plays ball next week, because it's, as I say, it's a real trek getting up there. I think the Sussex boys go up tomorrow and break the journey, and I hope the weather plays ball, because it's a lot of effort, isn't it, to get up there and it pours with rain.
Yeah, no, that's never acute, or it gets. I've done it before. I've got there and it's been abandoned.
Oh,
yes. As in over the wicket once again comes Curry, and forward goes the right-handed Laws, and there is no run. That was the occasion where the Super Stopper blew up.
Oh,
so yes, so we couldn't dry the outfield years ago, so that was why it went. So long way to go to watch the Super Stopper blow up. Give me one over, Mr. Harms, and I will be back with you.
no problem. I remember going to Gloucester, I went to Bristol on one occasion for a 50 over, and poured with rain all the way down, got to Bristol and pulled into the ground just as the umpires walked out and said, oh, it's off for the day. So barely had time to turn off the engine, back in the car and home again. So it does happen sometimes. Happened watching the Albion as once. Well, when we went up to Blackburn for a game and literally got to the stadium, walked in, set up the equipment, big puddles on the pitch, and the ref said, oh, the game's off. So again, back you come. Harry Carvelis is going to bowl his 7th over. Running in from the CN, comes in and bowls to Patel, who drives that out into the offside, fielded by Alior in front of the scoreboard. And there is one more to Ryan Patel. He goes to 28. Sorry, to 59 for 4. If you're just joining us here on BBC Sussex and BBC Radio London, the story of the day really revolved around 2 very fine innings. Cheteshwar Pujara making 174, the highest list day innings by a Sussex player. It was a wonderful innings, including 24s and 5 6s. A partnership of 205 for the 3rd wicket with Tom Clark, who made a maiden list day century. He made 104 as in comes Carvelis, bowls to Laws, who plays to mid-on, fielded by Ibrahim. And there is no run. Then in reply, Harry Carvelis has really got amongst this Surrey batting order. Wonderful figures. In his 7th over, figures of 4 for 27. And it's been a wonderful display by Harry Carvelis. He's bowling with a slip in a gully, runs away from us, comes in and bowls to Laws, who's forward to ball of good length. Punches into the covers, fielded by James Coles. And there is no run. Of course, all the remainder of matches in the Royal London Club will be live on the BBC website. Sussex supporters, I imagine there'll be a whole pile of people making their way up to Durham for a one-dayer on Wednesday, but a chance to listen on the BBC website as Carvelos is in again past umpire Bailey. He's in and bowls, and Laws again solidly 4 to ball, a good length, plays it out into the offside, and there is no run. Lovely buzz around the ground. Really good crowd here at Hove. I'm told the attendance is 2,300, but I was saying a little earlier, it looks like it's a little bit more than that to me. I mean, it's always difficult to judge, but it almost looks like the type of crowd you get for a T20 here at Hove. Well, the big stands at the end of the ground, I appreciate. In comes Carvelos bowls, and Laws is forward. Looks very comfortable, plays it to mid-on, fielded by Daniel Ibrahim. I wonder whether the plan is to bowl Carvelos right through. I mean, when you've taken 4 wickets, or perhaps he'll bowl it. This will be his 7th over.
Well, he's been mighty impressive so far.
He has. He always adjusts his shirt when he walks back to his mark, Harry Carvelos. He sort of hitches it up. And he comes again. Bowling to Laws, and Laws pulls. That's going to be 4 runs. Too short, and dispatched by Tom Laws through wideish mid-on, almost through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Nice shot. He goes to 5, and Surrey are 63 for 4. Carvelos takes his cap, and he's got 4 for 31.
That might have made Pujara's mind up for him there, but he bowled a great first spell, if that is it.
Yeah.
You know, picked up all 4 wickets in a 7-over spell. It's terrific stuff. But it looks like Henry Crocombe's coming into the attack down there in the distance from the Cromwell Road end. Yep. Up comes his picture on the big replay screens away to our right-hand side. So Henry Crocombe into the attack. The round of applause is for Carvelos down there to our left-hand side. Patel will be the man on strike on 28. Geddes gone for 12, Reefer for 1, Blake without scoring, and Gums on his debut for 12. There's a seagull sat on the out. Well, there's quite a few now actually down there at the Cromwell Road end of seagulls watching away in the distance. Left-handed Ryan Patel waits for Crocombe. Crocombe's first ball, right arm over the wicket, and Patel cuts down towards third man, and they'll pick up a single. And the Carvelos stand again. He's made a few new fans today.
He has.
Mr. Carvelos. He's now signing some autographs down there, and it brings the right-handed Laws onto strike. The one thing I would say about this Surrey side is they've stuck in every game so far, even when they've been really up against it.
Yeah.
They've stuck in there. So, you know, they've shown a lot of character so far, but they are a very young side. As Crocombe over the wicket, he comes to Laws, and Laws flicks this in the air. He'll get away with it. A couple of bounces, gets a single out there towards deep backward square. Coles gets round to do the fielding. No, Ward, apologies, gets round to do the fielding.
It's his hat, didn't he?
Yes, he did. It blew off. Harrison Ward.
Martin Mahoney has been in touch. Hello, Martin, on Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. I'll read your email at the end of the over, Martin. Thank you for getting in touch.
Crocombe into Patel, and Patel, that'll be 6. He loves it there. Just pulls it like a shell out into one of the corporate hospitality boxes. If he drops short to Ryan Patel, he picks it up so early. He's on to 35, and Surrey 71 for 4.
Interesting here with Henry Crocombe. I had a feeling that Sean Hunt, who started his career at Surrey, left armour, might play in this game today, but Henry Crocombe preferred.
In over the wicket he comes again, and this is punched by Patel out there to extra cover, and there's no run.
1 for 65 at Edgbaston on Friday, Henry Crocombe. I mean, I thought for a while of the young Sussex fast bowlers that Henry Crocombe is the best wicket-to-wicket bowler. They have sort of juggled them around, and suddenly you can't drop Carvelis at the moment. And Curry's bowling well, so it's sort of between Hunt and Crocombe for the final seamer's berth in this side. So Henry Crocombe will want to impress here.
Yep, and he'll know not to drop short to Ryan Patel. So he's going round the wicket now to Patel, and Patel forcing off the front foot this time out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. And there is Harrison Ward again to do the fielding. They'll pick up another single. Patel moves on to 36, and Surrey move on to 72 for 4.
Nice looking bat, isn't he, Ryan Patel?
Yes, good player.
Born in Sutton.
Yeah, very good player, Ryan Patel. And over the wicket goes Crocombe to Laws, and Laws turns this one off his stumps out towards Harrison Ward again, who's very much in this over. Is Harrison Ward in the field? That's the end of it. 13 have gone. And Surrey in pursuit of 378. 379 to win this one. 378 for 6 from Sussex. 13 gone. And Surrey 73 for 4.
Just noticed Ollie Carter was on the field. He's making his way up. I think Tom Clark had wandered off for whatever reason. Martin says, I'm just wondering, Adrian, if you have any information on the lengths of contracts for some of our young players. I'd like to think that they would be around for a while we have the makings of a very decent side in a few years' time, owing to the experience they've accumulated over the last 2 years. All the best, Martin. I have to say, I don't know. Daniel Ibrahim is one of those young players. He's 18, he's coming into the side. Quite often, Martin, when a player does sign or signs a new contract, they never give the term of that contract. In comes Ibrahim bowls, and Laws tucks this nicely through wideish mid-wicket and pick up a couple of runs because Ali Orr needs to trot round from in front of the scoreboard's field. I forget what the term they say.
Undisclosed length?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, very good, Churchy. So it's very difficult to know. And I get very confused with cricket about when players can be approached. There's this sort of 30-day or 90-day role or whatever it is. It's all very complicated, I find, in terms of players and contracts and when clubs can make other approaches and when they can't. And it's not very clear to me. Perhaps I'm just a bit dim. In comes Ibrahim bowls to Laws, who flicks this through square leg, picks up a single and Orr again, fields this time in front of the scoreboard. One more to Laws. He goes to 76 for 4 in the 15th.
Yeah, I think you can look too much into it. I think if somebody wants someone,
they get them.
And on an away game, they may just happen to go out for a bite to eat or go for a cup of tea before the start of play. You can't stop them doing that.
No, you can't. I think you're right. Ibrahim. In around the wicket bowls to Patel, who very nearly plays on. I thought he had played on for a moment. Or hit him on the foot.
Yeah, that's hit him straight on the foot.
Right,
off the inside edge.
Yeah, he sort of runs behind the wicket, hopping up and down, does Ryan Patel. He might have a nasty bruise on his toe tomorrow morning.
It's a no ball, so that's why he really went after it. I think he heard the call very early, Ryan Patel. So he tried to absolutely smash that, and the only place he smashed it was straight on the end of his foot. So he's got a free hit now.
Good spot. Now he's making a point, is Ryan, but I'm not sure what he's trying to say.
They moved the field a touch.
Yeah, which you're not meant to do. In bowls, and Patel hammers it away for 4 runs. 1 bounce, 4. Just stepped down the wicket and belted it over mid off for 4 runs. Good shot by Patel. He's playing very nicely here. He goes to 40 off 33. Sorry, to 82 for 4. But I'm sure, Martin, in answer to your questions, that Sussex have got sort of the terms in place for these younger players. Just have to see if they, now go to the next level. That's what it's all about with the youngsters. Can you do it at the higher level? In comes Ibrahim bowls, and Patel plays. Oh, there could be a run out here. Well, the ball was played by Patel, and Delray Rawlins is not the man you want to take a quick single to. And Tom Laws was sort of momentarily stuck betwixt and between as well. Rawlins fielded well. I think he might have hurt himself.
Well, he stepped over. The thing there was, Ryan Patel said yes, then realised it was Rawlins and said no.
Yes, which was probably wise.
Yeah, and Tom Laws really was for a second there in trouble, but Rawlins slipped.
Yeah. Yes, he's very good in the field, is Delray Rawlins. Ibrahim around bowls to Patel, and Patel launches this, and that's going to be 4 more. Lovely shot. I mean, that was dismissive, really. It was a ball pitched on middle and off, right in the slot, and Patel said thanks very much and just belted it over Bajara at mid-off for 4 runs. Lovely shot. He goes to 44. Lovely flowing off drive from Ryan Patel. And Sussex Surrey to 86 for 4.
Yeah, he's in good nick. He's off the back of 100. So saw that one. Length delivery from Ibrahim. Just gives Ibrahim something to think about here, because that was a good length ball. Yeah, he's going to swap Kavalis with Bajara, because Kavalis is obviously a bit taller than Bajara. And Kavalis is dropping down towards the boundary rope at long off.
Ibrahim again bowls, and Patel plays. That's a delivery from Daniel. Ibrahim played to cover where Tom Clark feels Ibrahim sort of takes his cap, sort of snatches his cap from umpire Rob Bailey. End of the over, end of the 15th over. And Surrey are 86 for 4. They're going along at 5.7 and over. They need to score 8.4 and over. It's a long, long way away, but certainly Ryan Patel is certainly not giving up. He's on 44, and these two have actually added... where are we?
He's added 31 now.
I haven't kept my notes up to date. I've got 41 for 3, but I haven't got...
55 for 4.
Thank you.
It was.
You're much better at keeping... I've got my book, but I occasionally have to get to write things.
Lovely big book.
Yes,
you've got there.
Yeah, I spelled coffee on it
that's
earlier on this year.
easy.
Can you see? So it looks like something that probably ought to be in a museum, really.
Yes, I spelt it all down my shorts at Radlett.
Did you?
I'd rather have spelt it on my book,
Yeah,
to be honest with you.
And actually, my nice laptop here, I spelled coffee all over my laptop.
It's not easy.
No,
it's not easy.
Incurred the wrath.
Yes. Crocombe is coming in over the wicket to Tom Laws, starting the 16th over. Laws will get a single. Pushes this one out towards cover, and Laws moves on to 11, and 1 more to the total. Sorry, moving on to 87 for 4.
Nigel has been in touch. Nigel Rush. Hello, Nigel. He says, hello, gents. I'm having a chilled out afternoon and hiding from the sun in Llanelli,
Oh, lovely.
South Wales. Really enjoying the commentary and watching the feed. Having a few pints of Sussex Best with Paul, who's up for the weekend.
As Ryan Patel turns this one from Crocombe, leg side, will take another single. Ryan Patel moves on to 45. Surrey move on to 88 for 4.
Yeah, a few points of Sussex Best with Paul, who is up for the weekend. Johnny and Harvey. Have a good one. Come on, the Sussex men, says Nigel. Nigel, thank you for getting in touch. Llanelli, big rugby town.
Well, it is very much so.
Is that, or was that Phil Bennett's town? Llanelli?
That's a good question.
I think it might have been.
I often sit on Gareth Edwards' statue in the big shopping precinct in Cardiff for a cup of tea.
Oh, what a wonderful player he was.
As Crocombe comes in over the wicket, and forward goes Laws.
I was down in Cardiff actually when I think it was the championship game when sadly the great Phil Bennett passed away, and they showed a lot on the television that week, that wonderful try for the Barbars against New Zealand, where it was started by Phil Bennett with a couple of side steps, then Gareth Edwards raced away and scored with a dive in the corner. A brilliant try.
Absolutely unbelievable. Over the wicket again goes Crocombe. Laws is up on his toes this time, punching up towards mid-off. They weren't just side steps. They didn't just send the New Zealand players the wrong way, they sent the entire stadium the wrong way. They were unbelievable. There's Barry John as well, who's no longer with us. So, yeah, amazing really. But that's a nice place to be down in Llanelli. With a
hiding from the sun.
Few pints, hiding from the sun.
Actually, you don't have to hide from the sun here today because it's gone in.
It has. We've got cloud cover now here at Hove. As Crocombe is in, Laws has a hook at one that's short and gets nothing on this, and that's taken by Alsop, moving away to his left-hand side.
He's quite quick, isn't he, Henry Crocombe? I think he's the quickest of the Sussex seamers.
And coming down that slope as well.
Yes.
Does make a difference. 88 for 4, Surrey, in the 16. Their target, 379. Crocombe is over the wicket here to Laws, and Laws pushes off the front foot this time out towards extra cover. There is Delray Rawlings to do the fielding. Good over that from Crocombe, very tight over. 88 for 4. Mr. Holmes, would you mind if I turned the air conditioning down a touch?
No, we're good.
Yes, I'm beginning to.
I've got a few
just
bumps
get
on
a
my
little chilly here.
Yes. Yeah, sorry to everyone else who's sort of perspiring and hiding, but yes, it has got a little chilly. Now, change your mind, it's going to be Delray Rawlings, who's going to come in from the... so he's replacing Ari Carvelos. He's having a little break, and I shall give you Ari's figures. In fact, I'm talking utter nonsense. I do apologise. Daniel Ibrahim replaced Ari Carvelos, but he's bowled 1 over and has been taken out of the attack by Cheteshwar Pujara, an over that costs 13. And Delray Rawlings is going to bowl his left arm spin.
I think what Pujara spotted there is Patel took an instant liking to Ibrahim, so he's made the decision very quickly to get Rawlings in.
In comes Rawlings, bowls to Patel, who eases this into the covers, fielded by Pujara, and there is no run. He's a good fielder, Cheteshwar Pujara, actually. He's I don't know why I didn't think he would be, but he's very good in that sort of extra cover position. Rawlings in bowls, pulled away by Ryan Patel, in the air to deep mid-wicket, stopped by Harrison Ward. But one more to Patel. He goes to 46 off 39 deliveries. 89 for 4.
Rawlings bowled quite quick, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
Sort of, they're more sort of left arm darts, really.
In comes Rawlings bowls, cut away by Laws. He's going to pick up another single. Again, it's Harrison Ward who's this time fielding on the cover boundary. One more to the total. Laws goes to 12 off 19. Church is reaching for the first aid kit.
Well, only. Do you think I'm allowed to nick a plaster if there is one?
Yes, I do. Yeah, absolutely. That's what it's there for. Yeah.
Super. So look what we've got.
Is in bowls to Patel, who clips that to mid-wicket, fielded by Tom Clark, and there is no run. I hope nothing serious, Church.
Oh no, not at all. I bite my nails. Oh, which is not good, is it? And I've just noticed that I've drawn a bit of blood.
Rawlings bowls to Patel, helps it onto the leg side. 3 singles off the over so far. One more to come in this, the 17th over. Just the one slip in place. So in comes Rawlings and bowls, and forward comes and Laws, plays it down the offside. Delray Rawlings, typically economic in this format of the game, just the 3 singles off the over. 17 overs gone, Surrey 91 for 4, still needing another 283 to win. They need to score 8.7 and over. To give you an idea of where we are with Duckworth Lewis, Duckworth Lewis is currently 196. As we have a little break, and I can tell all about Phil Bennett, who was a Welsh Rugby Union player who played as a fly half for Llanelli. He began his career in 1966, made 414 appearances for the Scarlets. The great Phil Bennett, who did indeed play for Llanelli.
Wonderful player.
Yeah. And talking to our colleagues down at BBC Wales, Nick Webb and Ed Bevan, who knew Phil Bennett very well and said not only a wonderful rugby player but a lovely man as well. So, yeah, wonderful stuff. So thank you for getting in touch from Llanelli. That was Nigel who got in touch. Howard Holdsworth has been in touch. He says, "Dear Adrian and Churchy, hello from a parched East Bergholt
Oh, yes.
South Suffolk, where I've been hosting Suffolk under-16s, the Surrey under-16s.
Oh, very good.
Suffice to say, under the watchful eye of Neil Stewart.
Nice.
Surrey dismissed Suffolk for just 79 and knocked them off for the loss of 1 wicket. From what I could see, there is another fine crop of players coming through on the Surrey production line. As a former Sussex member and master of cricket at Christ Hospital at Horsham for 27 years, retiring in 2018, it was good to see." That's from Howard Holdsworth, and he says, "P.S. Phil Bennett was indeed Llanelli's fly half." So there we are.
That's great.
Parched Suffolk. Everywhere is. I'm just driving everywhere at the minute. You just see field upon field of parched.
Was it 1977? There was a very Very dry summer.
76.
76.
Yeah. And in fact, I was listening to we talked today about these disposable barbecues that are causing so many problems, and they had a guy on from the fire brigade on Radio 4 this morning, and he was saying just the amount of calls out for wildfires. They said the fire brigade are just exhausted, so don't. He was saying, please don't use disposable barbecues.
It's like a tinderbox at the moment, isn't it? 91 for 4 then, Surrey. So 33 overs remaining for them. Crocombe, we've just had a drinks break, will continue from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Ryan Patel will be the man on strike on 47. Ryan Patel out of this 91. Played very nicely so far as Ryan Patel. As I say, he's coming off the back of that 100 against Middlesex. He's the senior batter in this Surrey side. Crocombe round the wicket to Patel, and Patel just opens the face, guides this one down towards the man. They'll get a couple, they should get a couple. As the throw comes in, Patel is back. Gavelas with a good arm, lobbed it back, but Ryan Patel made it back safely, and 2 more to him. He moves on to 49. Surrey move on to 93 for 4.
Would that Gareth Edwards try be the iconic rugby try?
It's the one everybody talks about, isn't it? Mainly because just about every single player touched it. That was the thing. So it was an extraordinary try. As round the wicket goes Crocombe, and forward goes Patel. Pushes this one down to backward point. And Patel takes a single on the misfield, but he gets safely home, and that'll bring up his 50. So Ryan Patel moves to 50, and that's his second 50 plus 100 in the competition in the 5th game. And Ryan Patel had a wonderful Royal London One Day Cup competition last year. And on to 50 he goes from 43 deliveries. He knows he's got an awful lot of work to do here.
Yes.
Just for a second I thought he'd stuffed himself on the misfield there, but safely home as Crocombe is into Laws, who's had a drive at this, and it beats the edge. And that's taken by Allsop, and Laws a bit cross with himself, wanders off towards square leg, and then wanders back again.
He's sharp, Crocombe. That was a quick delivery.
Just stood up a touch on Tom Laws. Good length ball, and then just stood up a touch on him as he looked to drive. Nicely bowled by Crocombe. Crocombe in once more over the wicket to Laws. Laws pushes off the back foot this time. Rawlings gets round to do the fielding. Seagull flies overhead.
We were saying how Hampshire are sort of winning pretty much every game, and lots of games from impossible positions at the minute. They're going to need to do it again today, because having bowled Lancashire out for 183, they're now 67 for 5. That was like that the other day against Derbyshire, and they won the game. So
yeah, they're finding ways of winning everything at the moment. As in over the wicket comes Crocombe. I'd definitely be doing the lottery if I was them.
Yes.
As looking to drive there was Laws. That beats the bottom edge of his bat, and taken by Allsop, moving away to his right-hand side. But yes, crowd now a little more subdued at that time of the afternoon. I think Adrian Harms. Bit of a snooze at this time of the afternoon. And then wake up for the piece de resistance a bit later, as over the wicket once again comes Crocombe. Short. Laws has got hold of that, swings it over deep backward square for 6, despite the best efforts of Harrison Ward, and away for 6 it goes, and that will bring up the Surrey 100. So the Surrey 100 comes up after 18 overs. They're hanging in there again, Surrey, and it's a 100 for 4 after 18, with Laws on 18 and Patel on 50.
Graham sits in the southwest stand. He's there today. Hello, Graham. Thank you for your email. And he says, hi, Adrian. Read the mention of contracts. I remembered at a members' forum, Rob Andrew mentioned that they never make contract lengths public, as they don't want to encourage other clubs to be sniffing around, or words to that effect. Makes good sense, says Graham. In comes Rawlings, bowls to Patel, who clips that one through square leg. Picks up a single. Patel to 51, 101 for 4. Comment on 50 over cricket. I remember being really disappointed when 40 over cricket was dropped, but I have to say I've been really loving the 50 over competition over the last few years. Well, I'm with you. Last year, this year, I know a lot of the top players are away playing in the 100, but I think there's been some good cricket in these 50 over matches. Rawlins in bowls and Laws cracks that away, and it's just good to have cricket here at Hove, to be honest with you, Graham, as Laws picks up a single through the covers after the game against Leicestershire. Churchy finished a few weeks ago. No county cricket here for 60 days and only 4 days cricket in those 60 days if Sussex don't go to the latter stages of this competition. So, you know, people just want to watch the game, particularly at weekends. Rawlins in, bowls to Patel, who drives to mid-off. He'll need to be quick here. Ibrahim is in. Oh, good running. Played the ball to Ibrahim, who never really a chance of a run out. It was good judgment by Patel. He goes to 52, 103 for 4. And Graham is saying he's enjoying the commentary, which is very kind. This is a lifeline for the away game. So it's nice comments, Graham. Thank you. Hope you're having a good day in the southwest stand, which is very full. As in comes Rawlins, bowls to Laws, who plays this nicely away through the covers. Picks up a single. I haven't spoken much about Tom Laws today. First time I've seen him play. He goes to 20. Fully bowled nicely. He's clearly a more than capable bat.
He's got a bit about him. He really has.
Looks a nice cricketer.
Yeah, very good cricketer.
Rawlins in bowls to Patel, who clips back to the square on the leg side. They've just taken the single, fielded out there by Brad Curry, who does very well and gets in a good throw to Tom Alsop, but not before Patel's gone through to his 53rd run, 105 for 4.
Mainly impressive championship cricket, really. Sort of settled into championship cricket very nicely. That's the 50 partnership from these two. Very much needed from a Surrey perspective.
In comes Rawlins bowls, and Laws pulls it away. That's going to be a second 6. So Laws, and he pulls it into the corporate entertaining area. Too short. And Laws says, thanks very much, I'll pull that for 6. He goes to 26 off 27, and Surrey to 111 for 4 at the end of the 90th. Tom Laws, Cranley schoolboy, born in Singapore on Christmas Day.
Same as Sir Alistair Cook. He's a Christmas Day baby.
He's just 19 years of age, and he looks a good cricketer.
No, he is. He's a good all-round cricketer. He's Tom Laws. As I say, he's got a bit about him. And again, here he's come in at 55 for 4, and he's put on over 50 now with Ryan Patel.
Actually, in terms of runs scored, Surrey are actually ahead of where Sussex
they're
are.
where they need to be. As Crocombe coming round the wicket to Patel. This is the 20th over, and that's a wide down the leg side. One more to the total, 112 for 4.
Yeah, sorry, at the end of 20, we're only in the 20th now, Sussex were 99 for 2. So they're 13 runs ahead. Obviously, they've lost 2 more wickets. But it's making for a good game. It's got quite cloudy, Churchy, isn't it? It's lovely blue skies all gone.
As Crocombe round the wicket, he comes to Ryan Patel. He turns this one into Rawlings at short mid wicket. I just wonder whether might need the floodlights a bit later.
What?
Although I think it's probably looking gloomier than it is if you're out there through our window.
Yes,
perhaps.
I would agree. Yeah, we'll probably get a better if we looked into the press, where the press lads are. They've got the window open.
They have indeed.
Well, there's our lady cackling again.
Oh yeah, she's having a lovely day. As round the wicket once again goes Crocombe. Oh, Ryan Patel's really lost his shape on that shot. Was looking to drive that through extra cover. Bottom hand came into it. Actually tugged it straight towards Rawlings in there at short mid wicket.
Yes, he was just looking for the big drive, wasn't he?
Still that gentleman dressed up as a banana over there on his own.
Yes.
Well, I think he's with people.
Yes. Well, perhaps they're trying to disown him if he's dressed as a banana. I don't know.
No, he seems to be
Is this
sat
with friends?
Yes, I think so.
What if he's doing it for a bet?
Might be. As round the wicket once again goes Crocombe, and this is turned by Patel. Beautifully timed. That's going to whistle away for 4. Through mid wicket from Ryan Patel. That has raced off to the boundary rope for 4 runs. Ryan Patel moves on to 57. Surrey move on to 116 for 4. Terrific shot that from Ryan Patel.
Lovely timing. In fact, Tom Clark played a shot like that earlier today, and we both went, oh, that's a nice shot for a single. And so, oh, no, it's gone for 4.
Yes.
Very similar shots.
Lovely timing. Both left-handers, of course, as This one's turned off his hit by Patel. Rawlings will do the fielding again in there at mid-wicket. Ryan Patel scampers through for another single. He moves on to 58. Well, the current run rate at the moment is 6. Rate required is 8.6. So they're where they need to be at the moment. Surrey. Back onto strike comes Tom Laws on 26. Crocombe is over the wicket to Laws. Laws is forward, playing this one back up the pitch. And Crocombe does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run. Should think they're probably in the corporate areas about to do the old cake and tea, I would have thought.
Yeah.
It's about that time of the afternoon.
Yeah, nice bit of yes. I can see a few glasses of wine down there.
And he seems to have come dressed as a boxer. As forward goes Laws again to a good length ball from Crocombe. Plays this one up towards mid-off. End of the over, 20 gone then. 30 remain here on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio London. 117 for 4. So Surrey's target 379. So it's another 262 required off 30 overs.
Yeah, so in terms of runs scored, Surrey are ahead by 18. Duckworth-Lewis says they're behind because Duckworth-Lewis is 203, but that's because of the wickets that Sussex have lost. Ali Orr is having a natter away to someone over in the corporate boxes on the right-hand side. Delray Rawlings is going to bowl the next over from the C end of the ground. Comes in and bowls to Ryan Patel. And Patel, he got caught in two minds. I think he was looking to drive the ball, then he wasn't quite sure what to do, and in the end the ball ended up at square leg. He gets a single. It is Patel. He goes to 59, 118 for 4. So I wonder why our friend Graham's sitting in the southwest stand. You might be able to ask our friend who's dressed as a banana why he's dressed as a banana today.
No, I'm pretty sure it's a banana.
Well. Now, a change in the field here. So Sussex allowed 4 men outside of the 30-yard circle. As Rawlings in bowls to Laws, who cracks it around to the leg side. He's going to pick up just a single. Good bit of fielding by Daniel Ibrahim, just down in front of us to our right hand. Oh dear. And then some sloppy cricket. And they're going to get an overthrow. The throw came in from Ibrahim. It hit the stumps and rebounded and ricocheted away, and no one could collect the ball. I don't know whether someone... I slightly turned away as I watched Ibrahim field the ball. I don't know whether...
Yeah, I think the problem was Rawlings let it go because he thought it was going to hit the stumps. It did, but it went a completely different angle to who was backing up. So it was good awareness from Laws and Patel, though, because they immediately picked up there was another run in there for them.
Laws goes to 28 off 30 deliveries. Rawlings in again bowls, and Laws plays into the offside, picks up a single. Harrison Ward comes running in off the cover boundary. Laws ran the first one very quickly, but Ward is a good fielder, didn't make a mistake and just made sure it was the one run. Laws to 29, 121 for 4. Patel has batted very nicely for his 59. The left-hander waits. Rawlings wants a change in the field. He's just calling Cheteshwar Pujara over. Has noticed something. Then will there be a change in the field? There are 5 men inside the circle. There's a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-wicket, and a short fine leg. Or whatever the discussion about, the skipper's got his way and the field's staying as it is. Rawlings in, bowls to Patel, who stepped away to the leg side. It was good bowling by Rawlings, and it rather followed Ryan Patel, hit him on the pad. Wouldn't have hit another set of stumps down the leg side, and there wasn't an appeal.
I get the impression Ryan Patel wants to get after Rawlings here.
He comes again, bowls, and he clips this down to long on. There's Ryan Patel and Ari Cabelos, who's very much the hero of the day for some of the bowling anyway. He's taken 4 wickets, gets in the throw, gets a nice round of applause. People in the stand away to our left. Rawlings in again, bowls to Laws, and Laws plays that very correctly to short extra cover, fielded by Tom Clark. It's the end of another over. Good over by Rawlings, in which he just conceded the 5 runs. Surrey 122 for 4. Need another 257 to win in 29 overs. They need to score 8.9 an over. Currently going along at 5.8.
The other thing with Rawlings is he gets through his over very quickly.
He does.
Doesn't he? Doesn't hang around. A couple of bases and then through his action and gets through his over quickly. So sort of gets through those over. You suddenly look up at the scoreboard and it's probably 10 more than you expected in the fact that he's been whipping through overs from one end.
I agree. In fact, and if James Coles bowls, he's the other spin option for Sussex. He similarly really rattles through his overs.
Good partnership from these two. Came together at 55 for 4. They've now moved the score onto at 122 for 4. Bless you, sir. Crocombe will continue down there from the Cromwell Road end, coming into Ryan Patel way down the leg side. This will be wide. Signal. Patel feels he's missed out there because fine leg Ibrahim's on the edge of the circle. So any bat on that, and that would have whistled off down to the boundary rope. Bajara won't be concerned as yet. Probably like to see the back of Ryan Patel. Patel, though, playing very nicely for his 60s. Crocombe's into him. Oh, Patel's picked this one up and hit it in front of square. One bounce to the mid-wicket boundary rope. Nothing more than a little bottom hand shot over the leg side. One bounce for 4. And Ryan Patel moves on to 64. And Surrey move on to 127 for 4. Very effective shot that from Ryan Patel.
Wasn't far away from being a 6 from Churchy.
And he's just looking very comfy in what he's doing at the moment, Ryan Patel. Waits once again. Crocombe's into him. Turn this one into the leg side. Take a single. Rawlings gets round to do the fielding. Throws at the bowler's end. Quite sure why, because Ryan Patel was always home there. One more to the total. 128 for 4. Laws coming back onto strike here on 29. So doing a good job here is Tom Laws alongside Ryan Patel. It's now Laws' highest score in this form of the game, as that's cut away for 4 by Tom Laws. That's a lovely shot from Tom Laws. That has whistled away. Little short from Crocombe, but he's just laid back and took the ball at the top of his bounce. And that's whistled off for 4 runs. He's on to 33. Surrey move on to 132 for 4.
Lovely shot. Too much width, wasn't there, from Henry Crocombe? I think I've got an update to do,
Yes.
Churchy.
You take over, Mr. Harms.
Crocombe down the hill bowls to Laws, who very nearly played on, just dabs it away on the offside. And one more. Well, Surrey are fighting back here. They've got a mountain to climb, but they're certainly not giving up. At one stage, Surrey were in real trouble on 55 for 4. They're now 133 for 4. Ryan Patel playing beautifully. He's on 65 and ably supported by Tom Laws, who's on 34 and has hit a couple of big 6s. So Surrey still needing 246 to win. They need to score at nearly 9 and over, but these two are certainly giving them a chance. As I speak, a wonderful catch by Delray Rawlings at mid-wicket. Ryan Patel looking to loft the ball over the infield, and Delray Rawlings, probably the best fielder in the Sussex side, races back and takes a good catch, and Ryan Patel is out, and that could be the decisive moment of the match, because Ryan Patel has played really, really well for Surrey. So Surrey now 133 for 5. Earlier on in the day, Sylvie, Sussex making 378, Cheteshwar Bajara 174, Tom Clark 104. Patel leaves the field, and I think it's probably advantage Sussex now. Well, thank you. Well, it was a great catch and a wonderful innings by Ryan Patel, who's getting a good ovation as he makes his way off as well.
Well, there you are again, Mr. Holmes. Definitely got a fan there, I tell you, on the old wireless. Good catch that.
It was a
good innings from Ryan Patel.
It was.
But just sort of mentioned it. He just looked like he wanted to get on with it a touch more, and that one going up in the air, and a very well timed leap by Rawlings.
I suspect, and without wishing to do a disservice to any of the other fielders in the, he is the best fielder in the Sussex side. He and George Garth would be the two best fielders at the club. And I'm not sure everyone would have caught that, to be honest.
No, he timed the leap to perfection. He really did. It wasn't an easy catch, but nice innings.
No, very good. And actually, it just come at a time when Sussex are just putting a bit of pressure. They've still got a mountain to climb, as I said in the report. But, these games can change very, very quickly.
Well, it's Conor McCurr coming out at number 7 for Surrey. Crocombe with his first wicket of the piece. Of course, it's been Mr. Kailas who's picked up the first 4.
Yes.
He's down there at the moment at fine leg. Crocombe's getting ready to come into the right-handed Conor McCurr. McCurr's first delivery. McCurr gets in behind it, pushes it back up the pitch. And there is no run. So good over from Crocombe. The wicket of Ryan Patel. 22 overs have gone. And Surrey are 133 for 5. So it's 246 more runs required by Surrey, and 28 overs remaining. Yeah, that is a mountain now. Yeah, losing Patel.
Was that a partnership of 78, Churchy?
It was indeed. They came together at 55, and they leave each other with the score on 133.
Right. Yeah. So,
all maths is excellent there, Mr. Harms.
So Dunn Rawlings is going to carry on from the C end of the ground, coming into bowl to Tom Laws, who pulls that away onto the leg side. He's going to get a couple of runs as Alior makes a sliding stop on the boundary. Laws goes to 36. I think he rather fancies this Tom Laws hitting towards this shortish leg side boundary. It could be a good contest.
Just got to be a bit careful if Rawlings can just fizz one through a bit quicker.
Rawlings in again, bowls, and Laws is... Oh, I thought it'd been bowled.
That's the one.
Yeah, you should do the lottery, Churchy, predicting things like that. He was going to cut that one away, and he gets a lot of wickets like that, Delray Rawlings.
Nice bit of bowling.
Looking to be cut.
Nice bit of bowling. And just that was quicker, and it was on to Tom Laws. And he's almost dragged it on. Conor McCurr can bat. Conor McCurr, he's got a long time to bat today.
Yes. Played out into the offside, I'm sorry, not concentrating, fielded by Coles, and there is no run. 136 for 5. Overcast afternoon on the south coast. The Seagull wheels away at the far end of the ground. Rawlings in again, bowls, and McCurr is forward driving again. Coles fields, shies at the stumps, but he threw the ball in. Delray Rawlings looks at him as if to say, "What are you doing?" Well, there we are. It's a gentleman laughing.
I don't know what do they. I don't know. One of the funniest people with them.
I don't know. Rawlings in bowls and McCurr is bowled. Well, you were just talking about can Delray Rawlings sort of fizz one through, and I think that's exactly what happened there. Conor McCurr is on his way.
I think Conor McCurr's just driven straight over the top of that. I don't think it spun, I don't think it fizzed, I just think he's driven straight over the top of it and it's knocked his off stump out the ground. So Conor McCurr goes without scoring, and Surrey 136 for 6. And Delray Rawlings has his first wicket of the piece. But as I say, I think Conor McCurr there has literally just driven straight over the top of the ball.
Yeah.
And this is the problem for Surrey. It is a very inexperienced batting lineup. And sort of Patel is the key man, and with him going now, Nathan Barnwell coming out. He batted very nicely on his debut. He made 31 on debut against Middlesex on Wednesday. So he's got some time to bat here because we're in the 23rd over. But yes, I think Conor McCurr will wonder how he's managed that, actually. But Delray Rawlings has his first wicket of the afternoon, and that mountain's just got a bit steeper for Surrey.
Yeah.
I must say, I know that is the museum over there, and, but I keep looking across and it's got the name of the solicitors above it as well.
Yes.
There's a cafe in front of the museum there. And I keep thinking, a lot of people using that solicitors, but obviously it's not. It's the cafe, but it's got the name of solicitors on its frontage.
Yes, it used to be the bookstore. Here comes Rawlins, a bowl to the new man, who is Nathan Barnwell. Barnwell, yes. He plays the first ball into the onside, followed by Bajara. Well bowled Delray Rawlins picks up his first wicket of the innings. And Surrey in a bit of trouble here. 136 for 6, 133 for 6. No, come on, Adrian, what are you thinking of? 136 for 6. I do apologise, I can't even read the scoreboard. Needing another 243 to win. So, Sussex odds on here, you'd think. But Tom Laws has played very nicely, and he'll be very keen to not go down without a fight. Now, we are going to get a change, and it is going to be James Coles who's going to come into bowl from the Cromwell Road end, young 18-year-old, another left-arm spinner. Now, he really does rattle through his overs. So I don't think we'll be doing much overtime tonight, Churchy, with these two bowling for a while.
And we thought that the game against Warwickshire was done and dusted, and then Nick Kimber went mad.
You never know. That's the great thing. And they were saying what a wonderful game of cricket that was.
Yeah, it was a brilliant game of cricket.
Yeah.
It was fantastic. As Tom Laws will be on strike here to Coles. So Coles is into the attack. Coming left on round the wicket. And this one's turned into the leg side.
I guess there's a chance that all of these younger players have met each other at age group cricket down the years in various counties.
Coles is in once again to Laws, tosses this one up, Laws is forward, plays it back up the pitch, and there is no run. Surrey 136 for 6, chasing 379 as in comes Coles, and this is whipped by Laws out into the leg side. He'll pick up a single, and this will bring Nathan Barnwell onto strike, yet to get off the mark. Nathan Barnwell only just got out there, so one delivery so far. The right-handed Barnwell. Still that nice hubbub around the ground as Coles is into Barnwell. Barnwell's forward and gets off the mark. Playing this one down the ground towards long on. Gets his first run of the afternoon. Surrey 138 for 6. In again goes Coles, tosses this one up. This is whipped by Laws, leg side out towards deep mid-wicket. He'll take the single. Harrison Ward doing the fielding out there. So one ball to go in the over, and as Adrian Harms was saying, gets through this over very quickly. Does Coles. In now, and forward goes Barnwell. Plays this one back up the pitch. Coles does the fielding off his own bowling. End of the over, 24 overs gone then. And Surrey 139 for 6 in pursuit of that 379. So 26 overs remain. Surrey still require 240 to win.
Elsewhere, Warwickshire 115 for 3 in the 21st over. Needing another 224 to beat Leicestershire. Good game at Nottinghamshire-Durham. Notts need another 63 to win from 14 overs. They're 164 for 6. In comes Rawlins, bowls to Laws, who hammers that down the ground too long on. Fielded just down in front of us by Dan Ibrahim. Laws goes to 40, sorry, to 140 for 6. Taunton, Middlesex, 156 for 2. Needing another 180 to win in 26 overs. Rawlins in again, bowls, driven by Barnwell. Back to Rawlins, who fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. So we'll have to see where all these various results leave us at the end of proceedings. Rawlins in again, bowls, and Barnwell plays into the onside. What are you saying there, Church?
It's just got that quicker one. It comes round arm with it. And it almost did for Tom Laws, didn't it? It fizzes.
Here he is, bowls. Barnwell is forward, plays into the offside, fielded by Coles. There is no run.
He's obviously a strong lad anyway, Rawlins. But he just sort of goes a bit more round arm and fizzes it.
He's in and bowls. There short. Barnwell plays into the offside. There is no run.
What he wants Barnwell doing is seeing that, trying to pull. He wants Barnwell to go cross back to that sort of delivery, because then you've got the chance of dragging it on.
Rawlings in again, bowls. Barnwell is forward, plays to mid-wicket. End of the over. Tight, accurate over from Rawlings. Just a 1 run conceded. Takes his cap from umpire Bailey. 140 for 6. Halfway through the Surrey innings, at the same stage, Sussex were 135 for 2. So, and that's really pretty much when the assault began from Bajara, about that stage.
Yes. It was fascinating watching him go through the gears, because I don't think he even started in first gear. I think he started in reverse, because he was so knackered from Friday. I thought he had to get through that bit first, didn't he? And then but by the end he was very sprightly, and it was a wonderful innings of 174. Coles start our 26th over, coming into Tom Laws, who's pushing him off the back foot straight back up the pitch. And there is no run. Tom Laws, 40 not outs, been out there for 42 deliveries. Coles is into him. Short. Laws is pulling in the air. 1 bounce, 2 bounces. Now he's going to take on the Rawlings arm, but he's quick as Barnwell. Back towards the bowler's end. 2 more to the total. 2 more to Tom Laws. He's on to 42. It's 142 for 6 now, Surrey is. He's in again, slog sweeping, and away for 6. No, 2 bounces, 4. My apologies. Thought he got a bit more on that Tom Laws than he had. But he'll move on to 46. And Tom Laws slog sweeping away over the leg side, and a couple of bounces. Went very high in the air.
He did. I thought he'd gone for 6, I have to say.
He's on to 46 though here, Tom Laws. Nice innings thus far from Tom Laws. Graham's being pushed across into the leg side now. So there is a gap away through the covers. Down round the wicket he goes once again, Coles, and this one's turned by Laws down towards short fire leg. And there is no run. 146 for 6 means Surrey need 233 more to win. Around the wicket again goes Coles, and he's played the little ramp, has he? Got anything on that? Tom Laws? No. Alsop went and took the ball in his gloves. There was the shout from Coles, but a shake of the head.
Yeah, I don't think Tom Alsop was convinced, was he, behind the stumps? He took the catch, but umpire not to be swayed.
Just a little paddle sweep, wasn't it? As this one's tossed up and forward goes Tom Laws. And there is no run. End of the over, 26 gone, 24 remain, 146 for 6. May I be excused for 1 second, Mr. Harms?
Absolutely.
Slight technical again. Got a few of them today, haven't I?
Absolutely no problem at all. I suspect Delray Rawlings is going to bowl the next over, because Sussex are starting to rattle through these overs now. Rawlings coming into bowl his 6th over. Figure 5 overs, 1 for 23 at the minute for Delray Rawlings. He's coming into bowl to the right-handed Nathan Barnwell. He's in and bowls, and Barnwell is bowled! And Rawlings picks up another wicket. Leg stump, pegged back. And Delray Rawlings picks up his 2nd wicket. Bowled Colin McCurr, and now he's bowled Nathan Barnwell, who's on his way for just 1. Surrey 146 for 7, and barring some sort of a miracle here from Surrey, Sussex are cruising towards their 3rd victory in the group. Here against Gloucestershire and Leicestershire. 1 more home game after this against Middlesex, but 2 away games. So Sussex will need to improve their away form if they're going to progress in the competition. I think the general thinking is that 6 wins pretty much guarantees you a place in the quarterfinals. Bear in mind, only the top 3 will qualify for the quarterfinals. The side who finishes top in the group automatically go into the semi-finals, is the way that it works. Then 2 and 3 in the respective groups play each other, and they will then play the winners of the groups in the semi-finals. So, 6 wins, I reckon, definitely gets you in. 5 wins and a decent run rate gives you half a chance as well. Sussex will have done a lot of good with their run rate in this game, and indeed the game at Edgbaston on Friday. But they're going to have to, well, assuming they win this game, which Sussex ought to win from here, they certainly have to win 2 of their next 3, I think, to have a chance. And Middlesex very much the form side in the competition. They are due here a week on Tuesday. So we'll see how it goes. So the new man in is Matthew Dunn. Left-hander, faces Rawlins, and he really did fizz that one through, didn't he? I like your expression, fizz, Churchy. And Dunn jagged down the ball.
I just caught the dismissal of Nathan Barnwell as I was out the door on the phone.
Rawlins in bowls, and Dunn is beaten outside the offside. Good delivery by Rawlins, and Tolls whips off the bails.
And it was exactly what we were talking about. Fizzed it, crossbat. That's where he wants them to be going, is crossbat. And that's how Barnwell was bowled.
Rawlins again bowls, and again taken by Allsop, who again just whips off the bail. Did he whip off the bail on this occasion? No, he didn't.
And Matthew Dunn not quite playing the right line at the moment. Just getting his eye in.
Rawlins again bowls, hits the pad, there's an out appeal, and he's gone out. And Rawlins picks up his 3rd wicket. And Matthew Dunn is out without bothering the scorers. And Delray Rawlins picks up his 3rd wicket, and at the minute, this is a double wicket maiden for Delray Rawlins.
And again, it's just that crossbat shot when the ball that fizzes. And that's exactly how Rawlins wants it to go. And Matt Dunn there just trying to work across the line and bang in front. Umpire Bailey didn't have to think about that one very long. No. And this is all sort of rapidly heading towards a conclusion at the moment. And as I say, it's a very young, inexperienced Surrey batting lineup, this. Yeah. And I think we're seeing that today. And Sussex have been good with the ball. And Rawlins here is enjoying himself, picking up 3 in the blink of an eye. And as you say, it's double wicket maiden, this.
Yes, it is. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that Sussex will, obviously clearly be delighted to win. It gives them 3 wins out of 5, but they'll know that there will be some pretty stern tests ahead over the next 8 or 9 days. The new man coming out is Amal Verdi.
Yes, indeed. And someone's just got to keep Tom Law's company at the moment. Yes. He's 46 not out. He's played very nicely from his 47 deliveries. And Amal Verdi joins him. But I think Tom Laws will just continue the way he has been, and might just try and be a bit more aggressive here now on 46. But it's all happened very quickly, because when Laws and Patel were together, they were just forming that partnership, and then Ryan Patel went. That was 133 for 5, 136 for 6, 146 for 7, 146 for 8. So
they've lost 4 for 13.
They have.
Yeah. So Delray Rawlins is going to bowl to Amal Verdi. So far it's a double wicket maiden from Rawlins, who's coming around the wickets. Bowls to Verdi, who's forward, weighted back down the track. Rawlins fields, and there we are. Good round of applause for Delray Rawlins, who's got the very impressive figures of 3 for 23.
Yes, and he's done it very well so far, Delray Rawlins.
Yeah.
Well, Laws and Verdi have a good old natter out there in the middle, but excellent from Sussex today. 100 from Clark, and a brilliant innings from Pajara. And then Cavelas with those first 4 wickets. And then Crocombe getting the big wicket of Ryan Patel, and now Delray Rawlins with 3. Cavelas looks like he's getting warmed up to come back in here, which makes sense, as Coles is round the wicket to Tom Laws, who's taking this off the stumps, plays it down into the leg side. That rolls in there towards a deepish mid-wicket. And is no run. Laws waits once again. That's short, that's crunched by Laws into the covers. It's a very good stop from Pajara. Diving away to his right-hand side. Good bit of work that from the captain. He's had a very good day today. There's Pajara. He'll be a bit tired tonight as forward goes. Laws plays this one down towards long off. And Laws will move on to 47 with that single.
Got a long couple of days on the coach.
Well, that's probably quite a good thing
Tomorrow
for him.
Tuesday.
Because he can, seniority will mean he can get the whole of the back seat and lie himself out, have a bit of a kip on the way.
That's very true.
Rest the limbs.
I suspect that he's not a layer on the back seat of the coach.
No,
Pajara.
he might be for this trip after what he's done in the last couple of days. Bring his pillow in his duvet. He certainly deserves it. As Amar Verdi on to strike here to Coles. Coles is in and Verdi's forward. Pushes this one back up the pitch. Right-handed, of course. Amar Verdi still to come for Surrey. Yusuf Majid. Arm round and sweeping is Amar Verdi. Shouts for LBW. Nothing given. Verdi just looking to sweep away into the leg side. Once more as a seagull passes overhead, as you can hear. Here goes Verdi down the ground. Good shot from Amar Verdi. Good use of the feet and then one bounce. And away for 4. So a nice way for Amar Verdi to get off the mark. And the 150 comes up for Surrey. 151 for 8. And Amar Verdi off the mark in nice fashion. He's on to 4. And Tom Laws has 47.
Nice shot, wasn't it? Just using his feet, getting down the wicket. Nice to see Tom Laws go through to a half century. I think he's batted very nice. Really, he bowled well sort of early on, didn't he, Tom Laws? And then at the end,
took a bit of tap.
Yeah, everyone was sort of disappearing a little bit, wasn't it? With Jara was on the march. Rawlins, though, in his 7th over, coming in around the wicket, bowls to Laws right up in the block hole, and Laws didn't just tan that on the leg side. Well taken by Tom Alsop, who whipped the bails off. Like I'm running in to complete the repairs.
Tom Laws had an extraordinary moment in the championship game where he's off stump.
In comes Rawlins bowls and Laws cuts to backward point, followed by Coles. There is no run.
Against Warwickshire, who's batting. Quick bowler, literally hit the middle of the off stump and flew off down to third man for 4, and the bails didn't come off.
Really?
Yes, it was amazing.
Warwickshire in. Rawlins in. Laws looking to hit that full toss through the leg side, rather misses out. The ball dribbles behind, filled by Alsop. There is no run. That's extraordinary.
Yeah.
How on earth did that happen?
I have no idea. Absolutely no idea at all.
Rawlins in the game, bowls, cut away by Laws through the offside, picks up a single. He goes to 48, 153 for 8. How did you commentate on that? I mean,
well, I thought he'd nicked it because it flew past second slip, and then sort of, hang on, I think that's hit the stumps, and the bails hadn't come off, and every player just stood round the stumps staring at the off stump, wondering how on earth the bail hadn't come off.
Rawlins in and bowls. Forward comes Verdi, plays to Coles at short extra, and there is no run.
I think they're keen to get Cavelas back into the attack now.
Rawlins in. Ooh, that kept a little low. Looking to cut that away was Amar Verdi. Through to Tom Alsop, who again whips off the bails.
And again, it's that sort of slightly wider arm action from him. And again, Amar Verdi, it's a cross-batted shot, trying to pull that.
Again waits, now he's in bowls, and Verdi using his feet gets down the wicket. Rawlins with a bit of football. Look at that from Delray. 2, 3, 4 to keep you uppies.
Oh, very good.
Oh, there we go. Still going.
Oh, very good.
Still going. Oh, very good.
Yes.
Yeah, gets a nice round of applause. That was very good from Delray. Well, he's a Manchester United fan, is Delray.
Well, he might get a game
well,
for them.
He probably will get a game doing things like that. He'll have 10 hard down there.
Absolutely.
Yeah. First name on the team sheet, the way things are going there. End of the over. 153 for 8. Laws on 48. Verdi on 4. James Coles is going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end. Just in some of these other games, good finish at the Nottinghamshire game. 198 for 7. Notts leading 29 to win. Just 3 wickets in hand.
Coles is going into Tom Laws, who will move on to 49 with a single down the ground. So Tom Laws moves on to 49 from 54 deliveries. I think Oscar's got lost there from what I could hear off the effects mic.
Oscar.
Lots of shouts of the name Oscar there.
Oh dear. Is it Oscar the dog?
No, I think it's a small child.
Oh, really?
Yes. As in round the wicket goes Coles, and here goes Verdi again. Oh, he's chipped this straight up to Delray Rawlings at mid-on. And Tom Laws will not be over the moon with that. At the non-striker's end on 49, but Amar Verdi goes for 4, using his feet. Nowhere really near the pitch of it. He got one in the last over that he did get to the pitch to, but that one he didn't. And he goes for 4, and that means that Yusuf Majid will make his way out to the middle. Amar Verdi gone for 4. Rawlings with the catch. Coles with his first wicket of the piece today. And Yusuf Majid will make his way out there into the middle. And this is going to be an emphatic win for Sussex today. But I think you've just seen here, as I say, no excuses for Surrey other than they have a very young and inexperienced side, and you've seen that with the batting today. And Sussex very good, and Cavalis will be hoping he gets another over because he's sitting on a 5 for here. He's got 4, so I'm pretty sure he'd like another over. And Surrey 154 for 9. And missed the 30th over of their innings. So we could be having an early-ish finish this evening. Laws has a little chat with Yusuf Majid. Laws would just be hoping that he gets an opportunity to face again in 49.
Yeah.
But very good from Sussex today.
Yes, they've done a good job, haven't they? It's Tom Clark's very good hand, but always got lost in all the Pujara scores today. But it was good to see Tom in the runs. Did a very sort of professional job.
They have. Coles left arm over the wicket to Yusuf Majid. He's forward. The left-handed Majid plays this one out towards extra cover. And there is no run. Yet Cavalis getting himself all loose for another over as Yusuf Majid drives. Goes straight back up the pitch to Coles. He's got nice action goals.
Yes.
So gets that delivery arm up nice and high. He's in again. Forward goes Yusuf Majid, his fellow left arm spinner. Plays this one off the front foot out there towards extra cover. Settles himself down over his bat once again. Does Yusuf Majid.
He's changing the field, is Pujara.
Yeah. He's going to bring up his deep backward square here. So comes up to the edge of the circle. Coles is in, and Yusuf Majid just pushes him straight back down the pitch. That's the end of the over, so it means that Tom Laws will be on strike on 49. Coles with the wicket of Amar Verdi, so 20 overs remaining here on BBC Sussex, BBC Surrey, and on BBC Radio London. And Surrey need 225 off 20 overs with 1 wicket remaining, Adrian Harms.
Yes, I think Sussex are firm favourites. Eric Cavalos, 7 overs, 4 for 32. It was really he who bowled very well at the start of the innings, picking up those 4 wickets and reducing Surrey to 55 for 4. For the time in a row, he's taken 4 wickets for Sussex in this Royal London One Day Cup. He'll be hoping to come off and finish the. I'm sure Tom Laws will be thinking, well, I quite fancy a half-century.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I wonder if you might see Tom Laws having a bit of a swish here, because with the best will in the world, it looks pretty much a lost cause. You never know, but it looks pretty much a lost cause for Surrey. But Laws has batted very nicely. 49 of 54 deliveries, and he's facing Gary Carvelos, who's running in away from us. He's in on bowls, and Laws punches this into the covers. There is no run. Surrey have lost something like 14 players to the 100, is that right, Churchy?
Yeah, 14, 15, I think it is. A couple of injuries in there as well. And look, I think this Surrey team, they're giving it everything. But I think you've just seen today, it's an inexperienced young side, and this will happen.
In comes Gary Bowls, and Laws is forward, punches into the covers, well fielded there by Tom Clark, no run. Lovely email has come in from Denise Rawlins, who's Delray's mum.
Oh, lovely.
She says, "Good day, Adrian. Not there, but we are watching. Sussex playing very, very good. Delray's parents. It was really lovely to meet you both last week. Was it last week or the week before that you were over? It was lovely to meet Delray's parents. And Delray's done really well today, Denise, picking up those 3 wickets. So over in lovely Bermuda." Carvelos bowls. Law's lovely shot. That's good. If that gets into a half century, that's a lovely shot, and it has indeed. And that's a really good half century by Tom Laws. And he gets a well-deserved round of applause. 51 or 57 balls with 3 4s and 2 6s. It's going to be in a lost cause, but he's batted very nicely, and he showed enough with his bowling. As Churchy was saying, he's a very fine prospect. Is Tom Laws, ball in Singapore. Former pupil at Cradley School. He's facing Gary Carvelos. He's in and bowls and played onto the onside by Laws. He picks up his 52nd run, 157 for 9. One of those places, Bermuda, you look at the capital's Hamilton, isn't it? And you look at all those lovely beaches and you think, what a lovely, lovely place.
Absolutely.
So lovely of you for getting in touch. Thank you very much, Denise, and I wish you all the best. And big week coming up now for Delray and Sussex, with matches up in Durham and down then all the way down to Taunton. A lot of time on the coach as we're getting to the final few matches in this competition. Delray's currently standing at first slip as in comes Carvelos bowls, and very confidently does Majid, plays to mid-off, fielded by Daniel Ibrahim, and there is no run.
The catch he took off Ryan Patel as well took a bit of catching.
Yes, it did. That was a very good catch. Sort of running backwards, and well, he sort of had to reach backwards, didn't he? It was a very athletic catch. I think there were some Bermudans as well, Denise, at Edgbaston on Friday, who were watching from just beneath the dressing room. In comes Carvelos bowls and edged by Majid, fielded by Clark. At second slip, there is no run. The end of Carvelos' 8th over. And Surrey 157 for 9, with Majid yet to score and Laws on 52.
Yes, and Carvelos there. And I thought, this might be it. Little outside edge from Yusuf Majid, but it was just one bounce straight to second slip. So it'll be Coles again on the Cromwell Road end of the ground. This does happen though with an inexperienced batting lineup sometimes, that sort of one goes, next one follows, then a little partnership, then it goes again. Cole's left arm round the wicket he comes to Tom Laws, and Laws is cutting. Good shot this. Away through, backward point, and away for 4. So good shot from Tom Laws, and this is what I like about this young Surrey side. They never give up. They keep going. And Tom Laws here, he's keeping going. He's 56 not out. So every game there's been, obviously the major positive was the Durham result, winning by 9 wickets in Durham. But every game there's been someone who's done something to make you think, oh, that's good. As in round the wicket goes Coles to Laws, and Laws will get a single. Just punching this one down the ground towards long on. Strolls one more, does Laws. Moves on to 57. So we move on to 162 for 9. Onto strike comes Yusuf Majid. He'll bring the slip in straight away for him. Coles over the wicket to Yusuf Majid. Forward he comes, just stabs this one out into the offside. Rolls up there. 2 Rawlings stood up at mid-off. Once more does Yusuf Majid. He's slug sweeping, and he's going to be caught out at deep mid-wicket, and that is the end of the game. and the ball went straight up in the air. Ali Orr takes the catch, and Coles picks up the final wicket. Yusuf Majid goes without scoring. Tom Laws is left not out on 57. That's a huge win for Sussex. Surrey all out for 162, and it means that the Sussex win by 216 runs, thoroughly deserved by Sussex, but well played Sussex. Excellent from them today, with Bat, Clark with 104.